Chanel and racketeering.
In racketeering, we're the ones. It's our music, you know what I'm saying? And and I follow all of it. So in the last 6-7 years alone, with Tekashi 6ix9ine and all of them have had trials, and it's all been about the music and the drug talk conversations in it. So we are using our music to sell drugs and and it's leading to crime, and we're on display all the time with the grand jury. So that's something to support, that we are the majority. Our music is the ones that are doing it the most. And that's what the point, I believe, that she was trying to make when she was saying that. We're not saying that all the other ones don't do
And
it.
I think that's an incorrect assertion. That's wrong.
All right, go ahead, Sherelle.
That was nice. Casey, you rocking, putting on for the boot. I see you. I want to get back to the question of, yes, the music is a problem. It's propaganda. And grown-ass people are always talking about with their grown-ass minds.
Did she freeze?
Like, am I frozen? Okay. So grown-ass people with grown-ass minds are always talking about, we're grown. Guess what? The music is for the children. The music is make children feel like drugs are popular. So your children going to do drugs. You don't watch them. You're not always with them. They go to school and they do drugs at school with their friends. The music ain't for you. You already done. They want to make sure they destroy the future. It ain't your future. It's the children's future. So they control them. Future don't even sell drugs. So he don't even use drugs, but he promoted. So my whole thing is that a lot of these people are foot soldiers, right? So they go into this lifestyle, music, drugs, whatever. It's a dangerous lifestyle. It's like basically going to the army in a way, right? So you join the military. Sometimes people might call you and say, hey, they can't come home, but they fighting for their nation, right? It's different with this drug game, right? What they fighting for? Some of them fighting to elevate their particular family. Some of them fighting because they saying, I'm a sacrifice and I'm gonna live this hard life so that my children don't have to. A lot of them do, get into gangs, get into life for that. So what they saying is, I'm gonna promote good wealth for my particular family and I'm gonna destroy my community for it. And that just be the handshake that they decide to take. Okay, if they was really for the community, why they not? And they promoting drugs. If you promote drugs, why aren't you building rehabs with all that money you making? Why aren't you building schools for them children that you love, the community that you love? You don't care. You care about your own self-interest. You sell your soul. You sell your people out so that you can have a good time, and then you can't live with yourself and you get on them drugs. And it eats away at you, which the music industry, they're going to pump out. They got positive music. They're going to pump out that. What's their music? Some of them do get caught up in the life. What Michael Jackson song was promoting negativity? That music is going to touch the core of people's hearts till this day. It's going to live on. They said it, okay, I'm a martyr. I know that I may not live long for my message. I know that they're going to try to demonize me for my message, but pay attention to their messaging. If you really want to know the rappers and the music and the artists that are for your people, pay attention to their messaging. Look at the life that they're leading. The ones that are just doing it. Even Meek Mill said we get paid more to do the debt culture, to say do drugs, pop ass, whole culture. Because guess what?
Cardi, Cheryl.
Exactly, because it's my thing. They're gonna say more white children listen to it. No, white people are the majority in the country. They do the most of everything. Let's get that clear. But the majority of black kids are listening to it. And guess what? The majority of those white kids, they're listening to it, but they're still in a 2-parent home. So they can get hype in their room and go down and be like, Mom, Dad, Majority of them black kids who listening to it, 70% of them single mother homes. 70% of them missing a father. 70% of them mama gone. 70% of them going through life, living in communities, and really it's not even hitting the middle class communities. It's hitting that community that nobody care about, the hood, right? That music affects those kids because they can go outside and get into all that trouble that they singing around the songs. Y'all gonna lie and try to make it seem like them drill dudes wasn't gonna catch bodies just so they can make a song about catching another body? Them little boys in Florida wasn't going to make songs just to say they caught a body and make another song about catching a body, going to people fucking graveyards, dancing on them, making videos about killing people, and we promote it. But we love our community. Wait, I'm not finished.
Do you think
we promote
do you think that?
Hold on, Lo.
Well, I mean, it's been 3 minutes.
Okay, you talked for a long time too. We love our community, but we promote that culture. If you participating in that culture, you don't love your people. You're anti-black. You always want to talk. Y'all always want to talk about what somebody else did, y'all. And then the moment we got to talk about us and hold us accountable, y'all want to bring up who give a fuck about what the price of tea is in China. This shit is affecting us. So do you care or do you not? Because you're gonna make excuses for the behavior. Y'all gatekeepers. Y'all gonna keep y'all people lost. Every time y'all people talk about solutions, y'all gonna go cause a distraction. Pay attention. The devil is in the details. They gonna cause confusion. You talk about a solution, you try to get to the bottom of fixing shit, and niggas gonna come up with another problem. They don't want you to fix nothing. They like it. They okay with it.
So first of all, drug culture, violence has always been a part of American culture and American pop culture. It's always been a part of it. Some of arguably the most popular TV shows were based in drug use. Let's see, Breaking Bad, The Wire, The Sopranos, Narcos. What else? What was another TV show?
Goodfellas.
Goodfellas. All these TV shows,
movies, bro. You can.
Like, it's always been a part of American culture. Scarface, all these TV shows and movies, it's always been embedded in American culture. But we're the only ones that's going to sit here and look at our music and be like, yep, that's the reason why there's a lot of drug use. Not poverty, not a lot of other things that not the fact that Rich Homie Quan just told us that he couldn't even stay up during the show, which is the reason why he turned to drugs to begin with. He ain't say, I turned to drugs because I was listening to the music and the music told me to do drugs. He said, man, my brother came to me and said, hey, I got something for you if you need to stay up. In fact, that's oftentimes how a lot of people wind up being hooked on drugs, is because they're trying to solve a problem in their life or they're dealing with something in their life. Drugs is promoted in American culture all the time, especially in pop culture. It's embedded in it. The solution isn't, hey, you need to change the music. The solution is, man, you might want to find out why people are doing drugs. And it ain't the goddamn music. It's not.
It's always been problematic.
And they're not going out here killing each other.
The promotion
and most black folks ain't out here doing. Most black folks don't do drugs, and most black folks
they're not out here drilling for the music.
It's problematic.
Sweeney, you know what you sound like?
Problematic. You're popularizing
the
problem.
Just like violence
and normalizing bullshit. It's
right.
a problem. You're
Just
literally
like
saying it's always been a problem. Okay, what's the solution? Get rid of that shit. Get rid of it.
Don't listen to it.
So
wait.
Gonna do it. So now we saying get rid of.
Sweeney.
Hold on. So now
we
gonna say get rid of
music. You have violence in music. You have violence in movies. You have violence in video games, and you're saying
and there's no correlation between none of that. There's no correlation between any of that and violence nor drug use.
That is a lie. That is a lie.
It's
so you
already
don't think
been debunked. What are you talking about?
You don't think a 3-year-old watching a video game, seeing somebody head blown off on social media, seeing somebody
do not
head
get up and say later on, yes, I want to go shoot
body,
somebody. No, it's already been debunked.
That is a lie.
It's already been debunked.
All of that affects a person's psyche and desensitize them to violence.
So let me ask you this. Do y'all think that these movies and music are just an American thing?
I'm not finished. If you think that the drug usage...
Well, I mean, y'all just talking over everybody anyway.
She's making some really good points. We just got to let each other finish.
If you think that drug usage and if you hear an artist that you love is popping persons talking about Molly, if you don't see them strung out on the corner, you think, oh, they look great, they look rich, they look happy, and they do drugs, I can do it too.
Casey, one of your favorite songs is about drugs. Do you do drugs because you listen to it?
Okay, like Sherelle just said, I'm grown. I was raised in a 2-parent household in the goddamn suburbs. I am not exposed. What?
How old are you?
I just turned 40 years old, Sweeney.
You just turned 40. So
let's not attack. Let's not attack each other.
So what difference does that make?
It's not an attack.
That's what I'm like. What does that matter?
Wait, I'm about to explain. Let me explain what I mean. Let me explain what I mean.
Oh, y'all, hold on.
Sherelle just made the point.
Jesus Christ, man!
Can I interrupt? Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I'm about to stop. What's the first thing women notice? Your face. That's why you got to take care of. Simple things like getting a haircut, grooming your face, and brushing your teeth is important. But there's one thing guys miss and that women always notice. It's when a guy isn't taking care of his skin. That's why I'm so excited to have T. Shanley as a sponsor of today's video. T. Shanley simplifies the process of taking care of your skin. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing you don't. Seriously. I don't think some of you believe me when I tell you how much implementing a quality skincare routine will improve your confidence in all aspects of your life. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: daily face wash, exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer with an SPF 20 and a PM moisturizer. But there's hope. And to make it dead simple for you guys, they provide an instruction card in every box that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. But because T just sponsoring this video, they're offering you an amazing deal. Just click the first link in the description and get 40% off your first skincare system and free gift. Plus, as a member, you'll get 20% off for life. By the way, one of their new gift options is a silicone body scrubber, which is a $20 value and a complete game changer. Once you use this, you'll never go back to a regular loofah ever again. So don't wait any longer. Click the first link in the description to start your skincare journey today.
Maintaining your beard isn't just style, it's self-respect. A well-groomed beard boosts confidence and leaves a lasting impression. Elevate your look. Embrace the importance of beard care today.
It's go time. What's going on, family? Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Miss Ruth, Miss Sherelle, M. White, Trav Smooth, DJ, So Lovely, Sweeney, me, myself, Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Y'all welcome.
Y'all welcome. What happened?
Yeah, I got a camera now, so you know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
Hello, everybody. How y'all doing?
I know, Sherelle. How you doing, man?
Sherelle, what's going on? What's going on, Ruth?
What it do? What it do?
Sherelle, I better notice you got a new look, huh?
I got a
little bit, man. I've been
background looking good, man. That background looking good, bro.
Appreciate it, man. I'm improving on improving. We working it out, man, little by little.
Okay. See,
what you got in that bottle, bro?
You don't flavor, this cucumber. No,
man, that's lean.
No.
That's lean.
You see,
dirty Sprite.
You know this flavor? This the most fire flavor. That lime cucumber.
Yo, no, that one's nasty. You gotta get the other light blue one. It looked like that color almost, but it's like a glacier. Some I forgot what it was. It's like a light green. That's the best one. I try not to get them too much because them dyes and them sugars, man. Oh man.
I know. Well, you got to get that Gatorade.
Do my little carbonated water. That's it now.
It look like you drinking mud.
Right.
It's some lemon in there. It's a little bit of, it's a splash of lemon juice in there, man.
Like a splash
of earth.
He says a black
mud. Talk about I'm on the lean. You got mud in that cup, that boy.
Dark ass lemon, man.
So it's good to see you guys, man. It's Thursday again. We're going to get the housekeeping out the way. Let's see what we got. Shout out to the sponsor, TJ Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. And you get 40% off. 40% off along with a free gift. And if you become a member, you get 20% off for life. Shout out to Teach. That link is in the description. Go ahead. Let's take care of our skin, man. You also have Sure Man King on top. This is for your beard. So if your beard is not connected, if your woman is talking about how rough it is, if your woman is saying that she just don't like the way it feels when she rub her fingers through it, it's time for you to upgrade and improve with a Sure Man. This is a Lapeef and Sugar Curls collab. That link is pinned to the top of the chat, and it is also in the description. I suggest you get the 4-pack. Why not go all the way, right? If you guys haven't already, hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. What's going on? Conversations with MJ is in the chat. LD. We got Kill P, Frenchie K, 757. Matt G, what's going on, brother? Angela Swift, Ricardo Reeves. Bruiser will be here a second. We got Bruiser in the chat. What you trying to show us, Swing?
Oh man, they talking about that PS5, man. Oh shit!
I don't know if I get it.
So basically, the new PS5 just come with like 3 little lines in it. So they was like, the PS5 is just got Spice Adams just got the 1 toothpick in his mouth, and then with the PS5, it's the same picture but with 3 toothpicks.
Okay. I got you. Shout out to the PS5 and Sony, man. We also got D Money Clean, Shayna Flores, Doug Will, what's going on, brother? Dale Matthews, Christopher Matthews. Let's see. Shout out to everybody, man. Matt G. Sue JR panel. Hope y'all are doing well. Chat Ninjas Assemble. Frenchie K says, peace to the chat and the panel. Congrats, Ruth, on your new podcast.
I was with Trev on an episode.
The trash room. If you guys get a chance, man, hey, do me a favor, put the link in the chat and I'll go ahead and drop it. Make sure y'all check out that interview that Trev Smooth did. He interviewed Ruth, and she has some interesting things to say.
Very interesting.
Yeah, she gets to dive a little bit deeper into her mind to see how she really feels. I know she's always in competition, but this was a moment where she could relax and be herself and rest in her femininity. And also check out Trev's new studio, man. He did a complete upgrade, man. I must say, Trev, he inspires me, man, to go a little bit further. I have to be careful with my words, man, because you guys got the pause thing going on.
I was waiting for it.
If you would have said that, yeah.
It's in your mind now.
Right.
Pause in your mind.
What's going on, King Talk, brother? Welcome.
Bless.
All right, there we go. All right. So let's go and get this show started, man. Again, hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Go ahead and share the stream. It's going to get an excellent episode for you guys. We're going to go ahead and open it up. So I came across this video, right? And it's Revolt News. So the people over there at Revolt, they had a segment going on that was going simultaneously with the debate. And so they had a little pre-show that they was doing, and then they played the debate, and they were having some conversations in between, which was interesting. So I kind of broke it up into 3 or 4 parts. I do want to get you guys' reaction to it. What's going on? Marcus over there.
No, I'm trying to get something that ain't as bright in my eye. Don't pay me no mind. I'll turn the camera off.
It's kind of hard, man. Caught my attention, like the police pulling up behind you. But yeah, so I came across this, man. It's interesting dialogue. We're gonna go ahead and break that down first. LD, a member of 17 months, says that Sherelle, you made it through the hurricane. Cool. Is the hurricane down there? It's happening right now?
It's in New Orleans, yeah.
Oh, in New Orleans.
The lights is off and it's flooding. So,
okay.
But it's normal to New Orleans people.
Okay. I thought it was Texas. Isn't something coming to Texas?
No, it missed us. It missed Texas. Thank God.
Well, that's good to hear, man. That I missed you guys. Shout out to everybody that's in New Orleans. I know it may be a difficult time. I can't see myself living there, but I do like to go there and visit. But I think it was kind of unusual not seeing some of the siding along the bottom trim in the Walgreens. I'm like, damn. And then when it flooded, I'm like, I'm not getting off of this damn. I was thinking I was on one of those little trolleys. I said, I'm not getting off of here. So I got a lot of stuff going on.
I used to live in New Orleans. Well, in Metairie. It was nice. I had a fun time in Louisiana.
Okay. It might be a fun time, man. It's just not for me. I don't want to have to take cover every other day. It rained too damn much. It rained. People just be walking out like it's a normal day because they just see the rain every day. So shout out to all my New Orleans people like that. By the way, I like y'all accents too. So go ahead and speak up today, Sherelle, so we can get an accent. Anyhow, let's go ahead and dive into it. So I came across this video, man. Interesting discussion. I want to get you guys' reaction. We'll play the first part. Here we go.
Real, can I ask you a real question?
Sure.
Are y'all feeling the way that she's with a white man? Are we gonna be honest?
No.
I just wanna know.
I didn't have a chance.
I mean, you know.
Yeah. So you know you're not. But is that an issue? Like I want to really.
That's a great question.
Like,
you know what?
But
here's what it boils down to.
So hold on. Let me just put this out here. Wait a minute. I'm feeling some resentment in the building. I just want to put the conversation out there, and we're gonna do more of these shows because I want to bring it back and have a conversation on relationship and all of that. But I just want to put it out. Black women, we feel away. I'm just gonna keep it real. Black women gonna keep it real. We feel away when we see like if Obama had a white wife, we would feel away. Raise the hand. When we feel just like a little bit of a way, we're gonna be honest about it. Let's be real about it. What sister's gonna be real about it? I'll be real about it. They don't want to tell y'all. They will feel away. So I just want to know. So we're looking at all of the black congressmen with their white wives, but I want to just keep it all the way a buck. I just want to keep, and all Republicans, by the way. I just want to keep it all just a buck. I mean, I just want to say that is because I talk to black men all the time. You know, we went to Chicago to barbershops. I engage a lot with black men, and I just want to, since we're here with all black folks, let's just be honest. There's some men. If Denzel Washington had a white one, we feel away. Not so much if somebody, you know. So I just want to be honest about it. Is that a part of it? Is it because I've heard black men say it. I've seen black men say it. If she has that white husband, I got a problem with that because who she sleeps with, like Dr. Umar Johnson have said, and many others said, makes a difference in how they feel in her support for black men. Are we going to be honest about it or are we going to play about it?
That's a very true statement.
It's a true statement.
It's a very true statement. And I mean, she's not going to do too much that's going to make Thanksgiving dinner uncomfortable. She doesn't go by her married name because she doesn't want y'all to remember that she's married to a white man. She's never birthed any black children. So while she's acting like she's about to be the mother of America, you've never had children yourself. And then you go around, you know, parading to
do you have children?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do have children. Mm-hmm. So you got a problem with women that don't have children?
I don't have a problem with women who don't have children. I have a problem with people making it seem like children are going to be, are the end of everything. I don't like people discouraging women from having children.
Where does she do? I'm just curious. When does she discourage?
Well, whenever she comes to the AUC, the main topic of discussion is abortion.
Okay.
As if, and I mean, unfortunately, she fits the narrative. Unfortunately, reproductive rights in terms of abortion. They don't talk about allocating any money to fibroid research or endometriosis research or PCOS research.
I agree with it.
All things that disproportionately affect black women and their
hold on.
infertility.
Wait a minute. Let's just now.
That's reproductive health.
I will.
And she's a black woman.
Let's be clear.
And I heard her speak
Reproductive
on
health. Well, let's hold on. Wait a minute. I agree with you on that because they do need to talk more about. We were talking about it in the dressing room about fibroids and IUD because I do want to say that white women are the ones pushing the narrative with abortion. Let's get that clear. Let's stop acting like this is a black woman issue. No, let's get this clear.
Every election, it's black women will die unless abortion is
right.
accessible.
But I'm talking about the reality. The reality is when you look at the women who are advocating for abortion, because we gonna I'm a mother too. So you talking to a fellow mama. So we're gonna talk about this and we're gonna stop putting this stigma on black women. I'm not talking about Harris. I'm talking about me and you, mother to mother. It's really important. I want to lay this out and then we'll get to you, brother. But let's stop putting this black women are talking about abortion because when you look at these abortion, let me finish. When you look at these abortion rallies, it's white women out there doing it. You know why? Because they got the Ring Before Spring program. So it's not that, did I say it? They got the Ring Before Spring program. In case y'all don't know what that is, these white women are the ones that flipped from Trump to Biden, went from Obama to Trump and back to Biden, and they'll be the ones deciding this election versus Roe versus Wade. Because black women, just let me hear you out, because y'all know y'all love talking about single black women, that's your favorite term. Black women have learned that I'm gonna be all right, me and my son, with or without you. So black women have been conditioned, unfortunately, because of the black family issues, been conditioned to say, I'm gonna have my baby anyway. I'm gonna be all right anyway. It's the white woman that's sitting up talking about, let me get the abortion, because they train their young girls that if you have a baby, a ready-made baby, you are now damaged. So this is what we know based on facts. So I just want to be clear. I understand the abortion issue, and I tell Democrats all the time.
But I want to be clear. I wasn't saying that.
I know, but I just want to be clear because I don't want that stigma out there just running with the trolls in the comments. I want to be clear that black women are not the ones. That's why you don't see us in the pussycat hats and all of that talking about abortion.
The ones they're promoting this too.
Yeah, but
you're
no,
going to die
and that's where I'm disagreeing with you, because the thousands of women that are out protesting for abortion are white women.
And
that's the bottom line.
Black women that we need
right, but
abortions.
it's white women though. But we ain't out there though, sis. So let's be clear.
But they're telling us that.
But who gives a damn what they telling? We want to be clear.
So how did this become to the attention of Kamala
let's not move the goalposts.
The white women.
The bottom line is black women are not advocating for abortion, but I agree, and I don't like them. And I challenge. Baby, listen, black women do what we want to do. White women don't tell us what to do. We tell white women to do.
Okay.
So let's be clear. But I don't know what kind of black women you are, but we the type black. I want to be clear. It's important that we be clear about that. Though,
white women hold positions of power that we don't.
Well, maybe they control you. They don't control the sisters. But listen, I'm telling you that I agree.
Like the white men.
Are you hearing what I'm telling you, or you ain't listening?
I'm listening.
I agree that Democrats.
I just feel like you're trying to make my point something that
I'm not trying to make it. I just want you to listen. Democrats do a terrible job in talking about reproductive health as far as fibroids. We were literally in the dressing room talking about fibroids, and I said they really need to be talking about fibroids. They really need to be talking. I was in real time on the phone with my daughter and her doctor while I was getting my makeup done. So I am agreeing with you that they do not talk about the reproductive health. They do not talk about IVF. They do not talk about birth control helping us with our very painful menstruation. I am telling you that Democrats fail in that area. Where I am gently correcting you is that white women are talking about abortion, not the sisters.
All right, that's the first part, man. We'll start with you first, Sherelle. What are your thoughts about it, man?
I think the lady in the middle is just trying to overpower sense. If she would have did any research, she would know that the group that does baby deletions the most are black women. And this whole concept of black women have learned that we can do it by yourself. No, you taught the community that you can't. You fucked up the whole community trying to do it by yourself. Because as a woman, you can't raise your son to be a man. And now your sons are like very immature and overly emotional. And actually, that's the lead cause of the majority of our problems right now. So just saying that, oh no, black women just taking care of their kids and getting over it and dealing with it, so we don't care about the reproductive rights, while at the same time, we have the highest percentage of us deleting the babies. Just seems like her information is off. She just wants to run with her narrative. This whole we run white women, we don't run shit with our mouths. Now we trying to do better, but like don't try to throw don't gaslight us into thinking that we just gonna accept the bullshit that we going through. No, we want them delete them baby deletions rights because we're the ones at the clinics. So that's cap, and we're not doing a good job at raising these children alone. And I don't know how many statistics gonna have to come out to say that it's not appropriate for anybody of any demographic, race, or anything. So yeah, white people should hold the standard that yes, I don't want you thinking you're just gonna be out here having a bunch of single mothers running around, because they know how detrimental it can be to a community, because we're the guinea pigs for that. They saw what it did to ours. So yeah, they're holding a standard like, no, if that man ain't gonna marry you, ain't gonna stick around, you don't need to be having his baby. So she's wrong. I think that we should focus on more proactive than thinking that we can just use baby deletions as birth control, because a lot of women are using it as birth control instead of being preventative. So I just think she's all over the place with her message. She needs to Google something, read a book, something.
Okay. What's your thoughts about it, King Talk TV?
I'm still trying to pick which part I really want to comment on. So if you spin back to me, I'll be able to give a more in-depth breakdown.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Trey.
All right. So I'll definitely say Homegirl on the white was spitting. And Sherelle was absolutely right. The one that was in the black, I'm sorry I don't know their names, but yeah, the one that was in the black was absolutely trying to drown her out. And a lot of people will do that. They'll speak louder just to seem like they're more right, just so they could kind of shut the other person up, so their point will be muted because they can't be refuted. And that's the issue that we're having. As far as reproductive rights, I normally kind of stay aside from that because I think that is an issue that women have their voice on that, and quite frankly, whatever the majority of women say towards that is likely going to happen. So I generally don't, because I don't have that perspective, right? And me personally, as far as my beliefs, I'm not really with that. But who am I to really jump in on that? What I do encourage women to do though is not use it as a plan C, because that's pretty much what it is. They go past plan A, skip past plan B, and now that's plan C. And using it as birth control, like Sherelle said, is just not cool. Not cool. And we could go here and try to like say, okay, well, when is it a life and when is it a life? We could avoid all of that by just practicing responsible behavior. It's not like we don't know how babies happen. There's so many precautions that you didn't take by the time that you get to that point. It's senseless to have to revert to that. We understand that there are special cases where maybe you were assaulted or whatever, but even then, you can kind of be proactive about that, or at least immediately reactive, and not make it such a savage event as to what happens later on. So we just got to be more responsible with that. The point about sisters not following the white women is bogus, because this whole feminism thing was certainly white women issue. They eventually jumped on it, but it was white women who were pushing for the feminism, and mostly white women who were responsible for the perversion of feminism, which we have today, which is, in my opinion, woman dominance is what, or women supremacy is what a lot of them are seeking. It's becoming more extreme now, as to where men are afraid to even talk to a woman that you like. And there's obviously certain things that men should do. They should have tact. They should have, there's certain things that men should be, and there's certain ways you should approach. But most or a good portion of successful relationships started at the workplace. And right now, that's a scary thing. That's a scary thing. And I understand if you were trying to terrorize someone, that's a different ballgame. But now you can't even shoot your shot without catching a bad one, right? And in the street, like how do you even meet people anymore? If you're not on the apps, then you just really going to get no play, because there's almost no place that it's a go where you could push up on a female now without it being an issue. And I think that's kind of weird right now, because that's how people met, right? People would have conversations, they would talk, and they would shoot their shot. And it's still expected for men to pursue, but it's so dangerous too that a lot of men will just avoid the situation altogether. But I'm definitely with homegirl in the white. She was trying to make much more valid points, and she was effective at it until she was drowned out.
All right. I appreciate you. Go ahead, DJ.
Oh, I forgot. We don't get all the way around the world and back. Okay. First of all, hello to everybody. Okay, so first of all, I mean, we're pushing on Kamala that she's pushing pro-choice, but I think that is fair enough to say that is a Democratic Party thing and not just a Kamala thing. And As far as pro-choice and pro-life, I just kind of feel like I do err on the side over people just having autonomy over their own body, just because ultimately they have to deal with the outcome of their decisions ultimately. So there, for example, there is this party that's pushing pro-life is also anti-child. I mean, when the child is actually born, what are they really willing to do for that child? Are they willing to extend the resources necessary? Because a lot of these women and men that are saying that they're not ready to have these children come into the world are usually poverty stricken. Hence why a lot of Black women are disproportionately choosing abortion as an option. A lot of Black women do have issues with their finances or their current standing in life, whatever that may be. And I think that it's really hard for us to judge unless we walk in that person's shoes. So who am I to tell somebody whether or not they should have a child? I'm not going to be there to give them, childcare, babysitting. I'm not going to be there to supply very expensive Similac or food or any of the resources that a baby requires. So I think that we have to be careful when we're telling other people what to do with their lives. When the baby actually gets here, we kind of throw our hands up and say, you got this. So, and I also think that necessity is the birth of invention. And when I say that, I mean a lot of women are not choosing to raise their children alone. They're forced to in a lot of cases. So unfortunately, they do have to have those thoughts when they get pregnant. And a lot of women do have this thought. When some women get pregnant, they have to think, okay, if I have this baby, if he's here or not, can I handle this? Can I do this? Is this something that I can handle on my own if that ends up being the outcome of this situation? And if the answer comes back no, that's something that you really do have to weigh heavily on, because the responsibility is ultimately on you. A man can walk away, a woman can't. So, with all of that being said, um, listen, I'm not quick to judge. I do understand the points previously made. No, abortion is not should not be used as birth control. If that choice is exercised, it should be exercised responsibly and carefully.
All right, go ahead, Ruth.
Hey guys. I think that the host was being rude, over talking the guest. If you're gonna be hosting, you gotta take a step back and let people speak. And so once the girl was agreeing with her, she was like, yeah, she let her talk. But as soon as there was a disagreement, let me check you, like, and all of that is like, it's really unprofessional. Let people speak. And it seemed like she knew some things, but then she twisted it to her own reality. She bent like I agree with Sherelle, like we are the ones getting the most abortions. I didn't see the numbers, but let's say the truth. Why are you hiding that? Why are you deflecting when you saying Kamala said this and you're like, oh, let's get off of Kamala right now. It's just, we can see you maneuvering just to make yourself look good, and you going by your emotions and not real facts. So that's the issue. I'm pro-life personally. I don't hear many people say they're pro-life, and they're just kind of quiet about it, in my opinion, from what I hear. But it seems like the pro-choice people are very loud about it, and some people push it on others. Everybody has their own thing that they want to do with themselves, but when you're in leadership and you're pushing this, and you're saying this is what is okay, this is what you need, you should do this, we should fight for it. My problem with politicians is like, you want to hit those hot button topics that everybody's going to like, if you talk about religion and sex and certain things, everybody's going to go crazy. That's what they focus on. They're not focused on real problems and real solutions. So to me, you just playing in my face. And you think that, like, if you're going to bring up abortions, or the A word, bring up the 40 million black children that has been deleted since it happened. Bring up that the clinics, or 78% of them were put in black neighborhoods. Be fair. Say the whole truth, not just what you think is cute, because there are little girls that are going to hear this and think that this is the norm. Like, women tend to kind of make decisions in groups. What is the group doing? How are we wearing our hair, and how are we dressing? And so we're very influenced by other people. So and somebody said something about men can walk away, but a woman is walking away when she has an abortion. So you are choosing to walk away. So it's a very important that you take that, but there's a lot of consequences for the men when they do it. But we want no consequence. We want to live in a fairy tale world. You can just do whatever you want. It's no consequence, but that's not real life. And that's what you're teaching your children. That's what you're modeling. So you do it, then your daughters are going to do it. And then y'all be confused why there's nobody in the family line. Like, we're hurting ourselves. We're hurting our community. You know, we got to go back to supporting one another when we are going through it. So people like to step in when the child gets pregnant, but they don't want to step in when the child has a boyfriend. They don't want to step in when you're boy crazy too early. The aunties and the uncles not pulling them to the side like, look, you're not ready for this. This is what's going to happen if you keep going down this road. They pushing them to go on dates. They're pushing them to do things that grown-ups can do. How you going to go on a date? You don't have a job. You don't have none of this. Y'all just like, oh, look, they so cute together. They be 5 years old and planning husbands and wives for their kids. You know, like we push that. That's our culture to say that's cute. And then we surprised when kids get pregnant early, or we're not modeling the right behavior. We're going to say we grown, we can do whatever we want to do, but then we get confused when our teenagers pop up pregnant. So you have to lead by example. That's it. If you don't lead by example, then shut up and don't lead. That's all I have to say.
All right. Who was that over there? Was they agreeing or just go ahead, King Talk?
I want to say that typically when it comes to abortion, pro-life, and those things, I keep it simple. If you don't have a womb, stay out of womb business, right? Currently, if I asked guys what laws are on the books that regulate men's bodies, there will be silence in the room. Nobody's saying that at 16 or years old, in order to get a driver's license, you should go get a vasectomy. And that when you're ready to have children, you can go ahead and have it reversed. I think it's ridiculous and hypocritical to try to regulate women's bodies. If a woman's not accepting your last name, if she's not accepting your leadership, you shouldn't offer her your semen. Problem solved. I've never met a woman who got pregnant without a man. So, I mean, that's just where I stand on that whole like pro-life abortion stance. Like this DJ So Lovely said, there aren't enough programs for the kids when they're born, right? So we got to figure out some other way other than threatening doctors and threatening parents with jail time, because we're gonna wind up with all these, you know, back alley abortion clinics and people dying from septic poisoning and all types of other stuff if we don't be careful. And they don't really care about the lives. The problem is there's an awareness that by 2050, minorities will be the majority. So they want to repopulate the rest of the society. And that's the only reason. And the next thing somebody touched on that I wanted to mention is, from my understanding, feminism was started by the Rockefellers because they came up with this very easy understanding that currently they're only 50% of the population is taxable because only men are working. So they started putting in things like Cosmopolitan magazines and other magazines, the idea of female independence. That mantle was picked up by white women, and everything in its extreme form is toxic. When you're trying to create equality, the pendulum swings far to counterbalance the fuckery that was happening before. So you're going to have extremists in the feminist movement because there were extreme dudes that they were dealing with before there was a movement. There were guys that were looking at you as a possession, rather have you barefoot in the kitchen. So we're going to have to find that middle ground, and they're going to be extremists in the process of finding that middle ground. But let's not point strictly to the extremists. You know, there's extremists because it was extreme the other way. That's how we find balance.
All right. Hold on, Marcus. I'm coming to you. Just let me play a little bit more of the clip and then I'll come to you.
Our community has aborted 25 million children.
And how many white folks?
And what white folks do don't set the standard in the black community.
I just want to make sure we get the facts.
We need to measure ourselves on our own performance.
No problem. I just wanted to know the white folks. That's all.
Fair enough. We've aborted 25 million children, and it's my opinion that the world is better with those children in it than not. Okay, abortion is in many ways a very difficult topic for a lot of people to deal with. But what we're really not talking about is the root issue, which is premarital sex. Premarital sex is the most significant issue.
You against premarital sex?
So I am actually. As of today.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I am as of today. So as of today, yeah. So dig, right? So no, wait, because we got a whole bunch of people in the crowd who gonna claim that they from the community, and I ain't perfect. So hold on,
you keep talking about you're from the community. We all from the community.
Stop. Let me for the cameras.
Are you married?
For the cameras in the view, I can lay my resume. I can lay my family resume on the face.
Are you married?
I'm running for you.
No, just a yes or no. Before you move forward, you want to set the
running for you. I'm a grown heterosexual black male. Hold on, no, stop. Who has benefited?
He won't answer.
For the cameras. For the cameras. No, I'm gonna give you more than you asked for.
No, but I just want this one to answer. No, but I don't want one to ask for. I just want to know. Yes or no?
I'm a black male who benefited from the abortion program.
No, I didn't ask you that. I asked you one. You did this last time.
At 18 years old, I benefited with another sister from abortion. But that don't mean that I don't know that it's wrong.
Right.
See, one of the issues we have in our community.
Relax, soldier. Relax.
The issue that we have in our community.
Hold on, tone it down. Relax.
Fair enough.
Come on, you foaming at the mouth. Relax, baby. Relax. You foaming. Relax. But I know I need to know this because they want to know.
So listen.
No.
I'm a divorcee with a fiance.
No.
I'm a divorcee with a fiance and children. You see what I'm saying?
Let's stop, because you the one threw it out there. So I just want to know yes or no before we move forward. Are you married? Yes or no?
I'm engaged.
So
I got a beautiful black female. I've been married, right? And I've also leveraged the abortion system.
I just asked you a simple question.
It has no bearing on the point.
So bottom line, she ain't getting none tonight.
It has no bearing on the point.
I just want to make sure. The people want to know. Ma'am, you ain't getting none tonight because he said as of tonight. No, we're not going to
You are diverting from the real issue here. The real issue is people don't want to be accountable to the fact
we accountable, but man, you ain't getting none tonight. That's damn shame because he looked a nice looking man. And he said
abortion
you ain't.
is being used.
We got all that, but I know you ain't getting none tonight, man. Make sure y'all stay tapped in. We got the real issue. We just want to know was you married, and he said he ain't getting none. 90 seconds. We gonna get back. I ain't gonna let you do.
Because the uncomfortable truth. The news media don't want you to hear the uncomfortable truth.
Raise your hand. We just want to know.
That's it. I've called it like it is. I've called it like it is.
Baby, we gonna talk about abortion. Relax. But I told you this last time.
We was gonna go back. You wanted me to jump in, so I ran in.
You got to lay out the premise of the argument.
So I'm trying to get there.
Since you said you don't believe in no, because I needed to know that before we got to the debate. We need to know because we need to know if you was gonna get something.
Hey man.
We move it. This is one of my best friends, y'all. As of tonight, we get to
listen.
All right, go ahead, Marcus.
To murder babies or not murder babies? That is the question. I can't go along with murdering babies. I'm sorry. I used to be pro-choice, but now, like, I look at my kids and I'll be like, damn, what if I would have made a dumbass decision and killed these beautiful babies in front of me? I regret that for the rest of my life. And I don't like it. It's not like women is born with an abortion button and we take it away from them. Like when people make it seem like abortion is part of the process. That's not a part of the process. Not having sex, getting pregnant, having sex, those are parts of the process. period, like all of those things naturally occur. Like making abortion a natural right seems extremely weird to me, that we like celebrated and make songs about killing babies. It's something wrong with a society that think that's okay, that will promote like everybody fucking, and I've been part of that too, but I wore condoms, that'll promote everybody fucking, and then put a mobile abortion station in front of a political convention. We are at a sick place. That shit is wild. But in regards to that lady, yeah, I watched that interview. Shout out to all the beautiful, feminine, articulate.
Go get somebody. Hey man. We moving. This is one of my best friends, y'all. As of tonight, we get to.
What happened? Oh, you can hear that?
Yeah, it's
my bad.
Yeah, the beautiful, feminine, articulate women that can express themselves and don't operate like that. I think it would be hard to have a conversation with her doing that to you. Anybody, man or woman, just steady. I'm in charge. Shut up. I'm in charge. Shut up. While you trying to make your point? That shit it's hard to speak to people when they acting like that. It's real hard to speak to people when they acting like that. I wanted to comment on the first video, but you moved along so fast. So yeah, you can go to the next person.
So you can go ahead and speak on that first video. It's all one video. I was just trying to get the clips out so we can get through it, but you can comment whatever you want, whether it's the first, second, or third, fourth video. But I'll come back to you. Go ahead, Sweeney.
Oh shit. First and foremost, I do want to address the part where they were talking about abortions, and she was talking like she derailed the conversation because the lady didn't say that Black women are talking about abortion. She said Kamala is coming to our community and talking about abortions, which that is a fact. It's a major part of her platform. It's a major part of her political agenda. So she does go into these spaces, and one of the main things that she talk about is abortions. And the lady had fair concerns when she spoke about, well, if you want to talk about reproductive rights, let's talk about all reproductive rights or reproductive issues like thyroid and all of that. That was a fair thing for someone to say, and that was the perfect time to segue into some real issues, right? But instead, she derailed the conversation to have a conversation about whether Black women are talking about abortions or not. And I don't think that was I don't even think that was necessary to the conversation. With that being said, I can say that I'm probably lean more towards pro-choice than I do pro-life, because I have no problem utilizing the chop shop if need be. Haven't had to, God, you know what I mean? Glad I haven't had to since since I've been on this earth. But so do most Americans. Majority of Americans are also pro-choice.
Sweet, you don't think it's crazy to call killing babies the chop shop? This is a sick place that we in right now. Yeah,
I mean, I think it's a lot of things that we do that. I think it's a lot of things that we do that's crazy. So
fair enough. Fair enough.
So, but like majority of the country, I don't even understand why there's such a heavy part of her platform, considering the fact that all they did was make pro-choice a state issue. And she's trying to make it back a federal. She's running her entire platform on trying to bring it back to the federal. Majority of the states in this country allow abortions. There's only 14 states that I think outlaw it outright, but majority of the states are are friendly for abortion. So for the most part, go to the state that offers abortions. This is not a real issue. There's so many things that is going on in the Black community that we can talk about. And honestly, I can be real with you. You solve a lot of those issues, abortions will fall through the floor anyway. How about we talk about that shit? specifically over that. We ain't got to talk about that today, but like on the national stage, when you a politician and y'all having political conversation, putting the cart before the horse. A lot of the issues that y'all have, that the Black community have, would be abortions would be solved if you fix those issues first. Because if you think about it, majority of the reasons, I think one of the ladies said it on up here, majority of the reasons why a lot of women are having abortions because they don't have the finances, they aren't ready for a child because, you know what I mean, because of finances or not being able to take care of a child. You put Black people, you address some of those issues, we'd be there. I did want to talk about something that King Talk mentioned. I don't think that it's fair to bring up something as far as men's body autonomy and a conversation about abortion because it's under the fact that we can't have children. So it is an issue that is unique to women, but it is something that affects us all. Abortions don't affect us all?
No, yeah, it was like, it made it seem like it was a woman-only problem in terms of how people get pregnant. Maybe I misunderstood you.
No, don't. JR, come back to me, bro. I lost my train of thought.
My apologies. I don't usually cause this much trouble.
Oh, you good, man.
All right.
Go ahead, Law.
Man, I saw that clip earlier, right? What's up, everybody? I know I'm a little late, man. My bad. You know what I'm saying? But, man, I saw that clip earlier. Oh, girl was insufferable and unbearable. It was hard to even sit through that because I couldn't imagine, like, is that wrong to just shut up while somebody, like they on the show? You have to keep yelling, I'm the boss, I'm the boss, I'm the boss. You might not be the boss. You know what I mean? The brother couldn't even make one coherent point because you wouldn't shut up. You just steady yelling over the top of them. You want to be the center of attention. I get it, whatever. But it was unbearable. As far as abortion, I try and, stay out of that one because though I don't agree with it, I understand somebody's situation. And as men, we don't really have a choice either way it goes. You know what I'm saying? It's not our decision. You know what I mean? Regardless of what happens, we don't hold those rights. So I don't even really try and get into that discussion. If they want to argue about it and decide on if they can or can't, let them do that. I don't really get into it.
Okay.
I have a quick question, and this is just for the men. All of the men that are pro-life and against abortion, how many of you are going to be willing to take a vow right now to not have premarital sex? I'm just curious.
I could take that vow.
Most of us are married.
Yeah, that's why though.
And then not only that, I mean, wouldn't it be more? Wouldn't it be a better vow?
Yeah, so lovely. I got a method where I pinch the tip of the condom. I never had a condom burst, and I always had successful post-sex, no baby scares.
Well, sometimes when you do that, women end up in the abortion clinic. So.
I did forget to mention when I say I'm pro-choice, I'm pro-choice across the board. Not just pro-choice for women, but if we gonna have it on that side, then we gotta have it on the other side.
What is
pro-choice? If a woman gets to go to the chop shop, a man should be able to walk away. If she can go and drop her kid off in a box and say, I don't want this kid no more, and she can go to the chop shop, a man should be able to walk away.
How many times should a guy be able to make a single mom before he gets a vasectomy?
That's a great question.
How many times should a woman be able to have an abortion before she go to jail for murder?
You know what? I'm with her.
I was gonna ask. I guess about as many times as a woman's allowed to get an abortion.
It's triple homicide, and you need to do life.
So I feel
for
like
every life that you take, do 25. And
there's
I bet you they stop letting randoms nut in them. Like, you have to have consequences behind your actions too. You telling me, oh, they're gonna end up in the chop shop? You rather end up in a chop shop? First of all, the abortions you could die there at Planned Parenthood. You rather do that Then close
can
your
also die
fucking
giving birth.
legs. You
So
rather do that than
I
close
want
your
to
legs. You
add to
rather
her
delete
what she's saying
children.
real quick.
That's crazy.
I don't disagree with you, Sherelle. I do think that there are nuances in this conversation. Like, I don't think any of us are completely wrong or right. I think there should be a limit. Like, you should not, okay, once, maybe twice. But I mean, how many times are you going to keep repeating the same mistake over and over? I think I agree with that. There should be a limit. So I feel like there's gray areas there that we should explore as opposed to it being all or nothing.
But see, if you get into the statistics, you got to understand that it's not the majority of women doing it. It's either they've never ever done it or they've done it multiple times. So it's either a woman has never had a deletion or she's had 2, 3, 4 of them.
Okay, I don't know women like that, but I don't know the statistics to comment on that. But what I will say is that I do think there is gray areas and nuances, but I don't think that it should be a complete line in the sand, like either you can or you can't. Because as I said, you know, there are people that just they're not in the most ideal situation. And as King Talk TV said, it takes two. So while we're sitting here and judging the women, ultimately both parties are the reason why they're in that circumstance in the first place.
I want to say this, and in response specific to the young lady who mentioned about women getting locked up. Unfortunately, now if there are guys in the room that want to correct me, I feel like from my experience as a man, I know just as many men who get women pregnant on purpose as I know women who get pregnant to try to keep a man. I know plenty of guys that have no desire to keep the woman, but they want to keep the coochie, so they come in it. Right? So at the end of the day, you're probably gonna have to punish both sides, right? Because if men want to be called leaders and they want to use phrases like provide and protect, then providing and protecting the sanctity of her womb should fall under that description. A true leader takes responsibility for anything he can prevent. If you want to make it equal responsibility, then you're starting to make everything 50-50. Then everybody should wear boxer briefs.
When you say on purpose, what do you mean?
Like there are guys who will come inside of a girl because she's a baddie and he don't want nobody. He wants to keep her like a possession. I mean,
Yeah, but both parties know what happens. I think almost everyone knows exactly how babies are conceived. So I don't think there's really such a thing as on purpose. Like when you decide to mate, then that's on purpose. Like, you know what the consequences, you know what the possibilities are. And most of these guys are shooting the club up regardless of what. And if a woman doesn't want to have a child, then she should, at the very least, enforce a condom. Like, otherwise, you know what that means. It's a violation. He can't get away with that. So that's like, why the hell are we so bent on being reactive rather than proactive? Why are we so against precaution and trying to use this as a method?
It's just women that sabotage the condom. Guys never take the condom off.
Yeah, that could happen. But King Talk, let me ask you a question.
That's rare. That's extremely rare.
No, it happens a lot actually, and it happens.
What's the percentage?
No, it happened so much that they had to include that as a form of sexual assault.
So again, like I said, you can't get away with it.
When somebody removes a condom without your permission when you're having sex, that's a form of sexual assault. It's on the spectrum of rape. And it happens.
I know that, and that's why I mentioned that you can't get away with it. You can't do. That's what I'm saying on purpose. You can't get away with that. And if someone does that to you, then that's exactly what you should do. You don't allow it.
King Talk.
And
you don't allow what? Rape?
No, somebody.
You don't. You should be more responsible.
Hold on. You gotta be with that R word. So use.
I'm sorry. You don't allow what? You don't allow sexual assault. Do you think women allow that? I don't understand what you mean by that.
No, that's not what he's saying. What he's saying is that it's like via the state, like it's illegal for a man to actually do that. So they're not getting away with that.
That never stopped anybody from doing illegal things because it's illegal. They do it anyway.
Fair enough. But what he's saying is that there is an actual consequence for stealthing. That's what Trevor's saying. There's actually a consequence for a man doing that.
You have to, first of all, you have the burden of proof as a woman to prove that happened. And the second thing is, a lot of the times it results in a baby. So that's what we're referring to.
And I get that, but
So
what he's
is that
saying
not?
is that there is actually a law that protects women from that. But on the other side, if you think about it, there is no law that protects men from women putting holes in condoms and stealing, you know what I mean, and theft of semen. So there is at least laws on the board that protect women from that type of thing, even if because especially if it's considered, if it's even considered a form of essay, then that would be even grounds in a lot of states to even be able to get an abortion.
And I wanted to go back to that and let people know, like, it's not as easy to just leave your state and go and get an abortion in another state where it is legal. That's actually illegal. And there's consequences for that. You can't just leave your state willy-nilly, go to another state, get an abortion. It doesn't work. It doesn't really work that way.
So it's probably better in that situation to be more proactive than it is reactive, if that's the case. You know what I mean? And I think that's really what we're doing, is to try and push the proactiveness of it. And people get mad when I say it, but I think the bigger burden is on women to prevent unwanted pregnancy.
So
and
I
that's
think
mainly,
you're
hold
one
on,
of the people taking a vow to not have premarital sex.
I don't know. I've been married for the longest, so that don't matter. That's
okay.
Right.
So
Listen,
you're
what I'm saying,
of something that you're not.
But no, what I'm saying is, here's my thing. I have 3 daughters. One of them is an adult. She's 22. I don't teach them, if he tell you he's gonna be there, you can just let him shoot the club up, right? No, you want to teach your daughters to protect yourself, because you really have no say in what's going to happen if you do fall pregnant. You dig what I'm saying? The burden is going to be on you. Mama's baby, daddy's maybe. This nigga can turn around and run tomorrow, and you stuck there holding a baby with no commitment. So if you want to prevent premarital pregnancy, and you need to take those precautions, because it's going to fall on you regardless. Now, you might have a stand-up young brother that may really be there, may stick it through, marry you and all that shit. But the problem is, you can't determine that. So until you either get a commitment, stop giving men children that are not giving that commitment to you. Plain and simple, because he can't get you pregnant if you don't allow him to. A man, the only way he can have sex with you without your consent is grape. Right? You know what I'm saying? So if he won't wear a condom, if you don't want to take the contraceptives, the many contraceptives that are out there, and you won't tell him to put on a condom because you so in the moment, then you deserve what comes to you. Plain and simple. And that's how I'm saying it as a father, teaching my daughters, like, look, don't come to me talking about, he told me he was on the pill. See how stupid that sounds? Like, it don't work that way. So protect yourself, make sure you're good, because you're going to be the one holding the baby at the end of the day, regardless of what happens. So yeah, the burden is more so on women, because I'm not thinking morality, I'm thinking actuality.
Yeah. Okay.
So I subscribe to that philosophy that the men are the leaders as well. So we're supposed to protect the weakest amongst us, right? Is that yes or no?
Yeah.
So how can we not protect babies?
Yeah, but that's the thing. There's good and evil. Like, evil men still exist. So at the end of the day, as a woman, you cannot be saying it's my body, it's my choice before you allow somebody inside of your body. Because before I allow a man in between my legs, that's my choice. That's when it's my body. So if I know I can't afford a baby, then maybe I need to just close my legs. If I know that I can't afford a baby, maybe I need to watch my period track, or maybe I need to get an IUD. There's many contraceptives for me as a female. I can watch my ovulation process, and I can make sure that I'm stable enough, mentally stable, financially stable enough, that if this is to happen because I'm having sex, because the only way to prevent pregnancy is to not have sex at all. So that's what you should do. You can come out the womb not having sex. You were not having sex when you're first born. That's something you start participating in. But participate in it when you're a responsible adult and you can handle the consequences of having sex. And if you can't, then you don't need to be having sex. And then how about you choose a man that would stick around? Don't have men with, I would say this to all women, and I tell women this all the time. If a man did not marry you, he do not want a baby with you. That is it. The only way you know he wants a baby with you is if you have his last name. That's the only way you know. 100% he don't want no baby with you. No, no. If you wanted a baby with me, you'd have married me. I don't believe you. So if he said, I want a baby, I want you to have my baby, you lying. Because you would have married me. That's how it works. They don't want no babies. They want to play. They want to have raw sex. And then they want to leave you to raise your child alone, and you're going to sit there and struggle because that child support ain't going to help you when you got to wake up at 3:00 in the morning because your baby got a fever. Now you sitting in the emergency room. You got to call off. Now you late on your rent because you missed work. Your job, your boss tired of you calling. All of these situations that single mothers go through on a consistent basis, having to deal with these children alone. Like, we have to be the ones that are proactive about it because the whole entire community is being based off us raising kids by ourselves, and our communities is in shambles because of it. So we can no longer just give it up to the man. I understand that men are leaders, and the right men, the men who have a strong mind, are not dropping their seed anywhere. Newsflash, there is no man of no good work just putting his seed in random women. No good man of no good work does that. But there are a bunch of trash niggas doing it. So if he's trash and you're letting him deposit something inside of you, what are you? A garbage disposal? Ooh. We gotta do better. We gotta do better because they're gonna dip, they're gonna leave, they're gonna move around, and then we're gonna be stuck carrying this by ourselves. So no, it's no longer not the leader of my body. Because when they say they want to keep the baby, they say, no, I want to be a father, and you ain't ready to be a mother. What can they tell you then? You ain't a leader? Shit. I'm in charge of my body, and nobody is depositing a baby inside of my body. I am a woman. Okay, I've had premarital sex. I have never been pregnant. I know how to be proactive about this. So if I know I can do it, I know all women are capable. There is nothing special about me. Keep your legs closed. If you are not my husband, why would I have a child for you? That's ridiculous. What kind of mother am I if I'm not deciding what type of parents I'm gonna give my child? When I know that children need good parents to grow up as functional citizens and adults. And there's going to be ups and downs and stuff that come with that. But why wouldn't I want to give my child a good parent? 2 good parents at that. That's the first decision you need to be making. What kind of parents I want to give my child? What kind of mother do I need to be to my child? And what kind of father is my child going to need to be raised in this crazy society that we in? We gotta do better. I think that a lot of times the men, it may not be them needing to correct the women because it's so easy for us to dismiss them because they don't understand. So it's gonna be the women that's gonna have to talk to us because guess what? They're crippling us. They're crippling us when they don't hold us accountable. When society doesn't hold us accountable, they're crippling us. Our children are suffering. We are suffering. We are dying. We are getting sick. It's happening to us. We're victimizing ourselves. And then they want us to blame the men. It's not their fault. They don't even have the power or the autonomy over our bodies. We do. Don't fall for that. Don't fall for that like they have. No, there ain't no man on this panel who's gonna tell you a woman ain't never told him no. Yeah, some woman told them no, and they had to take that L and move on. So if you say no, that's your power right there. No, you can't come over here. You can't be in my legs. No.
And to add to that, if you close your legs, right? If men say they don't want to get married anymore, and you end up closing your legs and you don't have a baby by him, then you're in need of abortion. You didn't have a kid anyway. So everybody got to do their part and just cut it all out.
Really quickly, I hear what the young ladies are saying, but I also noticed that there has really been no accountability as far as the male side of this. Again, it takes 2 people, and the first part of pregnancy is the release of the seed. So we can sit here and say opening legs, but what about the release of the seed? And I think that we spend so much time telling women how to protect themselves from men, from pregnancy, from assault from this, from that. Don't wear that because you might get assaulted, instead of training our little boys to say, hey, don't assault people. Don't do that because you might be preyed on, instead of saying, hey, don't be a predator. So I just feel like we're always starting with the women and we're never, ever, ever talking to the men. Everything is a one-sided conversation. Close your legs. Hey, keep your dick in your pants. You know, there's two sides to this conversation, and it's getting lost because we're so busy browbeating women all the time and blaming women for everything, when there are two sides to this coin. A woman cannot get herself pregnant. And you're telling me that men want to be leaders except for when it really matters. So we're saying that, okay, you're the leader, I'm going to submit, except for this time. I'm going to have to take the lead. I'm going to have to be the proactive one. I'm going to be the one to make the decision. And then all the rest of the time, okay, now you're the leader.
So
If you're the leader, then be the leader. Step up and take the initiative. And like I said, if you're going to ask her not to get an abortion, I'm going to ask all the men to stop telling women when they say, I don't want to have premarital sex. I'm an adult. I have needs. I have urges, because a lot of women, they're very kind of meek in by nature, especially when they're young. And it's really hard for them to say, no, 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 when every man that they're running across is making them feel like they're ridiculous for demanding. But
DJ.
I didn't talk over anybody else. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, you
So
asked
I'm
questions. I
not
wanted to try
talking.
and
I
answer.
didn't.
Hold on,
Okay.
y'all. Let's make
Go
sure we.
ahead. Do your thing. Do your thing, sir. Do your thing.
She was responding to the women, so I think that we should be able to respond to her. The funny thing is that when we say my body, my choice, we are choosing to be the leader. In this scenario, this is the one time where we're leading. This word, it doesn't make sense. If you're the one time we're leading, we don't want any kind of responsibility. That doesn't make any sense. We don't want the consequences. We don't want the responsibility. I'm not a one that's going to load things up on women. But at this part, if you keep saying my body, my choice, and the law's on your side, and the law's telling you can make this decision, you can't just say, oh, but what about the man now? You see what I'm saying? At some point, I believe what Sherelle is saying is because she's saying we've been going down this path for so long. It's not working. At some point, we got to make a change. Even if we don't like it, even if we look like the bad guy, we got to say, you know what? If we're supposed to be the leaders of the Black community like they put on us, then let's lead in this area and fix it. We're not going to fix stuff if we keep blaming everybody else. That's not being a leader. And a good mom would do both and say, hey, you just instead of just talking to the daughter, they'll tell the boys, hey, you don't want to prey on women. You don't want to do this to women. You talk to your son and your daughter. You raise them both right. But you get to do that when you have a mom and a dad in the home, because you're going to miss some things as a mother. So if you have a dad in the house, he's going to get the missing part that you don't have. We're just trying to prevent single motherhood from completely destroying us into eternity. That's all we're trying to do. So I don't think it's anything wrong with stepping up and taking responsibility and say, you know what, ladies, we've been messing up. They've been getting over on us in this area. Let's fix it. There's nothing wrong with that.
And I would say the genuine thing is that I believe that no man can have sex with a woman without her allowing him to. I believe that men can only do what women allow. Yeah, men are the leaders, and we do submit to them, but we use our own autonomy to submit to their leadership because they've proven to us that we can trust their leadership, and they're usually more logical than us because that's the form of the brain that they stay in. So within society, because of how society is set, we submit ourselves unto their leadership. But before we do that, we still make a choice and a decision. So until majority of children are born out of rape or sexual assault, I'm never going to use that as an excuse, because the majority of women are not being raped, and the majority of these children are not being born from sexual assault, and the majority of these deletions are not being had because of sexual assault or deletions. It's because we're sexually irresponsible. We're irresponsible with our reproductive system. And if we're grown ass people, we need to be responsible about our bodies and the children that we are bringing into the world. And then the excuse is always, oh, well then what y'all gonna do for the kids? You was the one out there fucking. You want everybody to take care of your shit. This is your mess. Clean it up. The same way women don't want to put out their good plates and their good silverware. They give paper plates when people come to their house because don't nobody want to fuck up my good shit. Why you don't feel like that about your womb? That's your good shit. And guess what? Yeah, bad people want good shit. Bad men want good shit. Why are you allowing anybody access to your good shit? No. No. You can't touch my good shit. You ain't even my husband. You want my good shit? No. You want me to lay down and put my life in jeopardy to bring a whole life into this world and you ain't even gonna commit to me? What? No. Why are we allowing men to slide with that shit?
Mary, before you carry.
All right, let's go to Law and then Sweeney. Then I got another clip that I'm gonna play.
All right. So one thing I wanted to respond when DJ So Lovely was going, like you mentioned that why aren't we holding men accountable? That's all the world is based around, is holding men accountable. We are taught treat women this way. You have to do this. You have to do that. You have to be a certain way, even in order to get in a position to possibly get a woman pregnant, right? You are taught these things. And you can't sit here and say men are the leaders. We're not talking about all men. All men aren't leaders. And that's them two 16-year-olds having premarital sex. Which one the leader between them? So you need to teach the party that can have the most penalties bestowed upon them how to protect themselves, right? Because we were all that age at one point in time doing what we do, I'm sure. You know what I'm saying? And that puts you in a position to where something can potentially happen. So you need to take the necessary precautions. Boys only have one real scenario, two scenarios in prevention. Don't do it or a condom. That's pretty much it when you young. That's it. Ain't no 16, 17, 18-year-olds getting vasectomies. But we know those the main ones that's trying to be sexually active because that's just nature. That's how it is. So what we need to do is just make sure if we want this to be prevented, we go about it the right way. We tell them that's why you always have mothers be telling their daughters by the time they 15, 16, even if they're not sexually active, they start getting them on some kind of regimen a lot of times. And that's probably part of the problem too, why we so irresponsible when it does come to sex. Because it's all kind of scenarios. There's no shame in it. If something happens and you do end up pregnant, you have so many different scenarios. Nobody shames them anymore. Nobody's expecting you to, shotgun weddings? Those don't even exist no more. People will laugh at you if you thought you was going to make them get married because they got pregnant. You know what I'm saying? So I think we need to really be real about it. We know good and well, we do teach boys, hey, you can't treat that girl like that. You also teach your girls to protect themselves. Why? Because in multiple scenarios, you're more vulnerable, right? Women are targeted. You're more vulnerable. So let's say, for instance, we would say, oh yeah, don't wear that because if someone wants to take advantage of you, what you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? You want to put yourself in a position to where you don't have to worry about that. I can't decide on what crazy might see my daughter walking down the street. All I can do is tell her what to do to protect herself from those crazies that we know are out there. If people weren't crazy, we wouldn't need police. We wouldn't need, profilers and what have you. We wouldn't have serial killers and all this other mess. But you can't control that. But what we can do is teach each other how to protect themselves from potential danger because we know man is dangerous. That's it.
All right, go ahead, Sweeney, and then I'll play this clip. Then we'll get to Dara.
So I did want to try to answer DJ's question as logically as possible. So I start with this. The reason why this is solely, and I appreciate the women for solely having this conversation because they were the ones that said this. The reason why this is solely a conversation about women's accountability because it all started from the abortion argument. So we're literally talking about women who don't want to have children. That's the reason why they're going to go get the abortions. So logically speaking, if you don't want to have children, there are choices that you're supposed to make to ensure that you don't have children. I've often said people who are adamant on not wanting to have kids don't have kids. Every person I've ever met that said, I don't want a child, and they meant it, they don't have kids. So the reason why this topic is so women focused is because these are women who are saying they don't want children, but then they want to put the responsibility on the men for why they got pregnant. It's not their responsibility because you had a lot of options between between you not having sex and you having a baby, that you could have avoided having a child. So that's the reason why the conversation is solely on the responsibility of the women, because we're talking about women who don't want to have children but keep having children.
All right. Let me go ahead and put a little bit more of this clip.
I'm here because I wanted to be here right now in this room, in the city that I live in. I've never, seen a moment where somebody said, hey, we're gonna go watch the debate, and everybody in my age bracket is excited. Right. And I'm like, damn, this the new club. I'm like, let's go. And so to come in and witness this firsthand, I do notice that y'all get a little high key, a little hostile with the energy. And I wish y'all could kind of just keep it a little, well, it's nothing wrong, but it makes it hard to communicate.
No, we'll get through it.
Yeah, we will.
This is what family do. Let me speak to this.
True indeed.
Let me speak to this. If people can argue about who's the best rapper, if people can argue about who peed on who, if people can argue about who dated who.
And the only way for that to happen is I have to actively be present.
Right.
Here I am.
That's right. We appreciate you being here.
Yeah, straight up.
And also, even if you wasn't activated. See, my job being the hood was to go get people who's not activated.
Talk to me.
So nobody, since we got Christian folk, if you're not a Christian, then don't worry about it. But it's about walking among the people that are not activated. Hey. So when I was in the streets yesterday in Atlanta, I'm talking to the brothers literally homeless who are under the bridge. We got to get them in the fold. Anybody can talk to their own choir, but who can go bring people to go follow them up the hill? Yeah. So we want to be clear that this space is for those who are activated and non-activated, because that's Trump's beyond. Here's where I'll give Trump campaign some credit. They follow the what do they call it, the lost man or the unspoken man? What do they call it on your side? The forgotten man. Where they literally go and say, let me strategically peel off 1-2%. Let me go and get Icewear Vizzo in Detroit to peel off 1 or 2%. And you have people online saying, oh, why they got Icewear? He got clout in Detroit. Yeah. So while you ignoring that rapper in Detroit and saying, oh, he don't know what he's talking about, that 1 and 2%, the Trump campaign has been very strategic, whether y'all like it or not. They've been very strategic talking to those brothers that are not getting talked to. Yeah. So we want to be clear that the non-activated people are important, and we want them here too, and we're glad to have you.
All right, go ahead, Dara.
I was watching the show while I was waiting, and y'all all had some good points. I do feel like whoever the host is too much. It almost feels like she should just be on the show on her own. I don't see no reason why she have any guests, period. But I did want to, before I even touch on what she was talking about, it's about people that's non-activated and activated. I did want to speak on the abortion thing. First of all, the decisions for abortion or not to abort should, I would assume that they are based on your principles and morals. Whatever religious background or traditional background you come from. Like, what does that say? And do you walk by that? And then you can feel convicted by your decision or not. Me personally, if I'm having sex and I don't even want the child, and she says she wants the child, then we just have the child. That's the consequences that's the risk you take as a man when you're going out here having a kid. And if you're a woman and you having sex and you end up pregnant, you should have the child. I can only think of maybe one. There could be many, but I can only think of one reason why it would be righteous or justified for a woman to get an abortion, and that is to bring in the seed of someone who invaded her or violated her. I don't want to say the other word, but if I wouldn't recommend, and I think a woman is totally justified to prevent the offspring of someone with evil intent in their heart that just violated this woman and put his seed in her. So I think everybody across the board is good on that. But this argument about what if I don't want it or something like, I think one of the brothers said, oh, what if I don't want the kid and I just want to have sex? I mean, that's the risk you take. You know what I'm saying? You threw that decision out of the door when you went in there and you took the risk. And I think if a baby or if a child if conceived in that position, you should just take responsibility. So the non-activated and activated people. Just so before I say anything stupid or uneducated, can somebody tell me what that actually means? Because that's the first time I ever heard of that. Okay, I'll just guess then.
Well, I guess I was thinking when he said it, meaning that he was actually getting involved with what's going on as far as the like pushing policies or being behind something, standing for something. That's how I took it.
So let me get an understanding. So the people who are non-activated, does it make sense to? I mean, is it even useful to have a conversation with them if they don't know anything about policies or even aware of them or even care about them?
What's the question again?
If you could dumb down the conversation to a point, well, not dumb down, but turn the conversation to layman's terms where they could possibly understand how it affects them, then maybe. But if you're gonna have a high level policy conversation, yeah, it's pointless to go into detail about something that they may not understand or care about.
So if I rephrase my talking points to where they can understand it, and it'll be useful. But that's granted, I'm coming from an unbiased position myself. So like if I'm going to a person that's unactivated and saying, hey, look, we're gonna vote for this politician because they're gonna continue to keep government assistance, food stamp, welfare, and all that stuff in here. And they might look at that as a positive thing. But if I'm a person that says, hey, we're gonna vote for the politician that's gonna take away that, so it could spark some energy inside us to go and work and do the work ourselves, build wealth for ourselves, and get out of this stagnant place of being content with having these incentives that's just keeping us held in one place in the economic, a socioeconomic ladder or whatever. You get what I'm saying? Because that's me personally, that's the position I would come from. Because I wholeheartedly believe that some of the policies that certain politicians come out with does indeed keep you content with the situation you're in. And if you in shit and they're gonna take care of you while you in shit, you probably gonna stay in shit. But I'll yield and let somebody else go.
All right. Anybody else want to speak?
My computer had went out. What was the question that Darwin was answering? I want to. Do you remember the question?
Well, I think I was just saying, how is it useful to talk to somebody who don't even care, you're not even aware of policies or whatever that these politicians are pushing whenever they get elected into office?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So it's almost like, I think Sweeney stated last show when Kamala asked Megan Thee Stallion to come and dance. I don't know her background. I don't know if she's aware of policies and stuff. Maybe she is. I'm not going to attack her character because I don't know. She might be indeed know what the policies is, and she might back Kamala Harris. But are y'all saying somebody like her is not activated because of her lane in life? Or are y'all just talking about the people that are in poverty that don't even have access to even be educated on policy? Because I'm just trying to create some type of understanding of what group is considered activated and what group of people is considered non-activated.
So,
or is it this woke and unwoke thing or some shit? Another way of saying woke.
In a part of the interview, I was saying she was discussing how she leads initiatives for voter drives. So going to get unregistered people registered to vote, and getting people to volunteer and campaign, do door knockers and all that. So she was pretty much touting her ability to mobilize and organize, because she was having a bit of a pissing contest with the other young lady, Michaela. It wasn't even a bit. It was actually real bad. So we seeing pieces of it. It devolved real bad. It was embarrassing, really. Did that answer the question?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I get what you were saying, but I'm just, the activated people and non-activated still kind of blurry to me.
So the people who are undecided, not gonna vote, who are not leaning in one direction, who don't care who the issue may affect, but aren't understanding that it affects them. All of those would be considered unactivated people.
How can you
Activated meaning
identify
they
the
can count on
people?
their vote.
It's not
They
like they're
can like
wearing like a look. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How do you identify that group? Like it's not like they're wearing logos or some type of insignia. That, hey, look, I'm part of the unactivated crowd.
No, so political campaigns they measure these things with metrics where they go door to door and they knock on people's doors and ask, are you registered to vote? Who you're voting for? And they tally those things up.
Okay, I get it. So you actually manually got to go figure out who this group is.
Yeah.
Damn, that's a lot of work. But okay.
Yeah, they do this. They do it. You never had nobody knocking on your doors to push a candidate or to get somebody on the ballot or something on the ballot? They do it all the time in Chicago.
Bro, my nephew does that. My nephew, one of my nephews does that. He's in Wisconsin somewhere now doing it.
You never went to a gas station and they had one of them sheets where you sign up, they record your information so they can get somebody added? That's a form of activating people.
Are we allowed to do that?
Yeah.
Am I echoing? Am I echoing?
Oh, that's M. White.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, but are you allowed to go to somebody's door and say, hey, you need to vote for such and such because if you don't, the cost of this house, the taxes are going to increase. Is that even legal to do?
It's canvassing. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's very particular on exactly what you can say when you go, but I know canvassing is super common. You know what I mean? Like I said, my nephew's doing it. He does it often. That's all he do. You know what I mean? And he's canvassing right now for some Republican candidate up in Wisconsin. On the primaries, he'll go whatever their party is working. He knows how to get himself activated, so to speak.
Are there any like laws or restrictions on the style of canvassing?
That's something I have to ask him. I'm not sure. You know what I mean? I'm not sure. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure if there's anything you can't say, you know, when you go door to door and you go talk to these people.
Because I think I've seen a form of canvassing, not as a door-to-door presence, but more like an online presence. I think a post came in my algorithm saying that 70 or 80% of people was going to be out of jobs if somebody else, a particular person, is elected. Is that a form of canvassing?
So it's propaganda media. I guess you could say it's canvassing because they have a funnel that they sending this stuff out to. Hopefully because at the end of it was the donation requested, right? At the end of the ad to support the candidate. So I mean, you could consider that canvassing, but am I still echoing?
No, you good.
No, it's not. No, it's just he was echoing. Anytime you off mute, then anybody else talking echoes. That's what the problem is.
I do got a question about again on the topic of abortion. I think y'all was talking about stealthing or some shit like that. You know what? Scratch stealthing. I think somebody said, I don't know if it was this panel or one before, but we asked a particular person, hey, look, if your wife was violated and she ended up getting pregnant and you told her, hey, you need to get an abortion. And she said, no, I don't believe in abortion. I want to keep it. Would you divorce her? Is anybody on the panel would divorce their wife if she decided to keep the seed of the man who raped her?
Yeah.
Probably so. Because for me, it's so crazy to hear that because I know my wife. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you keep that? Like, really? Like, nah. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would be so far fetched from who I know my wife to be. Something we'd probably have to change some things because that's not who I know her to be. You know what I'm saying?
So is she justified to divorce you if you got raped and a woman that raped you decided to keep your seed?
No.
I personally don't think that's the same thing.
Why not?
Because here's the thing, you know, like, let's say for instance, a man, right? He comes into a new relationship with a child. The stepmother doesn't look at it, you know, she's not looked at like, oh, now I have to, you know, pay all his bills and just take care of this child. You know what I'm saying? As a man, you have to provide for whatever family you bring in. As a woman, you might just have to nurture, right? But it's not like you're looking at it where, oh, I'm gonna have to. Like a lot of times, women, they don't care because they're not gonna even see them kids like that. You know what I'm saying? It's not as big of a burden, I think, on a stepmother than it is a stepfather. I think it's just a different burden.
I think we're confusing this, right? Because we're saying this under the guise of someone being raped, right? And I don't think any man on this panel is against abortion when grape is the cause, right? Am I correct in that? So like any of us wouldn't say, hey, look, some dude raped you, and you decide like we wouldn't be against her getting rid of the child. So I would expect that if a man was forced, that you know what I mean. I don't
Or
think
life-threatening conditions, Sweeney. If your life is in danger by carrying the
right.
pregnancy, I don't got no issue.
Yeah,
with it.
like I said,
because I thought I heard MY say when I was listening that I think he started his premises on baby's life or something, like saving baby or taking babies' lives or murdering babies or something like that.
I did say that.
So was that like devout or I mean, like, is that conditional or that's conditional, right?
So in extreme cases, I think that it could be warranted, but it has to be early on too. Like, so say she 35 weeks pregnant from a grape, then I would just say put the baby up for adoption. I wouldn't want like it's fully a baby at that point. Right.
I get what you're saying. I'm just trying to digest how a woman would feel in that situation, carrying a baby 35 weeks and being told that you got to get a baby up for adoption. Because I'm just assuming that there's some type of psychological or emotional connection carrying a child, and only the woman can explain that. So I don't know if she would. I don't know if many women would be okay with that. And a woman on the panel could speak if they, you know.
Let's go ahead.
I'm not raising enough man rape babies. That's
Yeah.
not.
Oh, we gotta be cool with that R word, but let's get the ladies in there. Sherelle and Ruth, go ahead.
I say this lady has like a really bad attitude, and she's like being very domineering to say that she's the host of it, and she's kind of like ruining the conversation because conversations are usually different perspectives trying to paint a bigger picture, and she's kind of drowning out everybody else's perspective with her perception of the way things should be. So I just think that it's just untactful, and I would probably think if anybody had to watch this, it'd have been like very cringe. That activated, not activated shit is just some bullshit that's trying to make people feel like they better than the next person because they think they know something. The moment that you feel like you know something better than the next person, oh, I'm woke, oh, I'm activated, oh, I'm better. It's just some separative bullshit. Like, it's just you have an ideology that you're going down, whether you know if it's true or not, but you're so excited to learn new information. You think you're better than the next person who don't know the information, and you don't even know if the information is true. You willing to pass it on. So I think that's all that activated stuff is about. It's just another term to make yourself feel like you're more important than the next person. Oh, I'm out of the matrix. I beat the system. Sure. Okay.
What does she mean by black women tell white women what to do, and also I think she stated that black women can raise the kid on their own or something like that. I'm trying to figure out where she got this idea from.
But I answer the question.
Her mind.
Go ahead, Ruth.
Just before you switch the topic, Don. I know a lady who was raped by her dad, and she had her son. So her son is technically her brother as well. So, but she really loved her son. She was like one of those people that wasn't in long-term relationships and things like that. So I would be more like open to hearing from women that actually had the child, how they feel about it, because I was looking in the Bible and it was somebody called me a Bible thumper, Trev. But I had to check because sometimes you think like the kid is going to be exactly like the parent, and in the word it says like what the dad did has nothing to do with the child. So it really should be the woman's choice what she wants to do, because some people really don't believe in the A word. They don't believe in it, so they feel like it's something wrong. And a lot of women, when you ask them, like, okay, you did it, but there's a part of their soul is like broken. So something is happening spiritually there that we have to acknowledge. So when we all talk for, like, we're not going to talk about those consequences spiritually for the rest of your life. You're going to feel some type of way that you did this. And it's just like when you're younger and you are peer pressured and everybody's doing a certain thing. When you did it, you're like, dang, I regret that. I never should have did anything like that. Because every time I hear the story about a woman that had the A word, they always come back and say, well, that one time, you know, when they're in therapy or whatever, they always talking about the detriment of that, how it made them feel. So I would say that not every time that the girl has to delete the baby because something bad happened to her. Life is like that sometimes. I'm not saying she should be forced, but she should have a choice. And if parents can decide if a kid can have a kid, then that's another situation we got to talk about, because how can you, because your child is under 18, do they have the choice? I've known parents that said that they had to get the A word, you know what I mean? And so, and that kid might not want that. So
I also don't think a man's morals should be a reaction to a woman's morals or her decision. Like, I think somebody stated that if women can decide that they can abort, then a man should be able to decide that he can walk away. I think men should hold themselves at a higher standard and literally appreciate the seed, their seed, and hold it as one of the most powerful things that they can produce in the world is your seed. It brings life. So for you to just walk away from your seed it's just it's just terrible to think of that. Like, I don't care if it was a mistake, one night stand or whatever. I'm not walking away from my seed. I don't care. And I think if all men carry themselves like that, with that type of moral, we won't have this situation. We won't have these situations. A woman can say she don't want it, or she want it. If she says she want, I'm more of a guy that if a woman is trying to abort my seed, and I know I'm bringing life in the way, I don't care in any circumstances. I'm gonna fight tooth and nail, or I'm gonna try to persuade her. Look, keep the seed. That's my seed. If you don't want to take care of the child, give me the full rights to the child, and I'll take care of the child myself. Please don't abort my seed.
All right, let me go ahead and play a little bit more of the clip, and then we'll get right back into it.
.6 million people listen to me every morning.
Yeah.
From 6 to 10 on my platform. So I'm happy to be here, man.
We appreciate it, brother.
First off, I want to say, Jock, I want to give you the props for those laptops, because I know it's going to make the difference for those kids that you did that to. So people who are online, please just watch who you give, who you're trying to knock, and who you give respect to, because those are resources that you didn't have to do, but you did it because you've always been a real one. And so we, as a community, we appreciate you, and you should be, if anything, one of the first people to speak, because when people aren't looking, you're still working for us. And I do want to say this, and this is, I mean, Tez, I know you said one thing, you said, hey, you know, you sitting next to a big dog, but out of that whole stage right there, if Trump wins, only one of y'all going to the White House, and that's Michaela right there.
And
so we got to be honest on what we got to know. We have to know. What I'm saying is, hold on, out of the whole crowd, only one person, hold on, let me just,
Gotta listen to each other. Let's hear
Go ahead, brother.
and this is why the black people,
finish.
and
Don't start with the
when it
black
comes
people.
down
Finish
to
your comment,
when
baby.
it comes
Stay
down to a
focused.
divide,
Focus on
when it
what
comes
you
down to
said.
a divide in our community, this is why, because we're talking about everybody being so politically correct instead of in 4 years, what are we going to get? You mentioned chaos. Black people have been in chaos way before this debate ever started. We're in chaos in the homeless shelters. We're in chaos when it comes to the Department of Labor. We're in chaos, the fact that Jock has to bring out laptops for the kids because there's not enough resources in our community.
Right.
And so when we have a sister with a different opinion than ours, it's about giving that respect. The fact that...
Hold on, wait a minute. I got to... Wait, no, you're not... No, I'm going to stop you because you're going on and on. This sister here is the one that invited this sister. So if I did not respect this sister, she wouldn't be sitting here, and you're going to put some respect on that. We're not going to sit up here... No, you can get frustrated and look down and all of that. Relax. Well, we got to make sure we're very clear. This platform was designed to bring this sister here. So if there was no respect for this sister, she wouldn't be here. So let's make sure we're using the right context, brother. I don't mind you making the point about one sister going. This is the only sister on this stage that want to go. So let's also make that clear, because I don't work in no White House. So I want to be clear about that. Everybody ain't trying to get a job in the White House. You can continue, but let's not act like she's not respected, because she is. We just have a difference of opinion.
When people are yelling about who's a big dog,
I am a big dog.
and what I'm saying is,
I'm a big dog.
Out of this whole stage, only one person was standing on the stage with a presidential
and
candidate.
only one person on this stage flipped Michigan. And only one person on this stage organized over 2,000 people every year. Only one person was the racial justice director for Bernie Sanders. Only one, because remember, you don't want to do resumes, because the sister already said she don't have no resume. So you might want to back that. Yeah, you did. You said you don't have like resume. Ain't but one sister the senior public policy advisor for Ben Crump. Let's go on to the next. Ain't but one sister signed the front of the check for 1,000 people. Oh, baby, I know you don't want to start doing the only sister. I know you don't want to start doing the only sister receipts, because ain't but one sister served in the United States Air Force. Let's go on to the next person, because I don't like the passive aggressive diss, because I run these receipts down. So let's go on, because ain't but one sister served this country on this here panel.
4 years from now, black people have to decide what they're going to get at the end of the year. At the end of
to a whole veteran,
and we're dealing with the disrespect right here. 4 years. What are black people going to get at the end?
Because you heard her say she don't have the resume that I got. So go on to the next sister. I'm not going to handle your passive aggressive dissing. Baby, I'll run these receipts down on you. I'll run these receipts down on you. You talking to a whole veteran. So baby, ain't nobody impressed about working in no White House. I done turned it down. Ain't but one sister on here that on Fox News. Ain't but one that do 100 hits on Fox News. They don't call this sister, they call me. How many you do a year? How many do you do a year?
I've literally done 30 in the
Baby, I do 100 every year.
And I said what I
do 100 per year. I do 100 per year.
And I just came on the team.
I'm a big dog.
By the end of the year,
I love my sister. I love my sister, but you're not going to divide us.
But you can't deny both of us.
The real thing is going to be, we need to really talk about black people in 4 years. What are we going to get in 4 years? Let's not talk about the criminal. Let's not talk about the charges. 4 years. What are we going to? What is Harris promising black people in 4 years?
That was a valid question.
Let's get the next person up.
I understand what you're
don't ever do that with me though. Don't ever do that with me. You'll get your friend embarrassed. Play with your little friends.
I would never be embarrassed.
We gotta start reading people. That's all we want to do. Like,
I don't know what JR is doing. I think he's just giving us a replay of last Thursday on here.
Yeah, that was definitely a crash out.
So she was Sweeney? Ooh.
Yeah, that was a crash out, man. I crashed out last week. That was definitely a crash out. I know a crash out when I see one.
I had one too. It's okay.
She crashed out.
It's like
jacked up.
Unbearable.
I ain't getting no direct apology, but I'm gonna try to.
I did apologize to you.
You said to the people, but do I look like the people? I got a name.
Oh
sir.
my God, my bad, Ruth. Dang.
Appreciate it.
Man, if you don't go on somewhere. But no, she the problem is that again, somebody came up and raised a serious concern, and instead of actually listening and hearing out the concern, she derails the conversation again, because he was right. You were cutting people off on the panel. You were disrespecting that woman the entire time. You were disrespecting the man on the panel by not letting them get a word in edgewise. That's disrespectful. And instead of just hearing these people out, because that was the audience that was talking at that point. This wasn't even nobody on the panel. This was the audience coming in and telling you, hey, look, what you're doing is jacked up. And instead of hearing what the audience was telling you, you crashed out. I mean, everybody has their crash out moments, but I hope she go back and rewatch this and recognize, yeah, I crashed out. That was fucked up.
Shout out to Pink Book Lessons, because she who I seen this first clip through.
Yeah.
You saw it too? Yeah. And she broke down the dichotomy between what our elders should be versus what they actually are. And instead of getting the tutelage and using their experience to direct people to a path that they can avoid some of the pitfalls, some of the things that cause negative harm in their life, you do the behavior and encourage it and allow it and make people think that it's okay to behave that way. That woman, by her own measure, is a successful woman. Yet I wouldn't want any women I know to be even in that manner. You know, it like women have a lot of power and there's a lot of strength, but that's not a display of strength. That was a display of a temper tantrum, of her insecurity was showing. And frankly, I think she was jealous of the younger lady. I think she was trying to put her in her place and let her know that I'm better than you. And in doing so, she lowered herself below. You rarely offensively degrade somebody and lift yourself up. It don't really work that way. Now, if you were being attacked and you responded, it's justified and I can see. But just going at people and degrading them, you may think you getting one off. People may clap for you in the stands, but deep down, we all look at that a certain way. And nobody allows it. Nobody is proud of that shit. It's offensive. And I'm upset that they platform that image because I don't think most black women act like that, but that'd be the image of black women that they push on the world. And I don't want to see that. Medea done fucked up a whole generation of people. She remind me of Medea. That's that whole okay doing all the little like purring and doing the on like the shit that the trans in the man. Just stop that shit. Just please stop doing that shit. No one likes that shit. Please stop doing it.
I appreciate the girl that she was talking to because she was trying to get her words in the beginning. She was trying to just like match her energy on a low key level, but sometimes we gotta normalize. Like if you want to rest in your feminine, like let that masculine woman just do her thing because she's embarrassing herself, and you gotta just let that. It literally happened to me today. Like somebody literally was trying to like make me look crazy, and I was like, I have no word because I said I'm not going to go out and say things that I'm not led to say, so I just remained silent. But everybody in the room knew she was wrong. I might have made a little boo-boo, but she made a huge mistake, and everybody was like, oh, you sound great today, you did this and that and the third, but we knew it was her. So it's okay to, I know it looked like a punk, but just don't get out of character just because somebody else wants to overpower and do all that, because they're not going to be around for that long. Trust me.
You know why you can't be silent for that, Ruth? Because if that lady never said anything that entire time, majority of that crowd would have took what that woman said as gospel.
That's
just
what
because she was like, no, but just because she was like, if that lady wasn't trying to speak that entire time and get her words in, the lady over talking her, she would have just been a loud mouth on the panel, and you heard how the crowd was responding to her. Like if there was nobody trying to push back against what she said or say anything to her, a lot of those people would have took what she said as gospel because she said it so confidently and so loudly and so boisterously that without a person who's quiet trying to get their words in and be able to have a conversation, you would have never known she was out of body.
And I believe she should stand up for herself, but sometimes it gets to be extreme. That was an extreme case. So you fighting, nobody really could hear what she was saying anyway. But I'm just saying, like, the more you quiet, the more everybody else will stand up for you. And people did come to her defense. You know what I mean? So I'm not mad at her first. I'm glad she said a couple things. She did correct her. I heard everything she said, and I appreciate that. But at the same time, you can't match other people's energy. Even the guys were trying and they were failing because she let everybody know she was the big dog. I'm going on.
Big dog.
I think that's probably why she picked the.
Go ahead, Sherelle.
Okay, sure.
I think that's why she picked like the more docile one, cause like I'm the total opposite. I got a positive message, but I'm just as loud as them, and I'm gonna stand by that because at the end of the day, if I'm standing for what's right, I'm gonna be just as loud as the hoes. Y'all wasn't telling hoes to shut up. Don't tell me to shut up. If I'm telling women close their legs, y'all let Sexy Red cut up. Why we always got to be quiet with the positive message? I don't agree with that. If we're trying to speak positive, we need to be just as loud as them. They let them get on stage and show the world our ass. They let the worst of us get on stage and say, this is who we are. So the best of us, every time we get to speak, no, we're going to speak loud and we're going to speak proud and we're going to speak against bullshit every time. So she probably picked someone that she could overcharge and she could overpower so she could be loud and wrong. But I'll be loud and right. And then we're going to figure it out. Because a lot of times that's what they do. They just want you to accept anything, even lies, because they're loud. No, it's not going to work that way. You sound stupid and the statistics don't go that way. I think the manosphere has done a great job of that. Men in this space have done a great job of humbling women with their cap ass talking points. Like, yeah, that shit ain't gonna work here. I'm gonna mute you and then what? Face the facts. Because the facts is the facts. I don't care how loud you is. You ain't gonna what that's gonna do to the facts.
So is it a matter of disrespect when people just continue to interrupt you and overtalk you? So if you do that to people and you can sit here and say that it's a matter of disrespect, when you say that and you agree that it's a matter of disrespect, when you do it to somebody, are you blatantly disrespecting them? Because I feel like there was some people on the panel last Thursday that was being disrespectful. And I'm not gonna hold nobody to the fire today. I will just say that it don't matter if you're positive or negative and you saying something. You should just be able to listen and try to understand them regardless if you don't agree. So this notion that, hey, look, if you know you're right, or you should just get loud anyways. Like, you get loud if you're wrong. If you whatever you believe in, whatever you think is right is right. Nothing is fact. Whatever you think is right, whatever you think is right or you believe in, articulate it. And if you don't agree with that person, don't interrupt them. Just listen, because you might just find something in there where it lead to a question to give you a deeper understanding of why they have this wrong thought or this wrong position. Like when I asked Law last Thursday, I asked him, I said, I listened carefully. I asked him, said, why do you not want these people to be labeled as anti-Black? And I think he stated, you should be able to have artistic expression. When he made that statement, I understood that because I held out long enough to hear him say it. Now, if I would have just kept interrupting, we would have never got to that. Even though I don't agree about artistic expression and then having deaths as a collateral of that, I know that artistic expression in certain facets of entertainment come with a cost on whoever you aspire if it influences them to do the things that you're talking about. But even if I don't agree with that, I'm still able to listen and understand his position on it. And I think, is that my mic?
No, just make sure you mute up in between, y'all.
So even if I'm against his position, I'm still willing to listen and try to understand. Okay, now I know why he came to this position as far as having the right to be able to express yourself artistically, because he's a film producer. So it gives me more context. And like I stated last Thursday, we got to stop focusing on the content and focus more on the context. And we'll be able to have a dialogue without interrupting each other and disrespecting each other.
I say it's I know someone mentioned it was cringe. It's absolutely cringe. It was disgusting to watch. Like there's so many emotions I was annoyed, and to see that happen, it looks like it could be a couple things. One, maybe she just has a serious lack of self-awareness where she just doesn't understand what she looks like. Maybe she just thinks that this is the way to go, and she maybe doesn't review any of her footage to see what that looks like, because it's disturbing. And I don't see a person with a sound mind actually looking over that footage and then repeat it. That doesn't make any sense. And if this is her normal behavior, I would imagine she's going to have great difficulty trying to get guests on, because it's just nasty. Why would you go to a place where you're just going to be silenced? And I don't think she selected anybody who was soft, because any single person who disagreed with her, including the men, she went hard on. Like, she just shut them up. No, we're not going to do that. I'm a big dog. I'm a big dog. And that's another thing. It seems like she has some serious insecurities, because big dogs don't mention they big dogs. When you walk into a room, you speak for yourself. When you're speaking, people know who you are. You don't have to talk about it. You don't have to pat yourself on the back. You don't have to grandstand and try to silence people. If you really know what you're saying, then you'll afford them the opportunity to speak their piece, and you'll shut it down. But she obviously didn't have confidence in her argument, so she uses these tactics to mute people, because she can't actually articulate her point in a way that it would make sense to the general public. So if you have better points than her, then she'll just silence you to make it look like she's winning. And we see candidates who debate do that all the time. That's a strategy that some people use when they know that they can't win on a topic. That's how they behave. So I think she's going to have to do some serious soul searching, because she's going to turn off a lot of people. I wouldn't go there, not because even if she had an enormous platform, I wouldn't want to go there, because I know that she's just going to try to make you look like a fool. You can't say anything, and she's just going to silence you. So what would you be going there for? If I have a point that I don't agree with her, she's just going to shut you down. That's not how conversations are made. Yeah, she's pissing everybody off. Look at that. It's disgusting.
Sure.
Everybody. Yeah.
Is this a common behavior from this particular host?
I never watched her before, to be honest. Yeah, I hope not. I hope not. I think it's a big platform. I just might be out of the loop. I don't think that she's a small platform. But I mean, I know it's on Revolt, so it might be on TV for real, and not just the internet. But I've never seen her.
You said she was on Fox News, right?
I never saw her on Fox News before.
She's a big voter lady,
and then it's like that want to go. So let's also make that clear, because I don't work in no White House. So I want to be clear about that. Everybody ain't trying to get a job in the White House. You can continue, but let's not act like she's not respected, because she is. We just have a difference of opinion.
When people are yelling about who's a big dog,
I am a big dog.
And what I'm saying is,
I'm a big dog.
Out of this whole stage, only one person was standing on the stage with a presidential
and
candidate.
Only one person on this stage flipped Michigan. And only one person on this stage organized over 2,000 people every year. Only one person was the racial justice director for Bernie Sanders. Only one, because remember, you don't want to do resumes, because the sister already said she don't have no resume. So you might want to back that. Yeah, you did. You said you don't have like resume. Ain't but one sister the senior public policy advisor for Ben Crump. Let's go on to the next. Ain't but one sister signed the front of the check for 1,000 people. Oh, baby, I know you don't want to start doing the only sister. I know you don't want to start doing the only sister receipts, because ain't but one sister served in the United States Air Force. Let's go on to the next person.
This is what this is.
He was
So
being paid
all our production.
So what I'm starting to understand is this is her brand. I think I get it now. I think her type of approach to content and speaking is in this style and in this manner. And I've seen that around in different spaces. I think Anton Daniels has a similar type of speaking style, to where if you disagree with him, he's going to challenge you. If you interrupt him or you challenge him any further, he's going to try to make you famous. So in his words. So if that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking she speaks like this. This is how she does. This is her brand of where she speaks from. So if that's the case, then now I kind of understand why she is overbearing, because I've seen creators and other hosts and stuff like that do that. I mean, even though it's wrong, don't get me wrong, it's wrong. But now I understand why she's doing that. You get what I'm saying?
Anybody else on this one before we transition?
Man, I just couldn't imagine they would allow her to have another panel. Like, it's crazy to think that, like, that's how she's operating. She wouldn't let anybody finish a sentence at one. Like, anybody on the show. Young Jock, when he came on the panel, he literally was speaking to the fact of, look, I got a large platform. If anybody should be able to speak, it should be me, right? She didn't want to hear that. So he kind of just backed off of it and just stopped talking altogether. And I mean, it's the way she did this brother right here that we look.
Can't hear anything.
Yeah, you turned it down.
No, I wasn't playing the video. I was just playing it while he was talking. So it was, I had it down intentionally.
Okay, I get what you're saying. You was creating some B-roll.
Yeah.
So hold on, wait, Law. Did you say that it's crazy to think that's her brand of how she speak?
You on mute, Law.
You a film producer?
Y'all know women like this in real life?
Yeah, you still mute, Law.
His audio just not plugged in.
Oh, is it on? Oh, I thought he had to tap it.
I thought he said he had a degree in production and audio.
Does he makes some dope ass events and films, podcasts going crazy, Law Effects.
He said he had a star in Hollywood Concrete for a film in Hollywood. How can't he get his mic right?
Bruiser, stop that shit.
Sometimes the excellence don't come. Sometimes you need special equipment to speak with all the excellence that's pouring through my Chicago brother.
He got that T-move degree.
What you just talking about disrespect? And here you go.
Okay, that's different. I'm actually clearly joning on him, not being disrespectful.
Y'all know we be roasting each other, man.
Don't worry, your time coming, Roof. My time came. They got me. Sweeney didn't got me. Marcus be throwing shots at me. I can't even find a way to get Marcus.
I was about to say, Roof, with the missing
watching the replay clip, and I was like, how the hell I ain't catch that shit? Because me and my wife was laughing at the shit in bed. And she gonna keep rewinding it, trying to be an asshole.
You know, I don't know. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
He figured it out.
I could still. I mean, it nothing looked different on my end. You know what I'm saying? It was unmuted, so I didn't know it wasn't working. But I could still hear the audio. Darwin going in. That's cool. I'm at degrees and shit. It's all good.
So my question to you was, are you saying it's crazy to think that her brand doesn't allow her or don't motivate her or push her to speak that as a form of her own authenticity? Like that's actually who she is.
No. I was just saying it's crazy that she has a show. That's what I was saying. Like she didn't let anybody on the panel talk. She didn't let anybody talk. And those are two different segments. You know what I'm saying? And she just yeah.
So let me ask you this. Do you think we'd be here you think we would be here talking about this clip if she didn't?
Do you see this picture?
This
Sweetie got up.
Yeah, I see it. I don't know who that is.
He said
I don't know who that. I thought he usually used Dave Chappelle. Hate. But yeah, Law. Do you think we'd be talking about this clip if she was never overbearing like that? We would never even find her in the algorithm. So I think sometimes it's intentional for people to act out of order like that, or just act different or polarizing, just to get more views and get more, get discovered more. So it could have been a marketing angle.
I guess, but I know a lot of times you need some people to agree with you. I have a hard time believing anybody was agreeing with her. She was so disagreeable. All she wanted to do was yell about. Look, I always say when you got to start running down your resume to somebody, you lost. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you got to tell everybody what I did and who I am and this and this.
Is she somebody's wife?
I doubt it.
I hope not. But Darwin, Darwin, most of us understand that that's a tactic people use. The problem is almost everybody else at least listens to the point. They might be rude. They might be crass. They might be just disgusting. but you still hear the other perspective first. She's shutting all the perspective down, so it's just she might as well just be on live by herself. Damn near, like really, that's the difference. Like you at least hear the perspectives, no matter how they react to them or whatever. But we can't. They can't even get a full thought out. So far, she cut at least what it was like 4 people that just couldn't finish a thought, and that's the difference. That's why it makes it so cringe and barely watchable. Like once you see them crash out like once or twice, and like on that show, it'll get boring because you never hear the other person's perspective. If she was sitting there smoking people out, I could tolerate that because at least there's a dialogue, not a monologue. That's what this is becoming, a monologue, and that's what's annoying because at least if they finished, it would be okay. We could digest that.
And then I think the biggest difference was that she was the host and the moderator of that panel, which kind of like, so for instance, if me and you going back and forth, Dart, if me and you going back and forth, Bruiser, and I start over talking you, JR can step in to curve that. But when you the moderator of the show and you the host of the show, and you're doing that to everybody on the show, like Trev said, you might as well just do your own show and monologue because you're literally dominating the conversation from the guests that you even invited on the show. So I think that's where it kind of becomes problematic for us. It's problematic regardless, whether we're doing it, whether you got 2 people on the panel doing it to one another, but it's even worse when you're the host of the show and you're doing it to everybody where you will ask somebody a question, and then the moment they go to start to answer the question, you start pushing your agenda all over again and shouting them down.
Should we be surprised if other races on the outside looking at this like, damn, is that how black people act? Should we be surprised if people interpret it as, okay, so this is typical black content? I'm just asking for a friend.
I think there's a number of like that ain't the only black content out there. So if somebody looks at just that show and be like, "Oh, this is how black people are," then you don't know black people anyway.
Well, I didn't mean to like generalize. I mean like okay, if they just look at this piece of content and be like, okay, they get a pass. I mean, because we're talking about black people. They don't act like that, but when they do decide to act like that, we know that any given day, this type of behavior is going to come.
One thing
What's happening, everybody?
I
It's
see
your girl,
is, like,
Tesla Figaro, the chief political correspondent for Revolt News. Thank you for being here. We are live in our Atlanta studios for a historic night. We have the Harris-Trump debate, something that we've all been waiting on. First time ever. And we are streaming it right here live on YouTube for you. So I want to make sure that you do not leave the chat. We are going to stream the debate live so you won't miss anything. But most importantly, even during our commercial breaks, I want you to come back, hear what our special guests have to say. We have a live, beautiful audience full of black, beautiful faces from every side, Democrat, Republican, independent, activists, organizers. We welcome everybody. Get in the chat box tonight. I want you to invite about 5 people. That includes the trolls. I'm putting you to work tonight. We need the bots, the trolls, the real folks. Let's get it in. Let me give first a thank you to Revolt News, Black-owned Revolt News, for making this possible. Can we give a quick round of applause? Right here in the Black Mecca, Atlanta. Very, very important. No other network is doing this, to be able to have black independents, Republicans, Democrats, activists in one room having a discussion on what is important to us. This is The Culture Speaks. I'm going to go quickly around the room to give our guests an opportunity to give their name and their affiliation so we can see what we're going to get into tonight. And we might, if we have enough time, we're going to talk about should Kendrick or Lil Wayne, should he be in the debate? Should he be in the? Should we debate about that? But before.
Hold on, wait. Did I just hear that right? Are they talking about rappers being in the presidential debate?
I don't know. All I know is, bro, she's an unbearable person. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I really got on that. This just unbearable. And it's crazy because I know people just like that. Like that. And Yeah, I also want to say, because I kind of forgot we mentioned that before we played that clip, but like, I don't think that people will look at that and think that's how black people act. I just know I watch a lot of different shows, right? A lot of debate shows, a lot of different podcasts. You get people like that in all kind of walks. You know what I mean? When you see them on these, especially when you get into these political shows and the political debates, you got people that do that constantly. I think she fits right in with that. You know what I mean? I see them do it often, regardless of what they look like. It's just some people are just unbearable. That's one of them.
Can you give me one example of other races doing that?
Yeah, it was this lady, it was a white lady, as a matter of fact. I believe it was on CNN not too long ago. She was on the panel with it was a black girl. I don't remember exactly who it was, but she was doing the exact same thing and just constantly going. It was another one that was on with I'm not sure if y'all familiar with Pearl, right? It was Pierce Morgan, Pearl, and another young lady. The other young lady doing the same thing, and they were all white. You know what I mean? So I mean, I see.
I meant as the host.
To
be precise.
Well, it's hard to say. That CNN panel, I don't know who the host was. You know what
Well,
I mean?
it ain't gotta
She was
be
the
hard
main
to say.
person. Like,
yeah.
I think it was more so just the like, regardless of anybody's point, the continued disrespect, the continued just talking over in order to get your point across because you're upset at what somebody else said. And then the running down the resume, I've seen it a lot. Oh yeah, I did this and I did that.
So I wouldn't sound like an asshole if I said this is something that in a host position, is a black issue, or maybe even a black woman issue.
No, that's not true.
I think it's the individual.
Yeah, I've seen examples of hosts of different races, and once it gets heated, it gets heated. Or the host wants to. When you got a host like that, it doesn't matter who you are; they're going to do that.
Can you give me one example of a host in a different race doing that?
I've seen it happen on the whatever podcast. The host Andrew, where he was having a conversation, and the lady, and he wanted to get his words in. He didn't care about what the lady had to say, and he kept dominating the conversation and shouting her down. He wasn't really shouting her, but you can tell that he wasn't letting her talk either.
He never gave her time to talk and finish her points.
No, there was time. Like, does he do it all the time? No, but no, not Andrew. I'm thinking of what's the dude named Brian? Brian, not Andrew. Brian is the host of the show. Andrew is the guest. I've seen on TikTok, Andrew does these things called TikTok takeovers, right? And if you go over there, and he goes over there, he tries to. He's the host of the Crucible, so all you gotta do is go to his channel, and he goes into these TikTok forums and live shows, and the moment they don't like, the moment that the host doesn't like what he has to say, they start, you know what I mean? It's my channel, it's my show. And they will start muting this mic, and they cuss him out and everything. This happens in their space just as often as it happens in ours. And like I said, just go to his channel, and it's called TikTok Takeovers. It's on Andrew Wilson's channel called The Crucible. And
I would say
you even see it on.
You
even see it on European TV. Like, I done seen some situations where they got to the point where they was fly kicking each other, all kind of everything. It gets toxic everywhere. It's not just us. I've seen, like, it got real bad. Look up some talk show actual fights, like, to where it escalated even beyond words, where it's just nasty. Because people are just like that sometimes, man. It's not just us, and I don't think that a lot of people would just say, okay, well, this is how they all act. Because even if you just take this small sample size, I don't think there's anyone here who would see a white talk show and see people exhibit a particular behavior and then all of a sudden say, oh yeah, this is how white people act. You judge that based on many encounters, and you kind of get a gist of what they have in common and how some people just wild.
I go ahead, Sherelle, and then we got to move on, y'all.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen this. I wouldn't look at her behavior. I've seen no other black hosts act like that. Like, I understand, just like even last week with the comparison of what was going on, I think it was two sides of different coins having a passionate debate, but it was after one side was told, the other side was heard, and then there was passion and a disagreement. But imagine every time JR asks us a question, all right, Sherelle, and then I start talking, he's like, ah, all that shit. Like, she didn't even get to give a passionate debate because she just wasn't trying to hear that shit from nobody. Like, the man is like, my name is John. I don't care what your name is. What you like?
I'm the big dog.
She was beyond. I wouldn't put that on nobody. That's a her thing. That is a one individual person, and that shit is embarrassing because it's political, and you're supposed to be accomplished, and all of this, and it's like you fall into the stereotype of these women who they go out there to get all these accolades, but it's really just to feed their damn ego.
Sherelle, have you seen God damn, I just had a brain. I was trying to jump in to ask you a question, and the whole question that slipped my mind. I was gonna ask you about dang, don't get old, kids. Don't get old.
All right, let me get to these super chats and then I'll check back with Marcus. All right, Matt G, 27 months. I might have did this already. Peace to the chat. Oh yeah, I did these already. Let me skip down here. Bounce back Jack return. $5 says between Sherelle and MJ, I think I'm going to have to stay celibate, just so I don't make either feel like they are in competition with each other. Sharon Bracy 499 says good evening, Sherelle, panel, and chat. Bounce back Jack again. $5 says go home, Sharon. We trying to be degenerates over here. LOL. Just kidding. Just kidding. Shout out to all my beautiful queens that want to make my babies manifest. I'm just here to. What that mean? CYB? No,
Caress your booty.
The dating pool roast reactions. $5 says black women should want reproductive rights, and that means keeping AB legal. Dating pool roast reaction. $20. The press represents all of us, and represent all of us means everyone wants about AB should be respected. You choose not to have AB. I choose to have an AB. The press should give both of us that choice by keeping it legal. Shout out to AP Accountability Part to $50. Salute to the panel and chat. Great topic, brother Marcus on point. What's good, Sweeney, Trev, Law, and the new guy. To the sister Sherelle, looking lovely, and Ruth, you already know the new sister is definitely so lovely. Salute to you, JR. Dating pool roast reactions. $10 says AB is the #1 issue. Immigration is too, and it should be on every woman's mind, especially if she has daughters. Within those 14 states that ban abortion, if an AB is performed, you can be jailed for life. Might be risky. What's going on, brother Hemp? $9.99 with the fist pump. AP Accountability Partner. $5 says new guy. You may want to change your circle. I don't know any, my brother. Wide Nose Chronicles 1999 says using the term abortion and baby deletion is in the same sentence as gaslighting and extreme. Like King Talk said, abortion is terminating the fetus before it reaches viability and it becomes a child, and then it's a MRD bad faith. Dating pool roast reactions. $5 says idiocy. Did I say that word correctly? Okay. Evil and ignorant exist. Just stop having sex is a great slogan after that dumb guilt trip statement. We still back at my first sentence. MC Heavy Tit says I'm activated to not vote. Government is anti-Christ. Fans Perception, $2 says if you have to repeat words, I am, you are not. And lastly, Angela Swift, 499 Network. Appreciate you, sister. I think everybody has contributed to the platform thus far. The like button, also make sure you subscribe to the channel. Moving on to this main topic, there's a big difference between girlfriend, fiance, and wife. Go ahead and mute you. I think that's your feedback coming along. Here we go.
Would tell any young dude, you have so much time to provide. You know what I'm saying? And then don't let social media convince you that there isn't a difference between girlfriend, fiance, wife.
Right.
There's different stages. There's different responsibilities that you have. There's different things that you both are going to agree on. All right. There's no way you could meet a woman, make her your girlfriend, and then automatically provide for her, right? Like she's your wife. When the position itself is temporary. So this woman may be with you today, and in 6 months be with somebody else, and you be with somebody else, and then you got to provide for them.
Or she may be with you today, and in a year, she's your fiance. The position, regardless, is temporary.
The position is temporary. All right.
All right, let's go ahead and get into it. Go ahead, Law. I know you was pretty eager, man. Jump on this.
Agree. You know what I'm saying? I completely agree. It's never the same thing.
Hold on, Law. I'm getting a lot of feedback in your mic.
For mine? Damn.
Yeah. Okay, stop it now. Maybe you might just be too close to it.
Yo. Still feedback?
No, you good now. Could be
Yeah,
the shade. That must be real gold right there, man.
Hey, I think my phone was too close to my mic. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, it's completely different. Anybody that thinks it's not is crazy. You know what I mean? I feel like one thing, the best time that you're gonna have with your woman is her as a fiance. You know what I mean? Your girlfriend, it's not really much at stake at that. They could be gone tomorrow. But fiance means that y'all are preparing to take it to the next level, and that excitement is there. You know what I'm saying? She's excited. She's feel like it's y'all actually building. So that's a different type of excitement. You know how they say sometimes women, once you get married, they change or they stop doing the things that they used to do and all that. When they a fiance, look, they're gonna treat you good. You know what I'm saying? Because they're happy about it. And it's never the same. And it's always an upgrade. And I also hear women sometimes say, oh, I'm not gonna do wife things if I'm just a girlfriend. Well, then you're never gonna be a wife. That's how it happens. You know what I'm saying? Like you start acting like what you want to be. Same way with a man. You can't act like you want to be a husband and you still stay out the 4 a.m. You still, you know what I'm saying, would rather go do this with the guys and what have you. You putting yourself in a position for failure if you don't think you have to change for it. So women, if you are looking to become a wife, you got to be a fiance first. You know what I'm saying? And you got to be when you become a girlfriend, you may have to do wifely things to show that you can be a wife, to show that, man, that, you know what, maybe this is it. Maybe I can, you know what I'm saying, lock it in and go from there. So yeah, it's 3 completely different things. And anybody that don't think so, you know nothing. You know no better.
All right. Go ahead, Sherelle.
Yeah, I agree. There's a difference, and just understanding just the levels to it, so you don't just have to be overwhelmed or get tricked into overplaying your part. 'Cause I think like when they're younger, they overplay their roles or they feel inadequate because they're not understanding the different levels to things. So I'm all for it.
So,
Yeah, I think
Sherelle, since you're the only woman on the panel, do you think that a woman should provide? Should she show that she has wife capabilities by doing quote unquote wifey things before she's a fiance or a wife?
Yeah, I don't think full term though. I don't think she should like continue like all the way move in because it still has this whole like don't give away the whole cow. I mean, like don't give away the milk or you can get the cow for free thing or whatever. So there should be, but I mean, if they live in separate places, he should be able to go over there and see that she's neat, she's clean. She should be able to cook for him a couple of times a week, make things simpler, help with the budgeting, just everything that could make his life simpler. She should already be doing that to just like give him like a experience of okay, there could be so much more, but not all the way like 6 kids. You know what I'm saying? Like there's still gotta be some type of level to what you get before the ring.
Okay. Who was that? Who was wanted to speak? You want to speak on this, Ruth?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
I think as time progresses and you get closer to the different levels, you can see a difference in men's behavior. Um, and up front, if he is doing too much, you have to like ask yourself the intentions. Does he know how it goes, or is he just being nice or whatever? But as time goes on, they start to do more, and that's how you know that they are more interested. So I do believe it's a difference. But and to answer your question, you do have to show that you are a wife in a way. I'm not advocating for premarital sex, but I am saying that you should, like Sherelle said, you should be able. He should know how you cook. He should be able to observe that you keep your place clean. Nobody said you go clean his house. Like with guys, when they start talking about, well, you need to clean my house so I know that it's clean. Like, stop playing the game, sir. Please stop. Well, you should try on my ring before I do all that. So when men start to say like, I demand, I demand sex, I start saying I demand marriage. That's what it is. That's what it's gonna be. And when you start putting your foot down, you may, with the right person, you may get what you want. So a wife is a wife. A wife is going to do. She has a duty to her husband. So yeah, I do think you should sample, like give, be there for that person and try to reciprocate at their level as well. Don't be doing too much, but don't do too little. Don't just keep receiving and don't get anything back. And I think when men, they don't expect you to tit for tat them. They just, I think I asked a guy, how many times do you have to take a woman out before you want her to take you out? And he was like 3-1 or something like that. Like, that's kind of how I see it. Like, they want you to do something, kick in sometimes, not every single time.
Okay.
I had a question though.
All right. What's the question?
Some guy told me that for this is the old head. He was like, for 1 year, you don't do nothing for that man. You just, let him provide for you. And that way, after a whole year of taking you out and giving you stuff, he don't want to back down because he put too much money into you. So now he want to see the rest of this through. He was saying basically wait a year to have sex and let the man do for you. Do y'all think it's any kind of merit to that advice?
Wait on it.
Until he become your best friend, and when he can't live without you, then you got him or something like that. That's what he said.
I would say,
I think a man will probably wait for a woman that he believes is worth waiting for. I don't think it's going to be every woman that he's going to wait. But I think if he sees some potential in her and he really like her and rock with her, and she may have some qualities that may go past the initial just dating, and I think he'll stick around. Some men will stick around and then they'll still do what they do. You may not just know what he's doing, but he'll still do what he do, and he'll still be respectful to you and still wait. That's the reason why men will often say, there's no such thing as male friends, because a man is just, they'll chill for the longest. They'll go ahead and just wait it out, and all right, that's cool. You want to give it up? That's fine. Or if they don't see that you leading towards that, they just do what they're doing. But technically, he's single until you're married too, right? So he's free to do that unless it's a conversation that's being had as far as y'all being exclusive. So it could be some truth into it, but not every woman is that woman. So if you think that you are, that's really not up for you to really decide. You can be all of that, but he's still gonna do what he want to do regardless.
I would say it's all on the communication between you and him. I mean, if you just moving like that and you concealing your decision on how you're gonna move, you're not making him aware that, hey, look, I'm not gonna give you none for a whole year. I would say that's malicious. But if you communicate it to him and say, hey, look, I like you, I want more out of this, but my standard is to wait a year. And then you can go into further conversation with him to try to get a agreement on that. But I would also, I mean, if I'm in this situation and I want more out of her, I would challenge it by saying, hey, look, what are you going to give me in exchange for me being exclusive and monogamous to you? Like, I have urges, I have needs, I want it to be with you. How can we deal with that? You know what I'm saying? Or are you okay with me relieving myself in other fashions until we can get there? Roof.
What was the question? The question is, are you okay with religion?
Law, go ahead and put that long facts. Go ahead and rephrase it for me with the long facts.
Look, he asking how I like what's gonna suffice because I have urges.
He said
A
he
man
want
won't,
to handle it himself. Handle it, your brother.
but I think he means
That's not what he
I
said.
have to, the other ways that I can. Are you okay with that, regardless of what that is?
No, don't add no regardless. Wait a minute.
Well, I mean, I think he's saying if he needs to go get some, can he go get some
From somebody else?
Well, he ain't getting it from you.
Well, we ain't together, and that's what it is.
Yes, Daddy.
And that is the reason why you don't play house. That's the reason why they said it's temporary and all that. So the thing about it is you want monogamy, but monogamy come with a cost. It means you got to bust it open. So if you're not, I'm just saying, if there's some men out here that agree with to be monogamous and not get any sex out of it, I don't know any. I've never ran into any, but I'm not gonna sit here and go on the record and say they don't exist. But I'm just humoring your position on this conversation, saying, what if I'm like, hey, look, I'm gonna be exclusive. I'm gonna be monogamous, but what do I get in chance? Do I get a hand job or some shit? Like what?
Yes, Daddy.
Hand job, bro. All right, look.
I mean,
I'll answer your question.
But wait, I'm sorry. One more thing.
All right, I'll answer you in a second.
I'm so sorry. You said you want a wife, right? And then we talked about all of these things tonight, but y'all want wifely duties, but that's not your wife. You just said there's levels. If it's levels, then it should be levels to the sexual part as well. That's my only point. Like,
No, duties. We talking about wifely booty.
Look, listen, I'll tell you this. Most men will wait for a virgin. If you are not a virgin, you are disqualified to make me wait. I'm sorry. If somebody else got past the gate, I want to get past the gate too. I'm not going to be objectively better than yours, and then you are offering me less. That's not how it works. If you want to do that, that's fine. I would never tell a woman what to do with her body, but she damn sure ain't going to tell me what to do with mine. If you are a virgin, you are worth the wait. If you are not, in my opinion, you are not. Now, I'll address the actual topic, unless you wanted to respond to it, but I do want to address the topic.
Either, y'all ain't virgins neither.
But I'm not asking you to wait.
Right, he not holding out.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to wait.
The right thing, right? Let's just say they believe in God. They believe in, being respectful, marry before you carry, all of that stuff. Don't give away the cow, all of that stuff. And she's trying to do the right thing. Y'all don't encourage it. That's the issue that I have.
That's where
we do encourage it. If you are a virgin, we encourage you to be a virgin till marriage. Wait for marriage. That's what we say. Wait till marriage.
Hold on, Trev. Let's humor that.
To change. Go ahead, Darn.
That was a good question, Ruth. But you brought up God and do what God or what the Bible says or whatever the word says. But show me in the word where it says you should be dating.
I don't believe in dating either.
Let's say for the sake
dating is about sex.
Let's say for the sake of argument that you're absolutely right. A man comes across a virgin who believes in God and she's a devout woman, right? Now I can't speak for all the men on this panel, but for me and the many men that I've had around me, most of them leave that woman alone. They don't try to encourage her to go get down. They leave her alone because they respect the fact that she's doing that. If a lot of dudes don't even like to take women's virginity for that very reason.
There's no other way.
Unless they intend to marry him.
Oh, did you say a lot of guys?
Right, Sweeney? Unless they intend to marry him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree with that.
I think the bracket or the category of men you referring to is teenagers, because this is a teenage level thing. Because it's not like a lot of these women are even making it past 18.
Fair, but
so I would argue against that and say
point.
Most 16, 15-year-old, 17-year-old boys is trying to bust it open.
Right.
But the girls are not going to remain virgins because y'all talk like this and y'all move like this. They're not going to be virgins. So we're perpetuating the same thing because Why would
No, we're not.
women really think that men are not going to wait for me? That's why a lot of them have sex.
Ruth, when in history has men not wanted sex at an extreme level?
Men used to wait for sex.
What? They used to wait, but when in history did men not want sex? When did men not try to get women to do it anyway?
Okay, never. So
That's what I'm saying. But did they? I mean,
Right.
you got to remember I mentioned shotgun weddings earlier. That was
Yeah.
when y'all would
That's
get to
because
it.
like
Hormones are real. Teenagers ain't changed. It ain't just because the men want it. Let's keep it real. Women be horny teenagers too. You know what I'm saying? Like shit happens. It's not just because the men want it. We're not the only ones that want it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all hormones be raging.
but this is just
I want it, but I'm not gonna do it. So
but this is
it
just
doesn't matter if you want it. I can still control myself even if I want it.
But you do it in your mind. So you know what I say, you send it in your mind. You
so
bust
you
it
are
open
the
in your
example.
mind.
You might as well
So
bust
you
it
are
open.
you are the example of the so
Love y'all so much, though.
so you are the example of the woman that you're talking about who's withholding, and I mean that used to occur in the past as well. Like there's never been a point in history where men did not try to have sex. There was never a point in history.
Yeah, but when did it change that you can't wait no more? You see what I'm saying? Like
Men have never wanted to wait. Men, there has never been a time in history where men wanted to wait. We had to wait.
Okay, Ruth, let's say he waited. And you said, okay, let's do this. Let's commit. But you're gonna wait a year. 6 months into it, you come in the room, he beating off the pinky or somebody like that. Are you gonna be done then?
of somebody or himself.
Pinky's a triple X star. If he's
Oh no.
yeah, rubbing a genie out the bottle, like not
all
with
the,
a
all
woman.
The gray stuff in between, I don't have a problem with that. Like I'm not like approved. You know, I know men have their own needs. Y'all wake up every day with this problem, but I think that if men would be in good faith and say, you know what, for a woman I love and I want to marry, I would wait for her and I'll make this thing happen. I think that more women will do the right thing. But it's just like y'all don't want to do the right thing, and we feel like we're never going to get a husband, so then we do the wrong thing. So who's going to step up and say, let's
everybody
change?
just said they would wait for a virgin. We
don't
would
matter
wait for a virgin. I don't think
Listen,
it does. What do you mean it don't matter?
I ain't
How
say
does
that.
it don't matter?
I didn't say that.
It's like somebody that was never went to church and they said I used to live one way and now I am different. I'm truly different. I want to be a different person. You're saying nobody could ever be a different person. They got to stay the same way they were before. They got to be a
just won't be
crackhead for the rest of
respected.
their life because
Probably not.
They touch crack one time. It's like people
Probably,
got to
and
grow
that-
up,
and that-
mature, and change. Y'all the one said that men grow up and mature, right? I think it was Trav that said you don't believe that a man could just grow up and be mature and not do certain things. But I'm supposed to take you on that. But you can't take a woman and say, you know what? I don't want to be promiscuous. I don't want to sleep with even my boyfriend. I just want to get married. What's wrong with that?
But here's the thing.
That doesn't
though,
mean that we're immature. Go ahead, Sweeney.
But that's the thing, though.
Yeah, we
is
gotta
that
get Sherelle in there too, y'all.
If men are telling you they're not going to respect that, then why you keep trying to force the issue?
I'm not forcing nothing. It's working for me.
I mean, fair enough, but you're talking about. I'm assuming you're talking about men in general. If men in general are saying no, we're not going to respect somebody that lost their virginity and was having sex and then turned a new leaf and now want to wait till marriage, they're not going to respect it. So
she was married, divorced, and then she wanted to, like, she did nothing wrong. She still had kids. She still had sex. Do you see what I'm saying? Like
even if that's the case, if they're saying they're not going to respect it, then why keep trying to push the issue?
All right, yeah, let's get Sherelle in there. What's your thoughts on this, Sherelle? Yeah, I'm mute just so you know.
I think it all depends on your standard. Go for men. Don't go for the average man. There are men who are celibate. There are men who share Christian values that will wait into marriage. I think that if he believes in any type of system and that he's not holding on to, that just shows you that he's not an effective leader. If he follows a religion that says that he should wait until marriage and he's a backslider who is repenting and living a new life, then that's where you will find that. Other than that, if you have a standard of, I want to at least make sure that I'm in a committed relationship. Take your time and know, okay, if I'm having sex in a committed relationship and I know that this is the type of man I want to marry and marriage is in our future, but we want to go ahead and have sex with that sex. I think it all depends on the woman, and it's gonna really depend on the man that you're dealing with. Communicate with him. Men don't like that you're taking information from 6 guys on the panel. None of them want their wives coming home saying, well, I was on a panel. They don't want to hear that shit. Like, I'm the man you listen to. So talk to the man that you're dealing with and see what he can work with and be okay with rejection, right? Because there's so many times we've looked up and we've said, oh no, he's too short, he's too fat, he's too ugly, who's too okay, and you're too short and too fat and too ugly for somebody too. So when they reject you and your lifestyle and what you want, take that no as protection. You understand what I'm saying? Take that this because that's not the man for your life, and you want somebody who's equally yoked with you and trying to live according to the way that you want to live. So when somebody's outside of that, outside of the cloth, feels like they don't see any value in you, do not deal with a man who doesn't see any value in you or doesn't feel like you can change. It's not a problem for the ones who don't. They're living the way they want to live. But if you don't want that outcomes, don't allow that man to be your leader. So select the leader that you want to follow. So that's what I would say. The power is still within you. So don't get discouraged because there is a man that will wait on you who feels like he's changed. There's communities of it. There's apps for men who are celibate. There's apps for men who are waiting into marriage and things like that or whatever. So just play in your lane.
Yep, absolutely.
When the position itself is temporary. So this woman may be with you today and in 6 months be with somebody else and you be with somebody else and then you got to provide for them.
Or she may be with you today and in a year she's your fiance. The position, regardless, is temporary.
The position is temporary. Yeah. All right. So then it's like, all right, cool. Well, now we can go there. And again, so the other thing is too, because some women will hear this and say things like, well, like that means I don't have to cook for him when he's not my boy, when he's just my boyfriend. And if you don't want to cook for him, you don't have to cook for him. If that's your prerogative. If that's your prerogative, you don't, right? But then you do have to see things that are pretty low-hanging fruit in the other person that give me indicators that, okay, cool, this person cares for me.
Yep.
All right. Now, I don't know what those things are where it's just like, yo, I have to see this person. These things are things that only wives do. I don't know what those things are.
Putting your career on the back burners to support a family.
That's something that a wife does.
That's something that a wife would do.
Only.
Only.
So it's fair to say this, okay? And that's a great example. It's fair to say this. Yo, if you're a woman and you're dating a guy and he's your boyfriend, never like abandon your career for him. No. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's very fair.
Yeah.
So like
I travel for work.
I would never tell a woman, hey yo, you should hey, I'm just your boyfriend. Hey, quit working because I'm gonna provide for you. I would never. That don't make sense. And you should never be stupid enough to listen to that.
Yeah. Perfect.
You should never be stupid enough to listen to never, right? Because the position is temporary. Mm-hmm. So then when now you become my fiance, now we can start talking about more permanent solutions. Mm-hmm. And even then it's just like, all right, engagement. We still figuring shit out. And then, okay, I'm your husband, you're my wife. So leading up to that point, let's start getting things in order of how we want to do marriage. But I think social media has conflated everything in just relationships, and everyone's supposed to do everything. And you got men listening to the blueprint that rappers have set for us.
Yep.
And try to emulate those things and saying, yo, I'm gonna buy my girl a Birkin bag that I just met.
Yep.
All right. And obviously most women aren't expecting Birkin bags, but it's just like the idea of overspending to get accommodation from a woman that you're not even serious with.
Mm-hmm. Well, first I'll say he's wrong when he says, first of all, if any man want a woman to cook for him, and she said, well, I don't feel like cooking for him, that's probably a compatibility issue right there. That's a red flag, sort of like what me and Marcus was talking about on King Talk. If you have desires, if you have life is about relationships, is about outcomes. What outcomes do you want? What lifestyle do you want to live? And it's up to the two people to communicate the terms of it. Okay, do we have any shared values? Well, I value a woman who can cook for me. I value a man who can pay a bill here and there. Now, can you do that? No, I don't want to do that. Then why the fuck is you with her? You get what I'm saying? So it's a matter of filtering and moving on instead of saying, oh, she's just temporary. No, she ain't shit. She don't do what you wanted her to do. Some basic shit that a woman usually, well, I'm not going to even say that because I don't want them to call him misogynistic. Man, fuck that. Women usually cook, goddammit. You're supposed to learn a recipe or two from your mammy. I mean, your mamas. Or your grandmama, whatever one. Yep. All I'm saying is if you have values that you look for in a woman, communicate those things to see if she encompass those values. And she should be communicating, we should be vice versa. So, and if that's not the case, then don't move forward in a relationship. No fucking, no sucking, no none of that. Because that's why the relationships are failing, because people get in these relationships and they try to change people. Like, okay, so when we put the ring on, I want you to be the person I want you to be. No, you weren't even the person I wanted to be when I first said hello. So goodbye. You know what I'm saying? And that's just how you got to play it these days. Fucking Sweeney laughing at me.
Yo, man, you say you weren't the person I wanted you to be when I said hello. So goodbye. That's a bar. I don't do them like that, JR.
Relationship status and progression is a form of vetting. It should be used as such. People make it to the next rank. It's like a job. You do the pre-hire, the initial hire, the orientation, then the review. You should look at the progression in the relationship the same way. The dating stage is getting to know the person, which is the pre-hire. If that person is compatible with you, which is why it's really important to show who you actually are. Because you might hire somebody for a job that they'll be great at, but you pretending that that's the qualifications for the job. You need to be, more forthright with who you are so you can find a person that matches up with that. The progression from there would be the actual relationship. Once that they've proven trustworthy, proven all those things to you that y'all compatible, you move forward from there. The trial portion of that relationship, you see how you would like things is very, 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 very important to make sure you lay out the framework for how you would like the relationship to move. If that's going well, then you can move to the fiancé stage. The fiancé stage is just perfection of the things in the previous stage. So once you get married, you already have a program, a framework for how you communicate, how you resolve conflict, how y'all handle finances. You discussed if kids is on the table or not, how many kids. All of these things are to that progression. Once you've settled all those things, then you move on to the marriage. You just complete the plan that you set in the fiancé stage. It's really simple. The problem is people get their emotions attached and are afraid to break up.
I got a question for y'all. Do y'all think these solutions and specifically the problem that's being presented right now is only a problem for people who have been jaded?
What you mean by that, jaded?
Because
you mean finesse into the relationship?
I mean, call it what you want. Like, you know what I mean? They given they all in a specific relationship, or they did something in this relationship, and then now they go into they single, so they go into the date market and said, I'm not doing that shit no more. Because shit is way more, we're making this way more complicated than it has to be. Well, we're not making it more and more, but like this whole entire conversation is way more complicated than it has to be. You're supposed to be the person that you are in a relationship. However you are, that's how you present yourself. If you're a motherfucker that love to cook and do all of this, that's who you are. If you're a motherfucker that love to pay bills and take care of your woman, that's who you are. But the moment you start saying, the moment you transition over to I'm only doing this if, that's a problem that you have to work out. You're jaded from a previous situation. There's something that went wrong in your past that's causing you to say, I'm only going to do this if. Because the natural progression of these relationships, to Marcus's point, is you're supposed to progress from girlfriend and boyfriend to fiance and to fiance to husband and wife. But if you experience so many different breakups and things like that, that's how you wind up having this kind of conversation. Is that, well, what are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to be a husband before this, or are you supposed to be a wife before this?
Are
But
you
it's
saying it's wrong? Are you saying it's wrong to have this kind of conversation?
No, I'm just saying, I'm
No.
pointing out the fact that it's a conversation unique to what is going on in the world, because if we all did it the right way, this wouldn't even be a problem.
yeah, but that's the thing. We're human, so
Yeah.
we aren't doing it the right way. And the thing about it is that yeah, we made uninformed decisions. So the first time we was making these decisions, we wasn't all the way there, right? Because it's easy for somebody to tell you something, tell you that the fire is hot. It's another thing to touch the stove. So the point is that you're supposed to be reflecting on these things and getting better. And no, I don't think that a person's goodness is circumstantial. Like my goodness is not circumstantial. I am good, but your access to me is very circumstantial. And where I felt like, okay, this was the level and I let you in. Well, this is where I was blind at. I should have paid attention to this. I should have paid attention to this. I should have paid attention to that. I should have paid attention to that. And within my growth and allowing me to grow, I'm reflecting on where I made mistakes before. So it's not that I'm moving in my jadedness. It's that I'm being careful because, like I said, I don't want nobody fucking up my good shit. So at the end of the day, I know that I made an investment. So if you're an investor, your first investment, you put all your money into this, you put all your time into this, and it's like it blew up. No, the next time you're gonna be like, listen, I've been studying the stock market this time. I'm invested in the right thing this time. I'm gonna make sure that I win. So when you fail a test, you go back and you study and you make sure I'm gonna ace it this time. So yeah, you come back more careful because whatever didn't destroy you only made you stronger. So as we grow and we evolve, we get stronger and better at this, and we realize, you know what, that's a red flag, that's a deal breaker. I know this means that. And we just become more informed. So yeah, as we grow older, we be careful about it. And that's what it is. It's not from a jaded, it's just that we're making what would we call like informed decisions, right? So like that's what it is. I don't think it's problematic. I think a lot of times love is not enough. A lot of times good is not enough. A lot of times we need to understand we need to be here. We need to be financially on the same level, spiritually on the same level, emotionally on the same level. We need to be compatible. All of these things that nobody was telling us about. Because when we first started falling in love, it was like, he make me laugh. She make me smile. We have good sex. And that's all that matter. And what did that get us?
Well, and that's the thing is, I don't totally disagree with you that you should have better decision making or discernment. I'm talking about saying what you're not going to do even after you made the decision. So you're like, oh, I'm going to be this person's girlfriend, but I'm not going to do X, Y, Z for this person.
Yeah, that's
what I mean by coming from. Yeah, that's what I mean by coming from a problematic or jaded perspective. If you say I'm not going to choose that person to be my boyfriend because I learned from the past, that's different from, oh, I'm going to choose you, but I'm going to withhold what I would normally. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Crazy, right? Because, like I said, no, I remember somebody saying like they had a question. It was like, have you ever done anything crazy for a man? And I was like, they was like, what the craziest thing you ever did for a man? I'm like, I bought a man a car. And it was like, oh, you stupid, da, da, da. And I would buy my new man a car if I could get him a car. Like, why do you think that the man who fumbled me gets more of me than the man who actually holding it down? No, I'm gonna get greater for him. I'm gonna get better for him. Not only is he gonna get the version that all of these other ones got, he's going to get a greater version, a smarter version. I'm getting better for him. I'm not withholding. Oh, I didn't like this. Was you everything you tried with that man? You need to be the man who locked it down. You need to be trying it 10 times more. You need to be giving him 10 times more. You need to be invested in him 10 times more. No, I don't believe in that. I'm never going to do this again. Well, then if you're never going to do it again, stay by yourself. Because don't make that new man who's really investing his time in to you suffer for the mistakes of the men in the past. That's out of line. If you need to go heal yourself. But when you go into a new relationship, you wipe all that clean slate. This is a whole brand new man who did not do anything to you, who have good intentions for you, and you give him everything and more than what you gave the last man. Because you better at picking, right? Which means he's a better man. So guess what? You couldn't even keep the man with the stuff, so you got to upgrade. You couldn't even keep a lesser man with the stuff you had, so you got to upgrade Cause now you picking better men. So I need to be a little bit extra sweeter. I need to cook a little extra more. I need to be a little neater, more organized, more smarter. I need more and more and more. Cause now I'm greater men are coming. So a greater woman has to show up.
Yeah, that makes more sense. I think that most men would actually be good with that perspective. The weird thing about it is, to me, the way they were portraying it is if you get to a certain level and you're unlocking achievements or perks, but it doesn't really work like that. It's not to say, okay, you get to this phrase. Like, people who you are going to get married to should be your friend. Like, they should trust you all the way, right? You should have that communication. If you have to guess as to who you're dealing with, you are absolutely with the wrong person. If you don't know what's on that person's mind based on their actions, what you can see, because, you know, women in particular have all types of discernment and the intuition, and they can be a detective if they think you're cheating. But when it comes to understanding what that man's wants and needs are, that discernment, that intuition, out the window. Right? Or when it comes to how a man should treat you, sometimes you just don't have a clue. Just take that same energy that you would if you thought that man was out there running around and put it into investigating how this relationship is going. Like, you care about it. There's no way that I had to question, like, okay, am I going to get married? Once you meet that person, you both know what your intentions are. Nobody's really that good. It's just the fact that we ignore a lot of red flags or think that we're going to change a person. We just ignore things. He's like, damn, he really don't try to spend no time with me. I can't hear from him after 9 o'clock at night. These things are weird. He don't really want to do nothing for me. I got to ask him to do something for me every day. When a person wants to marry you, when a man really loves you, all he is thinking about is you. He's putting you first. He wants to make sure you're in a good position. He's investing in you. He know you in school. He gonna help you buy them books. He gonna help hold you down. And men should understand that women are going to be extremely considerate, and they're going to be catering to you. They're going to be nurturing off rip. That's how women act who actually like you. And I think one of the bigger mistakes that we make is we try to make a person as attracted to us as we are to them, because you feel like it's a win by getting with them. But you can't do that, because that's the worst mistake you're going to make. Main thing that a man or a woman should be looking for is how that person treats them and how much and make sure that things are reciprocated, particularly feelings. That person has to feel that same way about you. They have to have that same love for you. They're supposed to admire you the same. If they don't, then you got to move on. Don't waste your time. Time is precious, right? And don't waste your body on them either, because that's precious. Give that to people who you know have your back. From the time when I was in the girlfriend boyfriend phase, I already knew that it was a marriage thing, and it wasn't about unlocking this. We both understood, like, this is the plan. We have like a 10-year plan of where we both want to be, and we're both going to work towards it. If you are concerned about a man and how he feels about you, see how much he talks about your future. See how much he is trying to invest in your future and checking on you to make sure your life is going to be set up 10 years down the line. That's an easy way to determine if a man wants you. And unless you violate him in an extreme way, he's not going to change that. Men who love you don't just stop loving you unless you do something terrible to them. Most humans don't really act like that. You'll be able to find out if somebody wants you or not. Just stop ignoring the signs.
Trev, is it safe to say that a man, he may not day one treat you like a wife, but gradually, once he starts falling in love, you know, he'll get there at some point. But I agree with you. It's just that part was like, sometimes that might take some time.
It does take some time, but you can understand when in the beginning, at least that person will be infatuated with you, right? I think a big mistake, and sometimes we might be losing out on somebody, but we just don't have time to play those type of games. If someone isn't showing you that they about their business in the beginning, don't try to pull them. right? You're going to know just because they're going to be considerate. If they're interested in you, you'll know. You'll know. You won't have to guess. You won't be thinking if this person likes you or not. You'll know. That's the difference. You just can't. You have to not ignore it. That's the only, because you know, if you think back, just take that into consideration. In retrospect, most men who you ended up not being successful with, most relationships, you can think back to moments where you're like, damn, you know what? He was doing this and I should have really known. I really should have known. Like I ignored that. I thought I could have like got him on a different page. I thought I could have made him into a better man. You can't. You usually can't. A man is going to become a better man on his own.
I would say just ask the man. If you want to know if a man loves you and want to be with you, and he haven't married you, just go up to him and ask him, hey, when are you gonna marry me, or when are you gonna marry me? And if he say, I don't know yet, or he give you some bogus excuse, no, just call it cap.
Darwin, let me ask you, not to get too personal, right? But with you and your wife, did she have any questions? Did she have to ask you, or was this a conversation that you just had because you both were on the same page?
You talking? Hold on. Can you say that again? I'm sorry, I lost.
So, like with you and your wife, right? Not to get too personal, but just an example. Did you have a conversation with her like way ahead of time, or did you get to a point where you were deep into the relationship where she didn't understand what your intentions were?
No, I had this conversation early. I think
yes,
even when I was flirting with her, before I even knew her name, I was on a basketball court at Virginia State University, and I saw her on the side, and I was like, "Hey, who was that? Hey, girl, can you wait till my game finish? I want to talk." In the middle of the game, and I said, "Girl, I love you. I'll marry you." You know what I'm saying, and all that stuff. And her brother was on the same team, so he was saying, "Bro, don't be disrespectful." It's like, no, man, I really want to see who that girl is because I done seen her 3 times already on campus. And I was like, man, I never get a chance to see this girl. There's so many people over here. I never get a chance to run into this girl. If I ever see her again, I know I'm going to say something. So I already knew that was my wife when I first saw her.
Right, and you articulated that to her early. Thank you for your testimony. That's what all I'm saying.
Yeah, so I knew that the things I needed to do, there was certain things I needed to do before I could, step up and say, hey, look, will you be my wife? I needed to go see, I need to see who her father and mother was to see if she aligned with me. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't like to just look at a woman at face value just based on what she say. I need to see what she came from. Did she have a representation of how you supposed to behave and operate in a marriage? So if you show me something different, then I can say, okay, no, that doesn't I'm confused. It doesn't make any sense. You get what I'm saying? So I needed to see that. And it ain't got to necessarily be her mother and father. She could have a pastor family. I mean, like a pastor or a mentor or something. They got a representation of it. And she actually inspired by that. Just something, you know what I'm saying? Just something I can look at and like, okay, you know better. That is how you're supposed to behave. That is what I like. That is what she's instilling in you. I'm willing to sit here and get to know you. But I know it's a lot of brothers out there that are in relationships, been in relationships for years, and they claim they love these women. They claim they love these women. This is my girl. They having sex and they haven't married her yet. That's cap. To me, that's just cap. It's cap.
So you saying they don't love her? They don't love her?
I would say it's to try to be precise, because I never really had been able to have this conversation with anybody. This is just my own perspective. I believe if you love a woman, you will give her the highest status of a woman in the world, and that's a wife or mother. Well, I think a wife is greater than mother. Wife. And if you can't do that, then you got to explain to me why. Is it finances? And communicate that to her. And if she's okay, she's okay with it, okay, look, I'll wait till you get your money. But I don't really see a lot of women saying they got to wait till you get to a tax bracket to marry him. especially if she love you too and y'all can make it work. Like, what is the holdup? I don't get it. So just be honest with me, dude. You still want to fuck around. And then they come out like, yeah, I guess I don't know. I'm just not ready to commit. I'm like, why the fuck you ain't just say that in the first place?
Because they don't want to lose her.
And they were like, did she know that? No. I'm like, well, why you want to, no, why you won't just leave? Well, she paying half of the apartment rent. I'm like, oh, this world, man, this is fucked up.
Some people definitely want the roommate, but I think that's nice. Like, I think a lot of times men don't want to be married and they're not ready to be married. I think a lot of times they tell women that, and then women still get in relationships with them, right? Because he's like, I don't know if I want to be married, and she goes along with it knowing she wants to get married. So I think that's questions you need to ask up front. Like, are you looking for marriage? What are you looking for in a wife? Ask him for his deal breakers. Ask him for his red flags. I think a lot of times, Trev said a important word: investigate. Women, we are FBI agents, right? Well, we want to find out some tea. So my thing is, how about you reverse it and you find out what's his favorite food, what he like, what he don't like. Find out, investigate what makes his life simpler. Make him take that personality test. That's the cheat code. It will tell you how they process all their emotions and everything else. Like, and just start to learn how to make his life easier instead of always looking for something that's a problem. Look to be a solution. It may be things about your personality that makes his clash. So maybe he don't like to have to always control your emotions. Maybe he like playing the game. Maybe he don't like when you talk so much. Maybe it's certain things that it's simple things that men focus on. So if you want to be so investigative, investigate that. And then also investigate what's problematic within you. So every time you think of something, instead of making yourself a victim, start realizing what role did you play into something, and just say, okay, when I do this, he reacts like this, and I don't like that reaction. So because I don't like the reaction, I need to change the action. I need to control this. So you just need to be proactive on making sure you're really in somebody's life, trying to connect on a peace level, not be his peace. He should already be at peace, but y'all should be able to reach a peaceful frequency and stay there together. Because all the love and the butterflies and the sex, listen, I be feeling like, when he just want to come home and just chill with you in his drawers, you just sit there and shut up, and he just know you safe, and he just wants you to sit there and shut up. Just go make a sandwich and shut up, and it just be that simple sometimes. So I just think like that. Like, you just got to be eager and making that man happy and bringing him joy. And what I could say is about love is so unquantifiable. Like, we can't just think about, is he, because people will treat you like dogs and say they love you. We got people in our family, they treated us like nothing and said they loved us. So you don't know if somebody love you or not, but you do know how they treat you, right? And if they treat you well, treat them better. And water's going to keep on rising to that level, because when you find good people, somebody do something good to you, he going to want to do something nicer to you. Now you trying to top him. Now he trying to top you. Now we just up in here just trying to compete with each other on making each other happy. That's how we need to be.
Bless you. Well, if you're a fiance to, if you're a girlfriend to a man, this man has not made you his wife, and you are a fiance. I know some people been engaged for 5 years. It's a damn shame. I'm not gonna call their name out. Matter of fact, I ain't gonna do it. But anyways, if you haven't been made a wife, you are not in a committed relationship. Woman, this man is not committed to you. I've heard time and time again women saying, "Oh, we're in a committed relationship. Where's your ring at?" Oh, we talked about it. We just not ready to get married yet. You're not in a committed relationship. There's no commitment. And then they argue me, oh yeah, we are. Okay, define commitment. It's not a committed relationship. You're just in a situationship. You that's the new whole culture. It used to be back in the days you go and pay for some pussy. But now it's turned into a relationship. It's the same thing. You're just cohabitating with the whore or the client. That's all it is. And we figured out a way to call it situationship.
And then go 50-50, so you have a roommate style status. Now she paying for half the lifestyle. So I think that's what it is, because a lot of times it'd be like people don't have enough money. It don't cost that much to get married at the courthouse. So save for the wedding. So the wedding, like, okay, I'm okay with doing away with weddings. You really want to be with me? Let's go to the courthouse. I'll pay for the papers.
Because
You
I'm
ain't
gonna
got
ask y'all, if you a girlfriend and you and your boyfriend get into a heated conversation today, Thursday night, I got 7 minutes. Thursday night, Eastern Standard Time. What's it to say for her to go pop it open on Sunday for another man? If y'all broke up on Thursday night, she's justified, right? I mean, Marcus is making that look. She's justified. She don't belong to you no more.
I
She
know
don't
a few
belong
of
to
y'all
you.
need to hear this, so I'm gonna say it. You got a boyfriend, you're single. You had his kid, you're still single. Y'all lived together the past 5 years, go on family vacations, you're single. You know his family, his mom loves you, y'all best friends, y'all talk on the phone every day, you're still single. Until you're married, you're single. So, I just want y'all to know that. Because I don't think some of y'all do.
She copied that older lady.
Y'all gonna have some of these fake single people getting their family broke up and their whole relationship tore apart, talking about I was single.
No, I just hate hearing somebody say, "Oh, he cheated," or whatever. We got in a fight, while he was out with his boys because he didn't come on at night. Like, and then I told him not to call me no more and don't come back home, and he ended up sleeping. Y'all broke up. That was a breakup. He's free.
My question is like, what was her goal behind that video? If
To
your
go viral.
goal is to encourage women to command marriage, fair. But if your goal was to convince women that they're single and they can do whatever they want despite the fact that they're in a relationship, I don't know how declaring your singlehood is going to go over in these relationships. I don't know how that's going to lead you down the path to marriage. That's not how that works. So
I think
Her goal was
we're just
traffic.
trying to spread awareness, just letting people know that it's turn. Who said that? Treya said that. It's not your woman, it's your turn or some shit. I think I heard you say that. Was that you?
I
Or
didn't make it up.
Oh, you stole it. We all.
I don't
copied
even think I said that shit at all, but I may have repeated it, maybe, but I don't think on this panel.
No,
But I
like,
certainly didn't make
I
it
think
up.
she was just highlighting. I think she was just highlighting the fact that women who are doing these things, that you guys are not married, you guys are single. I don't think that she was pushing people to be single. I think she just was saying the women who are doing these things in these long relationships and shacking up and all that stuff, you're delusional. You're single.
So Dom, if you in love with your woman, and before you get a chance to marry her, she go fuck somebody else and say, "Well, you said I was single until I'm married." You still going forward with the marriage because she was single?
No, I'm done. We was talking about communication. We was talking about when I stated the scenario. I stated that you got in an argument with your girlfriend, and y'all decided that y'all was gonna break up or something like, or y'all, now y'all not together. Don't call me. Don't come back home. At that point, aren't you like free to do what the hell you want to do? Or should you have some like, okay, she probably just mad. Let me just not do nothing stupid or irrational. Go ahead, Ruth.
I was gonna respond to her video. I think she's trying to say like, women now they don't require marriage as much. They don't put the pressure on as much. They act like it's not a thing. People get excited and they think, oh, we're moving in together. That's like the thing. Like it's almost like when people go on a prom and they acting like it's a wedding. That's what people are doing nowadays. Like y'all mixing it up. It's not the same. It's not real. You're just making it what it is. You're getting the emotions and the attention of the marriage, but you're not really getting a commitment. You're not really married. So you're playing house, and that's why I don't believe in it. Not that I have not made the mistake, but I can see how people can think that, okay, well, if we live together, then I expect you to cook food for me and this and that and the third. And women start getting resentful. You wanted him to move, y'all wanted to move in, and then you get confused and surprised when he expects you to start acting like a wife. You know, and why didn't you cook for me? And why would you cook for yourself and not for me? And now you're judging people off of what. Now she's like, okay, I'm in this house with you, but I don't want to act like I'm your wife because then you have no incentive to marry me. But baby, you already missed the whole thing, because when people are living together, they get to break up and they can just walk away. There's no really consequence, right? And you, whatever is in somebody's name, whatever y'all got together, there's really no consequence. They buy homes together now. It's a big mess when you're trying to separate all of that stuff. So you really should get married first before you even live with that person. But I hear a lot of people say, well, you don't really know somebody until you live with them. But the statistics prove that if you move in with somebody, like, you're more likely to not either not get married or like to get divorced. I can't remember which one it was, but it was not working out when people are moving in together.
The sad thing is, Ruth,
commitment. They already proved that they can break the commitment. So why should they take that leap?
the sad thing is, Ruth, a lot of y'all women today, if a man say, hey, look, I like you, I want to get to know you, I got my shit together, will you marry me? Y'all wouldn't even do that. Y'all rather go and bust it open and get to know the guy. What they call it, natural progression.
This is where you
That's
got
the
me all
other
messed
term
up.
for fornication. Huh?
Darwin, you got me all messed up when you put y'all and women together in the same sentence as me.
Okay, so Ruth, if your man walked up to you the first week he took you out on a date, the first week he met you, and say, let's get married at the courthouse tomorrow.
Absolutely, I would do it if I knew he was the one. Yep.
Okay, are the percentage of women in America today, what percentage of women would do the same thing?
I think a lot of women.
I think
would not do
80%.
it, but
Hold on. Holy
I
shit.
think the man that she wants came and said, listen, the wedding, I'm about to make you my wife. They go and get married.
Okay, I think she might be.
That girl in my DM talking about my man. She listen, when we was little kids, y'all ain't know, but we used to be in our journals writing y'all last name by our first name, and then trying to
what? We still do that. Sorry, I'm love.
Hold on, wait, what'd she say?
She said writing your name, you gotta change your name and put your name in the journal. Like,
Oh, is that true? That's a real thing.
I'm sorry. Yeah, no, they was doing that. Y'all wives was, and our kids gonna be this, and this, putting their middle names with your middle name. We do that.
Actually, yeah.
We do that. We be in love, baby. We are delusional after the first date. My friends be calling home, girl, this man, he smells so good. This is my husband. These girls is delusional.
I stopped doing that though, sure. I stopped doing that.
They delusional. They be in love. You smell
Hold on,
good.
so this just gave me a revelation, or what is it called?
Epiphany.
You ain't finna fuck me up. That might mean some shit. Mean I'm gay or some shit. All right, look, I'm gonna say this. If that's true, what you just said, Terrell, that 80% of the women in America today, if we took them out on a date and we connected that week and we said tomorrow I'm gonna go to the courthouse and marry you, if it's true that 80% of the women would marry us, does that mean that that argument could be the argument that men are responsible for whole culture? No, hold on, wait.
What?
That would be men. Hold on. That would mean men are responsible for the body count issue.
No, you missed the important caveat that she put in there. She
The men
said
they
for
want.
the men that they really want.
Oh, why the fuck? Hold on, wait. So hold on. Let's take the men that you want out of it. You went on a date with this dude. So can we just say that that's the men you want?
No.
So wait, the one
do
date,
not
just
consider
one
it that.
date? No.
See, now you starting to get the backflipping. See?
Because first of all, I don't know you after one date. And as much as risky as marriage is, I don't think a responsible man wants to marry a woman that he doesn't know after a week.
What I'm just saying, if we would move, if everybody would move like this traditionally, like after 1 week of knowing each other, that was the history, consistent history. You didn't never need to get to know anybody. There would never be a whole culture. There would never be a dating process. There would never be a body count issue. It will go back to the old times where you would pass from covering to covering.
But see, the thing about it is those old people still created us. So there was some dysfunction in what they were doing because they gave birth to this society. So there was problems in that too. So I think we like to talk about what we overlook the things that we didn't see with the people in the past, because what happened, how did our grandparents give birth to our parents who gave birth to us? What happened in the generation, the dysfunction that we were seeing with these people just getting together, barely knowing each other, and just showing us dysfunction, and we go out in the world and now we don't even want to get married because our idea of marriage is, oh, all they did was argue. They didn't even like each other. They, you know what I'm saying? They was just in there paying bills with each other. So now we don't even want to get married. We want to do what we want. So I think it's more focused on
Did they
getting
stay
to
in a
know a
marriage?
person.
The ones who were arguing?
Yeah.
So that should be the catalyst. That should be, okay, you know you're going to get in a relationship. People going to disagree. You're going to argue. But stay in a marriage. So I think you just expose yourselves. Y'all have a representation of marriage. You just saw the things that you didn't want to tolerate. So now that there's no fault, you could just walk away and not deal with it like your grandmother did. And then here comes whole culture. Here comes promiscuity. Here comes body count. So it's a matter of you deviating from.
Now my grandma's left too, and my grandmas were married at 15. And my grandpas were grown men. So because my parents are old, so both of my grandmothers were married at 15. Both of my grandpas were 25. Both of them divorced my grandpas.
Why? You know what? You don't gotta answer that. But if you want to, go ahead.
I don't know. That's grown folks' business. You know, they didn't tell us.
They told you. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Did they get remarried?
My grandmothers, yeah.
That's the difference. Even though they may have. See, the thing is that a lot of grandmothers, that's why the whole trope of they stayed is not necessarily true. They got divorced too. The only difference is that they got remarried. They always got remarried. They found another husband. In these instances, people are breaking up and saying, well, fuck relationships altogether. Like, you haven't even experienced enough.
You said the word though, sweetie, jaded. Once they get jaded, it wasn't them, it wasn't their behavior, it wasn't their bad picking, it was marriage. They get mad at marriage. Marriage is the problem, not the people in the marriage. The marriage is the problem.
Y'all said it was cheating, the number one cause.
No, finances are the number one cause of divorce.
It changes every.
They won A1B.
So what's
actually they said the number one cause of divorce is lack of commitment. Like people feel a lack of commitment, whatever. But there's a lot of shit that falls under that umbrella. So you know what I mean. Take that how you want to take it. Then then finances, and then infidelity. But again, for finances, a lot of shit falls under that umbrella. So you know what I mean. It could be somebody was bad with finance. It could be somebody was controlling with finance. It could be that somebody just got a job and they wanted to do whatever the hell they wanted to do under finance. So there's a number of things that fall under that umbrella. But yeah, those are the top 3 reasons.
So is it safe to say if we look at finances, it's safe to say the main cause is because the man wasn't able to consistently provide?
No, because the moment that it could be a number of different reasons. He could be providing, and then she wants to do something else. And he's like, no, we're not doing that. And she'd be like, well, this isn't working for me.
That's not a financial issue.
Yes, it is. If she wants to control, she wants to do something else with the money, and he's like, no, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Or she gets a job, and then she's like, oh, well, I like the way this feels. And then she's like, I don't have to listen to you no more. I got my own money.
So how long do y'all think it take y'all to realize if y'all want to get married? Y'all think it take a week or longer?
A week?
A week? Look at JR, a week.
I would say this. I don't think it takes a week for a man to know whether he wants to get married or not, but I think it don't take that long for a man to realize he really likes a woman to where marriage is already on the table.
Like the first month.
Like he knows, like, damn, like what I mean by that is no, he's not gonna say, "Oh my God, I'm about to marry this chick first week or first month."
Marcus White rising up.
But his
Pause.
mindset
Pause.
about how, that was Paul's moment, John. But his mindset, like, he the one that's the guy that wants to help you in your time of need. That's the guy that when you come to him, he be like, "Hey, what can I do for you? I want to do this. I want to do that with you. I want to." He's the one that shows you the most attention. He's the one that calls you all the time. He's the one that, like, that guy that all of us as men have had that moment with a girl where we was like, damn.
She the one.
She the one.
What age? What age was y'all?
Well, it's
Y'all
not
was
it's
different
not
age
about an
brackets.
age per se. It's about a feeling that a woman gives you, like that woman that's ready to pour into you and make your life more fulfilling, simpler, where you don't have to put the same amount of effort that you did as a man because your wife is that supportive of you in whatever way that she could when she starts filling those holes that you may have. I really feel like they make that decision right then and there, or at least start leaning towards it. But it can happen to somebody early. It can happen to somebody
Pause.
you know what happened?
Fred?
What I say? What I say?
And then sometimes the reason why men wait to get married doesn't necessarily have
I had to
anything
get
to
you
do
back,
with women.
Now, what you
Some
did
men-
suspect though.
What? That was Marcus that said pause just now too about the eyebrows.
Nah, it was a part when you said she started filling up all the holes. You like.
Oh.
Oh hell.
Hold on, let me get up. Let me get up in
Yeah,
there.
that won't make me want to marry you. Nah, you right.
But yeah, let me get up in there before you finish. I'm pause.
Pause.
What I'm. All right. So look,
No, did he?
I'm gonna answer it from. I'm gonna answer it from a different position.
Take that.
Well, I'm gonna answer it from a different angle.
Hey, bro. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Hey, you not winning right now.
I got a different perspective. I got a different perspective. So look, listen. Damn.
He got his ass up.
I'm gonna say it like this. This is how I'm gonna say it. I'm different than I guess Sweeney and Trev. I already know I want to be a husband, so I already know I want a wife. So knowing I want to be married comes before I even go out there looking. I just have to go out there and find the wife. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not whether it's an amount of days or weeks before I know I want to be married. I already know that's my goal. I want to be married. I just have to find a woman to fit that.
I got a question for you about that. Darwin, are you from a two-parent household?
Am I from a two-parent household?
Yes.
Nope. Shit, man, we had like 5 parents in that motherfucker. Yeah.
Okay.
Brothers and uncles and aunties living in that bit too. Yeah, so I had a lot of parents in the household. Huh?
Sweeney and Trev, y'all from a two-parent household?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Sometimes I see like when people have like long marriages, the guy he knows he wants to be a husband because he like sees it. So I was just asking a question.
Yeah, that there's definitely something to that. There's that example. So a lot of us, we come out of the box like that just because we're like, okay, we already know that's the example we seen, and we see it as the way to go. So then it's just about that candidate, and that's why I was saying that even if you do feel like Bruiser, you still have to find a female who makes you feel like that. But I would also say that there are some men who may not have really thought that marriage would be for them, but there could be a woman who just changed his perspective completely because he's like, damn, I want this for life. You know what I mean? So there could be some men who aren't leaning towards marriage that would just say, look, this is something different. Nobody ever made me feel like this before, and they would be marriage minded.
They did say that there's a sweet spot age for men who want to get married. They said it's between the ages of 26 and 33. That's when they start to really truly think about marriage in a serious way.
Or when she walked past, if she gave you a boner.
No,
Okay.
that's just that. That's just.
So I've seen it happen.
I was raised seeing marriages, but not in my father died. He wasn't my father and mother was married, but he died when I was real young. So I wasn't raised in a household with the marriage. But my grandparents was married, and my uncles and aunties and stuff was married. But without like putting no bad name on the married men, I did not speak highly of marriage. It kind of was these women gonna be tripping. These women do this. You know how it is. They didn't seem like they was having a good time. So I'm like, man, I'm not getting married. I'm not doing that. It doesn't make sense. And then I realized that the personality traits that they were marrying that could be avoided. And
So it didn't make sense for them to get married, and you turned that into it didn't make sense for you based off of their experience.
so I took that the experience of marriage was not something I wanted to do based off of what I was seeing or hearing it. Because a lot of married men, like that's why I have like issues with married men who actually are having a good life, coming on panels, discouraging people and telling them about negative things that they may not be experiencing, because they don't know who listening to that and thinking like, oh yeah, I'm definitely not gonna get married. Because I heard Marcus say that his wife is XYZ and da 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 da. Because people who aren't in a marriage don't know that you might just be saying something because you're mad at the moment, or even worse, you saying something so the other people who aren't married or who are in miserable marriages don't look at you crazy. Like, man, he always talking about how good his wife is. I don't like that nigga behind that shit. So people internalize that shit, and the information I was getting, I internalized it. And I told him, like, bro, I'm never getting married. I'm never about to be like y'all. And then I figured this shit out. Like, no, it's certain personality traits you niggas is dating that I just won't ever date. I'm gonna avoid those personalities like the plague.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, these women is cool. Oh, these women is great. This is perfect. Now I could talk to them about this shit. And they still doing the same complaining. I'm sitting there like, shit, man, I don't got them problems. This shit is gravy over here.
Yeah, it'd be so quick.
would
Like
love
you can be here and you can start thinking, oh, you know what? Let me go buy my dog and die alone. Like, oh, dying alone sound like a wait. What they want you to do? Like some of it just sounds crazy. So I
You know what they
think,
do with
like,
the dog, though, right?
what they do with the dog?
You better not mention that damn peanut butter.
What they doing with the dogs?
No, it was Nutella.
Nutella.
Explain that.
Yeah,
You can't even
say-
get a
did you
dog.
s-
You gotta get a parrot, child, something to talk to.
Well,
Nah, y'all don't understand what he's talking about. Go ahead, Bruce. Explain it to him what these ladies
Y'all
doing
know
with
what
these
the
dogs in
new-
their old age.
He's talking about bestiality.
that's what the cats and the dogs is for.
So wait, that was the whole get a dog die alone. It was bestiality joke.
No, not that one.
Oh, no. That's just
But
what.
what Bruce is talking about, man, they be putting the peanut butter on the cat and letting the dog lick the cat.
So let me ask you, Sweetie, on a percentage from 0 to 100%, not 0, 1% to 100. The women who hit the wall and got to buy cats and dogs, how many of you think is spreading it open with the Nutella?
Why you gotta say
Nobody's
the
doing that
Nutella
shit.
like an old man?
Nobody's doing that.
I'll be fair to that. I think it's probably like 0.5% of them women out there using the Nutella. That's a pretty goddamn disgusting thing to
He
do.
said
though.
half them.
Could you
I said
imagine?
0.5%.
No, he said half of 1%. Half of 1%.
Could you imagine?
That's some disgusting shit, bro. I don't think most women. I don't even think there's even a.
Off the shelves. Go to every woman's house and take the dogs
I
away.
definitely think it's to the right of the decimal point.
I'm above this.
So not right at the wall at 40, but once you get to 60 and 70,
even then, I don't even think they're interested at that point.
Bruiser, they got the roses, they got the toys and all of that. They don't need the dogs. Come on.
I don't think so, because even half of 1% is like
Leave them alone.
1.5 million people doing that. I don't think
There's
so.
still a lot of people, but I'm just saying, like that's
how many kids. So you're kind of saying like you didn't want to say that just in case one of them popped on you?
All of them would have popped if I said that.
He was testing the waters.
Yeah.
But he was giving nobody grace. Why are you saying
Well,
grace?
I mean,
you were giving no grace.
even
You
though that
weren't sure.
we talked, me and this guy earlier, we was joking around. He said nothing wrong. Like it devalues the woman when you go through multiple men and have multiple baby daddies. We don't
I
want to
never-
deal with that. If you got 3 kids and 3 baby daddies, it's like, damn, your decision making skills are horrible.
Y'all forget that y'all the ones who
she's
and
saying
then,
right there.
And then y'all forget that I'm 41 years old. I got a 25-year-old child. So you're basing your perception of me from 25 years ago.
Come on.
I'm not that person I'm not that kid that I was 25 years ago.
Speak on
And I'm
it.
not that young adult that I was 25 years
So this goes back to what I told Ruth earlier. If the men say they're not rocking with it, then they're not rocking with it. You don't get to then try to shame the men into dating you if you have kids. If they're telling you we don't want women with kids, and then you look at them in the face and what's the problem? What's wrong with women with kids? And they telling you, hey, that's not what we want.
We ain't jacking that.
It's not
the
even
thing,
matter.
and the thing is that here's where the men have a point. She said, "Oh, well, if I'm with this guy and I don't want to marry, you telling me I got to marry him by society standards? Well, no, nobody's telling you to do that. But they're also asking, well, why did you have the kid? Did you do that by society standards? Because you're saying you're not willing to marry him, but you was willing to bear his child, and they're telling you, why do I have to accept that you had children? Why do I have to give you grace? Some things some people just aren't willing to give grace on. There's somebody out there that's willing to be a stepfather to your children. Go find them. But you don't get to shame the person in front of you when he says, you know what, I'm good. Oh, you got 3 kids with 2 different men? No, I'm good on that. They shouldn't come with a, well, why, but what? Oh, you not man enough for me. Oh, I don't, you. No, he doesn't have to do it. Just like if you found out that he was that he had a criminal record and he can't and he has a felony on his record and he can't get a job that's above board, you're not going to say, oh, well, I'll give you a chance to start your own business. You're going to say, no, I'm good.
No, most women would probably deal with if you found out he was gay when he was younger, then you guys,
or that, but I
like,
want to go there.
That's probably a better one.
For the record, Sweeney, I never shamed anybody or put
I'm not
no
saying
pressure on
did.
anybody to want to be at my standard, okay? My standard, my preference is my preference. It was always next and moving on, because somebody will.
Ruth, I wasn't even talking about you
You
personally.
put my name in this. Y'all should know better.
Because we had a conversation. It wasn't about you, but we had that conversation, so that's the reason why I brought you up.
I blame Sherelle for that whole segment. All of it. That's all Sherelle's fault. She done went down there in New Orleans and told that man what to go put them women in their place. And then he went on the show and he was representing for New Orleans.
I was laughing like that's like a New Orleans man. He tell him, you got all them baby daddies? That's how I'm like, man, New Orleans boys.
You know what's crazy? He really had a point with the first woman that he addressed, and then it started turning kind of catty when he started doing it at all of them. But the first woman that he addressed, right, it was the one that turned him down because of his pants. And so when he asked the question, he was like, wait, you got children? Yeah. Okay, how many baby daddies? Oh, I got 3 kids, 3 baby daddies. He said, okay, wait, so you're telling me that you're gonna decline me just based on my pants? Do you think that given your history that this is the reason, this is the way that you should be making decisions? And that's what he was trying to get at. Like that first one, I understood. Then he got real catty with the rest of them. So it was like, shit.
I give the men props for giving allowances. Like once you give allowance or whatever that is, I feel like that's more being an adult about the situation. You can have your preference. I'm just saying, for shout out to the men who just say, you know what, I will allow X, Y, Z, and then after that, no more. There's nothing wrong with that. Nobody gonna force nobody kids down your throat. It's okay.
Why do women come into the conversation saying, hey, this was my past, this is not who I am, when it is not your past, it's your present and your future. Your kids and the fact that you had 3 different baby fathers, all of that is your resume. It's your track record. So when she kept saying, this is my past, this is not who I am, these are the decisions you made, and you're repetitive. And you coming into the conversation with repetitive poor decisions. So this narrative or this term, hey, that's my past, that's not, I don't understand why. That is your resume. You're coming to me and you're trying to qualify.
and you have this on your resume, you can't erase your past. This is who you are. All of the decisions you made with these 3 baby fathers and having these 3 children can impact your current relationship and the future relationships. And your age plays a factor too. You may not even want kids at the 40, 45 or whatever. So this notion that, hey, look, this is my past, it needs to stop. This is who I am. This is the value I bring. This is my resume. What do you want to do? That's the conversation. So I don't understand her. Maybe somebody could probably make me understand her.
Let me ask y'all a question. What percentage of women do y'all think of black women have multiple baby fathers?
Oh Lord, you ain't finna get me set up.
65%.
64, yeah.
God damn.
35.
Did somebody say 75?
I said 35.
Hold on, wait.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 30 to 38.
Bruiser?
Percentage of black women who got multiple baby fathers? Man, I would say it's low. I don't believe it's high like that.
You know what's crazy? That's hella grace given by the men because it's actually about 60, 59%. Black men are more.
Hold on. Is that women with kids? Because are you factoring in the women that don't have kids too?
Or in general?
No, these are just women with children.
Okay.
So
Yeah, what is it overall?
Over 10-year life, over 10 years of data, or are you talking about in 2020?
Oh no. It's 59% of black mothers have multiple children. I mean, multiple baby fathers.
God.
And only roughly about 30% of black fathers have multiple baby mothers.
So are you saying majority of black women who have children
have multiple baby fathers?
Have carried from more than one man?
Yes.
I don't even know that many women that don't have more than one baby daddy, unless they only have one child. I'm literally in here counting, like in my day-to-day life, the only women that I really know who have one baby daddy is if they just if they only have like 2 kids for the man and they stopped having kids altogether, or if they just have 1 kid. But the majority, they all have multiple baby daddies. Like,
what is the cause of that? Like, why do
It was a shame before. We wasn't shaming it. It was okay to be a baby mom before. Now it's
no, it wasn't. When has it ever been okay to be a baby mama?
Well, when the whole feminism thing come, and then you have like sexual liberation, like what comes with that, pregnancies. People are still celebrating these baby showers. Like nobody was shaming none of this until recently.
It's not shame now. These baby showers are more extravagant. I mean, beautiful. A wedding.
I don't think they really shame. I don't think they're shaming them now. I think it's more acceptable than it ever was.
No, I'm asking, when in the past have it ever been okay to be a baby mom?
Well, not in the past. It's okay now though.
You're having, your conversation with Brian during that segment. What was going through your mind when he's asking you all these questions? Like, okay, how many baby daddies? How many kids? What was your thought process? Like, if you want to walk us through.
Assumptions being made. How you just going to assume? You just going to assert you the good thing?
Well, I can't understand how did she said you're not my person. Your person was baby number 1, 2, and 3.
Can I redeem the women for 1 second, please?
Hell no, you can't redeem her.
Just listen up. She makes me want to hit my head against a wall.
And you gonna redeem her?
How are you trying to shame somebody when you made your choices? Like, that's crazy. Be grateful if that person wants to do it, and stop shaming men if they don't want to. You gotta be a real man, and you gotta take care of this. Man, you are entitled. You feel like you need, like, this is crazy. That's all I want to say. Like, all women do not feel like that, okay? Some women are grown women. We real women, right? And we're gonna be like, listen, I did have some things like in real life, things don't go your way. You can plan life the way you want to. I'm glad everybody's married today. You don't know what tomorrow is going to hold. God forbid anything happen different, and then people start judging you for the family you currently have. So when things change and life be lifing, You know, things happen, but I would never sit there and say, you will take care of my whole unit and this, I'm a real woman and I'm a wife and this and that. No, like you got to be more humble than that. That's all.
Ruth,
it's just funny.
Ruth, you know
It's
how you
funny that,
checkmate women like that? You wanna know how you checkmate women like that?
yeah.
You
In
don't
that
marry.
conversation, no,
Yeah.
you don't. They're on the dating show, right?
Yep.
She talking about what the real man gonna do and who's gonna do this and what. Where you at?
Them 3 baby daddies, that ain't real men.
Just ask. Well, no, this is after the fact. Let's assume that this is after the 3 baby daddies. You said there's a man out there that's gonna take care of you and your 3 kids, and y'all a whole unit, and he a real man. Where is he? Because the dude behind you, I ain't see you making googly eyes at the guy behind you that said that he don't mind being a stepdaddy. She ain't turn around and look at him and say, "Ooh, you want to link up?"
Nope,
She ain't
because
say
he
nothing.
don't look the part. The image.
She ain't say nothing to that dude. He was the one dude on that whole panel that said, "Yeah, I'll be a stepdaddy,"
And if
and
she was
not
smart,
none one of those women. Matter of fact, JR,
He's
please tell me
compensating for his look.
please tell me you got the Papa Balloon episode where he went up there.
Hold on, he went up there?
I want to see how many balloons. I want to see if that nigga got a date. And he got a woman to not pop the balloon on him. Because you talking mad cash shit about that dude. And I want to know, did you pull a date off of the show when you sitting over here talking about you willing to be a stepdaddy and all of this and you tried to shame old boy? Cause I didn't see no women looking your way when you said you was willing to be a stepdaddy. Not one of the women in the room said, "Oh, word."
So, sweetie, let me ask you this. Does he necessarily have to do that? Because you gotta play the hand that you got. So I said this before. If I was in a situation where no women, look, you gotta make concessions sometimes if you don't got nothing to bring to the table to leverage or offer. I mean, I think he's very small. I don't know what his finances like. His voice was kind of. I mean,
but what I'm saying is, like, you talking shit about the dude in the room. Ain't none of the women turn around and give you the time of day when you said you was willing to be a stepdaddy. Not one woman in that room.
You gotta wear designer. You gotta wear designer to compensate for the lack of it. All I'm gonna say is this, man.
The crazy thing is that they not gonna choose him. They feel like they still gonna get some other guy. And I'm
That's
their
problem.
JR, can you play his clip one more time just so we can see him just say that again so we can see how
Hold on, I'm about to find
until he find it. I just got a question for the ladies. Why is the demands so strong after all of the baggage? Like after all of that, why do women have this clarity on the type of man they need in their life after they then got sodomized and all this other stuff and baby
always going to sodomy. You that's one of your go-tos is sodomy. You always talking about some sodomy.
They ain't never always
that might be his thing, man. I ain't gonna judge. I ain't gonna judge. If that's your thing, that's your thing.
Oh, that's the first time I said that.
Oh, did he?
Darwin got a dungeon in his house.
You use the word sodomy, but you described it.
Darwin, you got a dungeon in your house, don't you?
I just do whatever she like, man. That's it.
Now you put it on her.
We'll start calling him Mr. Gray.
Hold on, wait. Okay.
I ain't gonna
Mr.
lie.
Sharp.
I think the answer to that is something that we don't want to face. But old women hate young women.
Whoa.
They do.
Yeah. She went on
They
record.
get information, they gatekeep, and they be leading us astray. They have this mindset of, I ain't have it good, so they ain't gonna have it good. I had to do it the hard way, so they ain't gonna do it the hard way. They can't never just say, listen, it's too late for me. I'm 40 with 3 baby daddies and 3 kids. Girl, I'm not gonna find no good man. I'm gonna find them men the nice guys who have to finish last because they're undesirable. And they never gonna just be real, because if you real, you're gonna get a real to the people, man. Girl, close your legs. Don't give yourself to these men. Don't have all these babies out of wedlock. But
So
then what you want to do is you want to train the culture of young girls to be just like you, so they could go out sad, so you could feel better about your sad ass situation. That's some hater ass shit. That's some hater
They might lie
ass
to
shit.
themselves to the day they die.
Hater ass shit. Please stop listening to these old people. Some of these old people will lead you off. No, just No, close your. If you don't want their results, don't take their advice. No.
And I'm not gonna
No.
lie, some of those women that got three children, 3 baby mamas, some of them women look beautiful.
Yeah, they was fine. They was fine.
I'm not
That's
gonna.
why they was shooting the club up. That don't mean they wifey material.
I agree. It's just I just don't understand. Like, how can you find yourself in this situation?
You know what?
Like, who is
Look
your
how she
circle of
talking now.
females?
She's still
Huh?
talking like
Because
that.
you want to know how? You want to know how, Bruiser? Because the guy in the background with the squeaky voice was like, "I'll be a stepdaddy to 3 baby daddies and 3 kids."
That's her husband, right there, and she
And
don't
she
even
didn't
know
look.
it.
And she didn't look
But she
back
don't
at that
want. She
nigga
don't want
one
that dude.
time.
Why does she
didn't
want him though? Why?
Because we get confused with who will have sex with us and who will keep us long term, and our looks will get a bunch of attention, but our attitudes and the way we behave will get us pregnant and get left. So a lot of times we think, oh, just because a man will have sex, all of them will have sex with you, girl. The bums on the streets will have sex with you, girl. Girl, everybody wants vagina, especially if it's free. They listen. What they gotta do with who's gonna keep you around, who really gonna be there for you, and they miss that for a long time. They miss that, and they go well off it out their ages trying to look for Mr. Right, thinking that their value is only based on their beauty. Girl, it was based on your beauty when you ain't had no kids. Now you got 3 whole mouths to feed that I can't tell them nothing, and no.
Oh, let me ask y'all.
Real close.
Braylon, stomping on the balloon. What was that about?
That's how I felt.
So we gave you pics. Was that not good enough?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Stomping on the balloon.
Yeah,
like you stomped on
I
it.
had to stand on business.
Wow.
Yeah. At 30, enough for me to be like, well, you know, even though she wears weave, I still like her, what's inside of her and things of that nature. No, we just going off the physical. And if the physical doesn't attract me, then I have to say, because you tell us what to say. You know, bask in her femininity. I love a woman that loves to cook, and I love a woman who likes to love on me. You know, I like what likes me, and I'm used to women like my grandmother, my mom. They didn't wear weave and things like that.
Okay, look, they didn't have weave back in your granny days.
We're talking
for
about
real.
look.
I'm saying.
Let's stay on looks here.
Yeah, that's what
Look,
I love. A
you
natural
went into
woman.
cooking. Okay, we all can cook. I mean, we better know how to cook. We gotta eat. What's your look type?
I can't. It's not. Tell her I'm sorry.
Yes, we heard.
So what do women? Is it true that women? Okay, why do women wear weave, ladies? I just want to hear y'all perspective.
Versatility.
I'm gonna use my Sweeney's. That's fair. That's fair. Maybe he say that's fair.
Point being, they don't do it for us.
If we were doing it for them, then we would do what they want, right? So
Yeah, they don't. Makeup, hair is not for men.
What do they do for us? Do they do anything for us? Like, what do they do for us?
you holding a baby, right?
I just want to know.
Nah,
like,
you don't
They
throw
do
that
they
shit
do
out
that
there.
they do that little thing that y'all like that they do.
They don't even have babies for us.
we talking about appearance. Like, what do y'all do as far as appearance for us?
When they lose the weight, they got that weight down.
Oh shit, y'all don't do that a lot, so that y'all don't do that then.
They don't. They wear yoga
Be worried
pants.
about y'all. Y'all
They
be worried
smell
about
they
us.
smell good for
That's
y'all.
what y'all-
They buy expensive perfume. They do that for y'all.
No, don't do that shit for us either.
They do because they be putting specific notes that's supposed to hypnotize men and all that. They put all type of shit in there, yeah. They do love spells on y'all. They do a lot of stuff for y'all. They bury y'all.
So everything that a man don't know, we can't see none of that shit.
Hold on, she talking about
everything we can't observe is the shit that's being done for us. Shit that goes on in y'all head. But the shit that
No,
we
like
be
if y'all
like,
say y'all like a specific dress, she'll go get that dress. If you do say you like her hair, she'll get it done that often. Yeah, they do stuff for y'all.
no. So you talking about a girl that's already in a relationship. We talking about what do women do for men outside of a relationship, like in general, because wearing weaves is the thing that women just do. And what he was saying was, y'all don't wear weaves for us. Y'all don't go out there and put a bunch of weave in y'all hair to attract men. So what do women do to attract men?
I'm sorry, but the side note is that a lot of times when girls wear their hair out, like even little boys, they be like, "Your hair nappy," or they do want y'all want them to have long hair. It's a certain look that y'all do like. So to say that men don't want weave at all is disingenuous.
Hold on, you're confusing one long hair with one weave. Yes, they
But
do have
why
a
do you think they
specific.
get the weave? Because they want it to be long.
That is fair. That's fair.
Right.
But that ain't the man's preference. Their preference is to have a woman that got long ass hair.
Naturally.
Can't have long hair.
Naturally.
So
Black
wait,
girls' hair don't get long.
Natural? Wait a minute.
Yeah,
You
dude.
want black women?
Yeah, dude.
They said black
Man,
girls' hair don't get long.
Them old sisters, boy, they pull that damn bonnet off. Them old women back in the day, the
But
hair
think
be
about
down
it,
their
sweetie.
back.
To wear it in a trendy way, you do have to straighten your hair. So therefore, that's why they don't like to wear their hair out, because let's say if I go outside today, my hair will puff up by 12 o'clock. There's a reason why we don't wear.
You're absolutely right.
We don't have long hair. We have big hair. Black girls have big hair.
Men like big
Our
hair.
hair grows big out, but it
Men
don't
like
grow
big hair. You
long,
put it.
silky down our
Yeah,
back.
but there's
Braid
other
that shit
things.
up.
You could
braid that
braid
little
it,
thing on
dread
the
it.
side, had a big puff on the back of your head, and it's pulled back, and you got the little braids that lead into it.
What
Man,
is
like
the
that
little
type of
puff?
shit.
When it's the little puff, y'all like the
You
little
talking about the
boppy
baby
head?
puff where it look like you pulled your
What
whole
about the
forehead
girl
into
with
the ponytail?
the teeny weeny afros? Y'all got love for the teeny weenies?
No, exactly.
No, you gotta have some.
Right.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Can I make a statement and y'all tell me if it's true or false?
Like the teeny weeny
Yeah, that's the teeny. That's called a teeny weeny afro.
With the blonde hair?
Yeah. That's
She
fine.
gotta, I'm gonna be real with you. She would have to have a fat ass.
You want me to look like a boy?
Oh man, look. Let me say this. And y'all correct me if I'm wrong. If men had 100% regulation over a woman's beauty standards, none of them would be out of shape. All of them would be fine.
All of y'all be tall.
What?
It's that I'm saying if we had 100% regulation over a woman's beauty, they would look way better than what they do now, right?
100%. 100%.
Well, yeah.
100%. Yeah.
They lose the weight. You got a point. Yeah.
As best we could look naturally, yeah.
Yeah.
Because some people just bone structure is bone structure,
I seen people and they wear. It was a picture on my like Facebook, and it was like Dorothy Dandridge, and then it was a girl with one of those not basketball wives, but she had that dramatic makeup. Yo, it looked crazy. We look like drag queens compared to the women back in the day.
But I do feel like the person who's gonna see you without makeup the most is your man.
So
hands down.
So my statement is true. As far as when it comes to appearance and beauty, none of the stuff women do in that regard is for us.
We don't disagree with that. It's the fact that he said we're in competition with other women. Everybody don't agree on that point. It's not for you.
Wait, so are you telling me
that's where he lost? Because like let's say for the sake of argument that half of women are in competition with other women. There still leaves 50% of women that are not. So for him to make that statement, it kind of lost the panel because they like, oh no, we're not in competition. But if he would have just left it straight at y'all don't do that shit for us, they wouldn't have had nothing to argue with. They wouldn't have been able to argue with him at all.
So let me ask you this, Sweeney. If 10 women went into a dating pool and 2 out of the women had weave, makeup, lashes, and all that, big breasts and big booty, and 8 of them didn't have those things, and those 2 women were the only ones being chosen by all of the men, the next day or the next time the dating pool took place, you don't think the 8 women will come back trying to look like the other 2?
That's what they like to say that they would do.
So that is called competition, right?
Yeah, but no, that's what I'm saying is that that's what they would like for us to believe, that yeah, they would go out and because they say it all the time. Oh, we only get the BBLs because those are the only women that's getting the bag, so we get it. But The only time you ever see them do that type of stuff is when there's money involved. If they can get paid off of it, yeah, they'll go out there and do it. But like to attract a man on the street, no, they won't.
Well,
Yeah,
there's
that's
like a lot of
strippers
attention.
and models and stuff going to get
Yeah.
BBLs. The average woman isn't going to get a BBL. No.
Well, that's not what I was saying though. I was talking about a relation to date, get attention.
Yeah, no,
from
they're not
men.
doing that.
You're
Yeah,
saying
they're
that
not.
these 8 women won't look at that. Okay, these 2 women has something we don't have. When we come back, we're gonna have that next time. You're saying that women don't do that.
A few of them.
No, because women on the set just get a lot of attention no matter what they look like.
No, he's saying what he's asking is if 2 women were in the room, if 10 women were in the room, and 2 of the women were getting the attention from the men. It depends on how they're getting the attention. If that attention comes with a lot of money and all of this, then yeah, you will probably see the other 8 women try to do it too. But if it's just
No. See, now
but
you're
if
adding
you-
stuff to it. You're adding money. I'm saying all of the men in the dating pool are looking at the red bones with the green eyes, the lashes, the makeup, the hair, the big butt and big breasts. And the other 8 women don't have those things.
But everything else is the same.
But everything across the board is the same. But these 2 women just have these extra outliers. Are you saying that those other 8 women the next time around are not going to come back with those outliers to close the gap?
Not all.
No, they'll say something wrong with those men before they say something's wrong with them.
Hold on. All right. Hold on. Wait. Let me make sure I understand real quick. Bruce, are you saying that all these women are actually vying for relationships?
They all want relationships.
Then yes, they would. Absolutely, they would.
So
Yes,
they are
would.
competing.
If they all wanted a relationship and they only if all of them really wanted relationships and they only see 2 women getting relationships based off of how they look, they would try to match that look.
So let's take away that if they all want relationship, because we know for a
We
fact
can't change our skin color.
the women want. Yeah, you can. They are bleaching their skins.
I would say it wouldn't be for a lack of trying. Not to say that they would try to do as many things as possible to get as close as possible to
Some
the
women
women.
just don't care. Some women are just gonna like forget it. I'm gonna be out. Some women are just gonna stay themselves.
Well, those women probably
A couple
can't
of
do
them will
anything.
go.
Like none of the lashes is gonna make this. Some of the women
No,
look.
because they would have lost the weight. We know that the fine girls get the most attention, and women are still not losing the weight to be skinny. Nope, they're not going to compete.
Right.
If
They
they
don't
was
wanna
competing, they'd be in the gym. Y'all been calling them fat for 5 years.
Well,
They're not in the gym.
But
that's
that's
also
also
work. A lot of people don't like to work.
But that's also because a lot of those women aren't even looking for relationships anymore. He said if they all wanted relationships, just like when we see on Instagram, right? Let's just look at Instagram, right? You see out of 10 women, 3 of them are starting to get a bunch of money and all of this. The other 10 women, if they want money based off of how they look, they would go and start to replicate what the 2 women who are getting the bag are doing. So that's why I asked Bruiser, in this room of women, do all of them adamantly want relationships?
So
He
that's
said yes.
That's 2 different
So-
things, and that's 2. When you say look for a relationship and want a relationship, it's 2 different things. Let's just take that off the board because I think we can all agree that all women want relationships.
So are you saying that this is the same mixed bag that we got in society right now? Like we just dumped the mix. We got take 10 women from
Doesn't
society.
matter what
every random-
society, it doesn't matter what time frame. It's a human being. All
no, they wouldn't.
humans want relationships. It doesn't. It's just our nature. It's genetics.
Then
Biology.
no, they wouldn't. They wouldn't change themselves. Some of them would. There'd be a couple women that would. There'd be a couple women that opt out. There'd be a couple women that say fuck men altogether. There'd be a couple of women that'd be like, I guess I'll get a dog. There'd be a couple women that'll try to pull another man or get what they can. Like if you look at it like that, then no, they wouldn't. Vast majority of them probably wouldn't change their looks for it. They wouldn't look at that woman and be like, oh, well, I'm going to go and try to look like her then. No.
Okay, so let me flip it then. Let's say you take 10 men into a room. 2 of these men are high value men, the rest are average men. And there's 100 women in the room. What percentage of those women is going to go for? Are all those women going to go for the 2? And if they can't get the 2, then they'll settle for the rest of the 8?
Absolutely not. We already know this.
They ain't even gonna settle. They just gonna keep going.
All you gotta do, like, you don't see all the
Or they just gonna
like
share
this,
the 2.
they won't even share it. Like a lot of those women just walk away single. They not gonna choose the motherfuckers that's not the top. Like if you think
So
about
you
it,
see the irony, right? they're not gonna change and try to compete for the many men they could choose from, and they also not even gonna try to.
They'll share, Sweeney. Come on now.
Thank you, Sweeney.
No, think about it
You
this
just
way.
contradicted yourself when I flipped
No,
it.
I'm not. Think about it this way. There's a lot of singles events and shit like that, right? And men talk about these single events all the time. They say there's only two dudes, there's only a few dudes in the room that get all the attention. Those dudes do walk away with a lot of numbers. But a lot of those women also walk out of there not talking to anybody. They eyeball the dude, they look at him, be like, oh, okay. But the vast majority of them still go home single.
With their best friend. Can I say
With their
something?
best friend, they done ate and drank, and then they go home single.
I want to clarify something. I think I would look like a boy with no hair. I ain't saying, I'm not talking about other women with short hair. They're fine. Just me. I don't like it personally.
Hey, look, I did want to say something too, because I often hear that people prefer women that are natural, and I don't think that's true. I think it's certain women that can pull off a natural look, but the same people that be speaking, I'm pretty sure that their wives and girlfriends are wearing lashes. At some point in time, they wore some weave. You don't think so, Marcus?
No, because
I'm saying do your wife wear lashes and weave down?
Yeah. But if you take Miss Seeley,
I take that back, JR. You right then. I apologize.
Let's take Color Purple.
No, but I'm saying if a woman, it all depends on texture too. So if you have a woman that has a mixture in her, she's more likely to wear her hair out. But if you have a woman that's not, I mean, they're gonna do some protective styles. They're gonna have some type of weaves of some sort at some point in time. Like even on the wedding day, they're getting all dialed up and they're putting the weave in hair. Some people just don't look good with natural hair. They don't.
Well,
I mean,
that's
even when they get their hair done and they go out, that shit puff up. It looks terrible.
That's the problem, JR. Just listen to what you just said. You called the natural look of the African woman terrible.
I didn't say that it was terrible, but I'm telling you.
You said if it puffs up. Did you know that?
So Bruiser, let me. What I think what JR meant is some women don't know the style that fits using their natural hair for their face shape. That really accentuates them. And I want to add this to the women. Pam Grier, I don't know if y'all seen her with that fro, but that shit is sexy. Like,
wear fro though. That's
yeah.
back in the day.
I mean,
you can wear one now and kill it. I've seen women currently wear fros, and that shit be fire.
Yeah.
That's not.
But I don't think y'all hear what I'm saying though.
Yeah, but you know somebody who somebody used to be on this show, which was Kay. Like Kay used to do some dope stuff with her hair.
Yeah, she had Afro puffs.
Yeah, she had Afro puffs. It was more natural. You could tell when she slick it back, it's wavy. There are things you can do with your hair, but some women just don't know how to do that. So that's why they would because they don't
understand.
Because the world doesn't perceive that style to be
that, and that's the key point that I was trying to expose on you, JR.
Do y'all
when you associate some woman don't look right, we condition that look that when they're in their natural state and don't look good. That's how the black woman normally looks. That's beauty for a black woman.
Oh, it's a lot of women that
associated that and made it bad.
It's a lot of women that don't know how to take care of their hair. They don't know how to do hair. So
that's what I'm saying. You're not supposed to.
So even
you're not
if
supposed to do that hair.
Yes, you are.
It's supposed to nap up and dread up.
He's right. You guys are not saying like, and no matter what, if you just wear it natural, it's gonna be beautiful. That's not what y'all saying. Y'all saying if it's natural and it could be trendy, cute, and stylish. But to your point, JR, Kate's hair was long. Everybody hair not that long. You could twist it up. If you pull my hair goes boing right back up. It looks so short. Like we try it. We try to do these things, and it actually takes 3 hours to do like one.
And they don't mean natural hair. They mean real hair.
So let me ask y'all this: what does a white woman's hair look when it's not done?
They just want it to come out of your scalp, but they don't. If it has a perm.
What is the difference between a white woman's hair when it's not done and it's done?
I mean, well, like if you look at white women get clip-ins too.
No, I'm saying without the clip-in.
If a white woman just left her hair alone and didn't do anything to it, her shit would nap up. I mean, not nap up, but it would what is it called? Tangle up and turn into that weird ass
They get that big
goddamn
fat dread. It stinks.
yeah, that dog.
Matting
It get that
down.
dog
Yeah.
like that matted dog look.
Well, y'all cooking.
He trying to say y'all never say white woman's hair is terrible, but we gotta say
It
that.
is
Black
terrible
woman's
when
hair
you
is
look at that matted dog look. That shit looks
Some
disgusting.
of y'all coworkers don't come see this, boy. Y'all.
So all
Yeah,
I'm saying is,
terrible.
all I'm saying is
She
the
said,
image of a black woman was to never have a straighteners and stuff. It was supposed to be dready or puffy, and that was originally associated with beauty. We disassociated beauty from that look. So now when we see a black woman in her natural state, some black women will coin a phrase, some women don't look good naturally, but when that's how they're supposed to look.
But
So now we got a plethora of women that get away from their own natural look because of the disassociation of beauty.
But Bruiser, most people don't wear their
I
hair in their
also think it's
natural.
just a
A lot of
managing
people,
issue. Black hair is a lot to manage. Okay, black hair is very thick, very coarse. It's a lot to manage. That's where they started like trying to straighten it, coming out with the straightening comb. When we did get the perms, black men and black women was all getting perms.
Huh?
but like,
Yeah,
but the
and it's
thing
called
is
the
though,
kids.
y'all don't see the Temptations. All of them, they was having perms in their head.
Malcolm X had a perm, I know.
but Bruiser, the
That's
problem
good.
is like
He had the conch.
there's nothing wrong with women with black women manipulating their hair to do whatever they wanted to do, whether that's straightening it out or because if you think about it, a man that got Caesar waves isn't wearing his hair in his natural state. He's forcing his hair to lay down and wave up along his scalp. That's not natural for a man's hair to do. It's supposed to grow up and throw out and turn into locks as well. So like
So
I think women with long locks is beautiful. If your hair doesn't grow naturally, like just straight long, however, why not just get locks? Like
Well, you didn't
a
say
decent
nothing
lock.
about short locks. What about short locks? They gotta be short.
well, like if you have short hair, and Sweeney may be able to answer this, or maybe Marcus, people that got hair. If you have short hair and you lock it, will it grow then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
it'll be like Lauryn Hill type. You know how she had the little plaits first?
No, I'm talking about, but would it get longer than that?
No, like my wife hair doesn't really. She has very extremely curly texture hair, and her hair rarely moves past her shoulders until she got locks, and now her hair is past her shoulders.
But it was the straighteners that was keeping me from going past her shoulders, right?
No, she wore her hair naturally.
Breaking off.
Well, I'm saying like
curly
the
hair.
women who struggle
like-
to get their hair longer, it's because of the chemicals they pumping into it, right?
No.
Okay, so
As a matter of fact, I would make the argument that a lot of women who try to wear their hair naturally and leave it alone wind up experiencing far more breakage and things like that than the women that straighten their hair. Because a lot of the women that straighten their hair, they wrap it and stuff like that, and that actually helps them grow their hair out as well. That's why your grandmother used to get her hair straightened every weekend. We just never really saw it because they always had it wrapped up until it was church time. And then next thing you know, she unraveled that shit and it's down her backside.
A lot of that is due to diet and stuff too. Like if you're missing a lot of the nutrients necessary to promote fast cells to grow, then you're gonna have that issue. Because the weird thing about it is a lot of men, when they just try to grow their hair, it just happens. I grew my hair up before like nothing, right? It just and a lot of men don't have the same difficulty sometimes when they try to grow their hair out that women do. And in my opinion, if you were to ask me, I would say a lot of it is due to just the deficiencies and certain vitamins that you need.
Think about it. Y'all see how wonderful y'all beards are? You know, I once made a joke that JR just have eyes and a beard. He didn't have a face. You know, it's eyes, beard, no face. It's amazing how wonderful y'all beards are, and then there's men who beards can't connect.
Right.
No,
And
and
we
that's
don't
not
shut them
to
out.
Marcus.
All right,
It's
so then
just saying that's how hair is. Some women will just have that beautiful, beautiful mane, and then some girls will be struggling to make them edges connect.
are you guys saying if I grow my hair out and lock it, then my hair will grow?
Yeah.
Okay.
If your follicles aren't damaged.
I will tell you something I did. When I was naive before I became smart and wise, I listened to somebody tell me to do something specific to get my beard to grow. I'm not gonna do it no more. Because it is kind of exhausting and nasty.
What?
Women
He
like
nasty.
he
ate some pussy. What was they asking?
That's the secret that everybody say: eat pussy and let it stay on your.
Secret sauce.
Is that what you did, dog?
I'm
You
not
must
going
not
to
have
tell
ate.
you what
You
I
ain't get
did.
no full beard neither.
I'm not
didn't
going.
work.
All I'm gonna say is that it ain't grow.
Didn't work.
Yeah, if you, I'm gonna be real.
Still
with you.
trying?
I don't know why.
No.
Hey, if your beard ain't growing past whatever it's doing, it ain't happening.
My grit. No, don't worry. My beard grow. I just be cutting it. I like to have.
No,
like
if your beard,
avocado.
if your beard grows, if you like, wherever you got hair at, that's gonna grow. But if you ain't got no hair there, you can't just hair not gonna magically pop up there.
So Sweeney, I don't grow hair on my legs, my arms. I barely get any hair on my underarms, and I've never cut my mustache, like ever. This is all I got coming.
Yeah, that's a wrap.
Do y'all manscape?
Bro, why you gotta ask always such a personal?
No, because I was going to ask for a
talked about this.
recommendation. I was going to ask for a recommendation on the manscaping tools because I don't have any.
Don't use tools.
Just use Nair.
Don't use tools. That's the
Use Nair.
problem.
You manscape, Bruiser?
Do I manscape?
Yeah.
Bruiser be drawing the bee in his hair. He
got
wanted
baby
to-
And Bruiser, there's a masculine one that you can
With a
use.
Speedo.
I'm not gonna endorse it on here. But yeah,
I mean,
I'll let you know what you can use.
I would say the best way if you want to be naked mode rat out there is to use Nair.
Yeah, do the Nair.
No,
Or go get
Nair
a
is the
at the beauty
they make a masculine one that's
It's
designed for
all
coarse
still the
hair.
same shit.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty much like a super perm.
One black and
Pretty
blue,
much.
one purple,
Is there
and one
pros and
pink.
cons to using there?
I mean, as long as
Depends.
I mean, like
it's
it's some
longer than it's
warnings.
supposed
Like
to.
somebody told me some stuff you got to wash it immediately or something.
Yeah, you do.
As long as you don't leave it on there
It's a-
longer than you're supposed
Make sure
to.
it says bikini on there because some of it's not designed for the bikini area.
Yeah,
Well,
some of
maybe
it
only
is
you ever got a
designed for
bikini
sensitive
wax?
areas.
Bruce,
Huh?
you ever got a wax? Like a down low wax?
Like a Brazilian wax.
Yeah.
No, bro.
Oh, okay. I'm just curious. I don't know.
I can't imagine somebody ripping the hair off my balls, man. That shit hurt.
I just feel like this is such an adult conversation, and I feel like I need to stay in a child's place. So can we change the subject?
Yeah, I got a question. So you're saying every black man loves locks on a woman, whether short or long?
Well, for me, I'm
is-
gonna speak for myself. I really like long hair. So if it's a long locks, I like them. Long straight hair, I like it. Long curly hair, I like it. Even if it just curled like right here, and then when you pull it down, I can play. Like I like long hair. That's my thing. So I can't speak for no other man. But for me, I like long hair, and I don't care if it's locks or if it's straight hair. I just like long hair. One time I was hitting a girl from the back that had a short haircut. I couldn't even stay on hard because I'm looking at that shit. I'm like, man, this shit don't seem right. The little tennis ball fro, you know what I'm talking about? She was thick as hell too, but that tennis ball fro was turning me off. Couldn't even finish. I'm like, man, hell no, I can't even.
You just comb in the back of her head like, come here, little boy.
I was. That's what I was.
Oh, pause.
Man, I can't do this.
Or you a little boy? Little boy.
Marcus, you was up there talking about some cooking, little boy.
Oh, wait.
I was
Michael
like,
Jackson. Never mind. I ain't gonna say Michael Jackson.
So that's the yes for everybody else too?
I think men in general do like long
No,
hair.
I'd venture to say 9 out of 10 would prefer it.
You're asking a man like Harry Cooch.
I think it just depends on the woman.
I just think men like women, and that's why we just look how we want to look for ourselves. Cause y'all like women.
You know what's crazy? The funny thing is that all you gotta do is ask women, do you have problems getting men? And that'll tell you the story right there. Ruth, do you have a problem with the hair that you have? If you walked outside tomorrow with the can't you don't you on your head, would you have a problem with? Would you have a shortage of men trying to holler at you?
What's a cancer don't you?
Hold on, wait.
What you do? Can't you don't you?
He said no.
What you described was that can't you don't you? They're not up right here and it curls all the way up to
I
the
heard that
scalp.
too, no.
Hold on, wait. Hold on.
Right.
Hold on. Did you just disrespect me?
What?
He said Darwin.
Nah, I said Ruth. If you
No,
walked
you said
outside with
Darwin.
that can't you don't you?
No, you said Darwin. You better tell me when you go outside. You can't attract a bunch of men.
I did not say that, bro.
Yeah,
Run the
no,
tape
yeah.
back.
Wait till the playback. See,
I'm about to roll the playback.
You about to get clipped. You about to get clipped with that one.
Pause.
Yeah, when Darwin heard it too, I was like, "What?"
That's why I was like, "Yo, I know he ain't talking to me."
No, listen, yo, Sweeney, to answer your question, I have surveyed women for this, and
you just heard
what they say.
I did say it.
Yeah, you said it.
That man ain't right, yo.
Apologize.
So Sweeney,
I almost answered that shit too.
It's not that they have a problem finding men, but it's the caliber of men. Different types of men will approach you with different hairstyles. That's what That's what the reports were for me. Depending on how.
Hey, if you got can't you, don't you, man? You got to get what you can.
No, but
ain't that what Marcus said was right about men. Hey, sometimes you're in a position where you got to go out there and get what you can. If you got that can't you, don't you, and the men that you want don't want your hairstyle, then hey, get the men that do want your hairstyle. It may not just.
If your woman's hair has to grow, like if she got to take years to grow her hair, and you guys are not appreciating the short locks, then that's why she don't want to change her hair. Because it's like, why she gotta go through all them changes?
I mean,
you
just
don't appreciate the
find out what your man like, and you'll be all right, man.
So, Roof, I even be cool with the like you talking about the locks that's like right here while they growing and shit, and she trying to do the little styles.
I don't even think you're talking about that. I think she's talking about.
She talk about the scalp joints, the ones that they ain't
She
even
gonna wear a
lifted off
lace front to her dreads long. She
No,
gonna
it's
wear
like
big to her hair long.
She can get lock extensions. I ain't even tripping on the lock extension.
That's not her hair.
Listen, I don't care what you.
I'm not tripping on that because the initial hair brought her hair and it looked like
So then y'all are okay with women wearing weave then?
Yeah, if she want to wear a weave, she
That's
want
what
to wear
JR was
locks.
saying in the beginning.
I
He came back.
But some cultures
You know what's crazy though?
Like I see men overlook a lot when it comes to women. They don't even pay attention to that.
No.
Hey, JR, you remember
a lot of men talk about it on the internet, but in real life,
they don't care.
Niggas be going.
When we know that, that's probably why we don't change our hair.
You remember JR? I called out Mr. Let Go for that. You remember he was up here talking about, I can't stand the weave. I can't stand the weave. And then I asked him, I said, did you see anything wrong with it?
Taking jabs.
I'm taking a jab. And there was a woman on the panel who had weave in her hair. And I said, would you date her? Do you have a problem with her hair? He said, no, I don't have a problem with that. I said, she got weave in her head.
That's when he called you a bitch.
Talking about lace front. I think his thing is lace front. If you know, he hates them.
You expose him, boy. You piss him off with that one.
Like I think that men are okay with if it looks more natural, but if it's something that's too extra, where it's just obvious just too much going on, then that's what I think they think is unacceptable. But I see a lot of women that tweak stuff, like even women that have their own hair, they may add them clip-ins. Now, the world may not know, but their husband, he know.
I wear weave all the time.
You know, she putting that.
My thing is just
I don't wear weave. I wear
to kind of make it a little bit fuller, especially if she getting older and she thinning.
That's another thing.
Like it's breaking off. It's not as long as it used to be.
You
just
know,
don't wear. Just don't wear it when you get bust down. Please don't.
Short. It don't be given. So yeah.
So I don't know what y'all do.
A lot of men just don't like the cartoonish look. Like there's certain. I think there's just certain things.
Tranny look. You talking about the tranny look?
Oh,
like the blue hair and all of that.
Yeah, like
what do they call it? The 20-inch, the 30-inch center part bust down shit.
Yeah,
like,
no,
that's too
40-inch bust down.
Nah.
Yeah.
That's the
or like the braids that go off to their kneecaps. Like no,
that hair like that hairstyle is like $600. I just feel like it ain't that important for me.
So what do y'all do with y'all weave whenever y'all go get intimate? Like y'all just toss it to the side, or y'all put it in like y'all?
Bruce, you said
it's sewed in, Bruiser. It's sewed in.
Okay.
You can yank it and pull it. It's not gonna go anywhere.
What about weaves? Y'all wear weaves?
Well, like when they put
not weaves, but wigs.
I wear wigs and I throw them on the side of the bed when I'm at nighttime. I can't sleep with it on my head. This is too much hair, and if on top of that, trying to go to sleep, like no.
I don't like wearing wigs.
You know what was cute? Them bobs in the 90s. You remember them little
Jada Pinkett's?
Yeah, like the little.
In the 90s, I was wearing bobos and barrettes.
You said Jada Pinkett. What if the girl got a big head?
Yeah, you know bobos is like the
got a
little
big
balls
head?
you put in your head.
Tony Braxton. She can Tony Braxton.
I think
I ain't gonna lie though.
JR was on point when he said Kay had the best poofy, like poof hairstyle. She used to
have
really
really nice
like,
poof hairstyle.
make those look really nice.
I ain't gonna lie though. My wife did have a wig. She had a short hair wig that was kind of like that Halle Berry look.
Yeah.
It was a short one that she used to wear. I ain't gonna lie to you. I like that wig.
Yeah, I told see, look at y'all.
Yeah,
Y'all
they
took
like
all
wigs,
that shit in the
JR. They
beginning,
like
and
wigs.
they starting. But they're starting to put their guards down now, talking about some how they embrace.
Y'all
her.
like Ruth hair? Y'all like the braids?
Yeah, I like
Yeah,
braids.
Sweeney, what did
Yeah,
when
they're
you
not bad.
you remember that time you told me about the hair unit you had?
I ain't never had a hair unit.
Hold on, you don't. Oh,
Nah.
okay.
I got a head full of hair, man.
Sherelle, this is what I learned. They like natural looking styles, braids, locks, anything natural looking. So we thinking that they want just afro. That's not true. Anything that like you showing the scalp, they okay with that.
So, ladies, if I showed up here with a flat top, would y'all judge me? Next
Look like
Thursday?
Steve Harvey. do the side of your hair grow out?
Yeah.
Oh, I can. Oh,
He
we can
gonna
work
get
there,
that
bro.
lace front.
I'll hook you up, bro.
No, I'm saying
I'll give you the full. I'll give you the full top. I'll give you the
Damn, sweet.
Y'all done finally got me, bro.
I'll hook you up. I'll give you the full top.
Hold on,
bro. Oh shit.
Yeah, man, let me get to these super chats, man. Yo,
man. Let me stop him before he go in.
yeah,
Whoa.
pretty wild.
That was a serious
He
pause
raised
right
up.
there,
He did
bro.
his hand motion. He said, "Man, I'll hook you up. I'll give you the full top."
First of all, I just wanted to see if I can catch the women in the contradiction. Because if y'all, listen, I'm gonna try to pull it off one day. I'm gonna come up here one Thursday. I'm gonna have a goddamn flat top. Goddamn it.
You seen dude go on pop the balloon with the wig, the whole like white man wig on?
Like, hey, the
all the
game,
women told him, "Get out of here."
He's a troll.
Trolling.
Hey, it was one dude that went on the show, bro. That dude was masterful in the way that he addressed women. They all of them wind up popping their balloon, but he kind of act like
Doctor?
No, not him.
Tommy?
No, it was a
Dr.
dude.
Elon?
No, it was a dude on there that kind of like had that. He kind of act like fucking what was the name of that dude from Pirates of the Caribbean? Johnny Depp character. Yeah, he kind of like had that Johnny Depp vibe to him. Like he was real whimsical and shit with it, man. Had the women up there cracking up. They all popped their balloon, but at least he had them up there laughing.
Oh, he came up there like that.
Fans' perception, $5 says, so women expect men to show husband-like qualities from day one, but withhold wifely qualities until he commits. The double standards is real. The Will says, somebody wife up Chanel. Y'all niggas slipping. Congo English said, $10. Sherelle Godspeed. Truth, $5 says, it's up to her to make sure she get a relationship or marriage before giving away the box, womb, not us. Her body, her choice, but why about a cow? Truth again, $2 says it's our job to obtain her and hers to retain us. Insane one, $5 says women always okay with skipping the wedding because their family is supposed to pay for it. That's one of the ways to put insurance on a marriage. Truth again, $5 says terrible advice. You don't become a wife without acting like one first. Single to marry shit will keep you single. Got to show you can do the job. Scorch, member for 22 months, says, what's the use of being married if you're not going to put the work in? Stay married. More women out. Stop yawning, though. It's contagious. Women out there married, living single. Stop playing.
Oh, that's
reality,
funny.
undefeated, $2, 3 baby daddies. No meat left on them bones. I want to thank everybody that's contributed to the platform. Now we are going to part two. The show will be ending at 5 a.m. in the morning. So let me go ahead and get these topics together.
5 a.m.
That's what y'all did last week. I'm in my sleep talking.
All right, y'all hit the like button. Also, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Catch us next Thursday. We out.